And welcome, sports fans, to another exciting afternoon of racing here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in beautiful Dawsonville, Georgia. My name is Will Rigdon, alongside the Dave Mack, the ever so famous Dave Mack. If you are a Cup Karts North America fan, you will recognize his voice. Dave, welcome to the booth.
Hey, thanks, Will. This is real unusual for me. I hope everybody understands to be doing with a headset on. I usually have the stick. I'm so used to using the stick. In fact, Tony the Toe and I were doing Charlotte recently, and we're both old school. We're used to the stick. So this kind of throws us off a little bit doing the studio broadcasting. But here we are, and we're going to make the best of it. So I absolutely love it. I got to tell you, Will, I love it. Now, Will owns the company that's doing the broadcasting here. Will has, I believe, 7 cameras.
Yes, yeah, we're running a full 7-camera shoot today. We've got interview cam, we've got 2 drones, we've got cameras on track, off track. Hopefully get you all the angles here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and this is something we've been building over the last 4 years here at AMP. And, hope you guys at home enjoy watching. We know you guys at the Kart Chaser Network are enjoying watching it. Thank you for subscribing to be able to watch the show today. And if you guys are listening trackside, make sure 88.7 FM, you tune into that radio station. You can hear all the calls down in the paddock. And right now we are watching the battle on track for our cadet class right now.
And these are approximately 8, 9, 10-year-olds. And it's one step up from the kid karts and one step below the Sportsman. Now, I absolutely love this view, this video. This is obviously the drone that's flying overhead. Now, you people at home, you cannot even possibly imagine the elevation change at this track. Unfortunately, video is 2-dimensional. If it was 3-dimensional, you would see this extreme elevation change.
It is 43 feet of total elevation change. And there's a good shot at the bottom of that's turn 5, the kink right now, so you'll be able to see those karts as they make their way around. This is a shot we normally don't get during our shows, but we had a little bit of time today, so I walked down there and got us a camera put in the tire wall so we can hopefully get you a great shot of those drivers coming down the hill. And it's like going off a roller coaster. When you crest some of these hills, you can't see what's in front of you.
It's absolutely crazy, Will. In fact, we were fortunate enough, Cup Karts, me and Bobby got out here, I think last Wednesday, and the local facility let us take our company vehicle out on the track, and we've got a big 4-wheel drive pickup, and we crested some of them hills. We couldn't see ahead of us, and we had to stop and
it feels unnatural a little bit when you're out here in a street car and you get to some of these angles, how steep the terrain is. I mean, you don't find that kind of grade on public roads.
No, absolutely not. Once again, this is the cadet class. Your leader is Ruben Greer, followed by Ryder Thompson, Jackson Brewster, Tyler Morowitz, Silas Root, and Blaze Hendry, as you can see on your screen.
And Ryder Thompson was actually with us last weekend, had that exciting finish in the LO20 class cadet division. Had that last lap pass. The leaders got into it, and he came around for the win. Happy to see him out here at second place right now. Ruben Greer, another local driver here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, currently fending off Ryder. And these are the drivers you are watching right now as we are going down the back straightaway. Killboy.com, Daryl Cannon with that great FPV drone coverage.
Yeah, and just to update everybody at home, this is heat race number 1 for this class. There's 2 heat races today and then the feature. The finishing position of heat race number 1 is your starting position of heat race number 2. Finishing position of heat race number 2 is your starting position for the feature. And the feature counts for everything. There's no points all day long. The feature is exactly what it is.
Now take me through some of these heat races we have, because we have 2 or 3 heat races today. Are they all heat races today?
Yeah, no.
Because I know we've got 2 8-laps and then we've got a 10-lap. Are those all heats?
Nope. The 10-lap is the feature. Saturday and Sunday are 2.
Oh, they're 2 distinct days. Yeah. Okay,
so,
cool.
When we do nationals, it's all weekend is one big event. But on divisional races, which this is, we have a completely separate race on Saturday and a separate race on Sunday. But in the interest of getting everybody home earlier,
you do
we
one
only have
less.
One
okay,
heat race.
But you have more laps. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, okay, that makes sense.
You got it, Will.
Yeah, your Sunday program looked a lot similar to what we run here at AMP on our normal regional series. And it looks like we've got another guest joining us in the booth here today. Got Mr. Al Edwards putting the headset on.
And once again, you can see on the screen the dramatic elevation change. I love the drone footage, but you just don't, you don't get the You don't comprehend how much.
Yeah, it's hard to see, and they're either going up or downhill in just about every single spot on this track. There is no flat spot out here.
That's exactly right.
except for maybe the front straightaway, and that's about 400 feet, and that's about it. And even you can see there's a dip there as well.
And so much of the track is blind; you can't see up ahead of you.
No.
Or even everybody in the pits or anywhere. There's no good viewing spot, which is very typical of road racing, big track racing, sprint kart racing. But yeah, I'm here to tell you, I go to a different racetrack almost every single weekend. I go to multiple countries. I go to whatever. And I bet I wasn't here half hour, 45 minutes, and I said, this is my favorite track.
Oh, wow. That's great to hear.
Any country, anywhere.
That's great to hear.
I absolutely love it. And the people are so fantastic here. So I highly recommend anybody listening in or watching at home, come to AMP. It stands for Atlanta Motorsports Park. Come here, and it's not Atlanta Motor Speedway. Don't make that mistake.
You'll be about, let's see,
2.5
hours south.
Right.
But, this is the place to be. All the employees are just fantastic. Everybody had just treated us like royalty.
Well, we appreciate you guys coming out here and bringing the crowd of drivers. I think I saw we were at 177 drivers today.
177 this morning.
Which that puts us at a new all-time record for an event here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So 3 weeks in a row we've broken that attendance record. And,
that's right. And we've got the white flag out in Cadet.
And we are 1 lap to go. Ruben Greer currently leading Ryder Thompson as they go diving into turn 2 back up the hill right now. And Ryder
making a move there.
He can drive. He was pushing it last week, and let's see if he can do it again this week on the final lap here. Although this isn't the final race of the day, so he might. Let's see. Nope. Looks to the inside.
He's going to make a challenge, and Ruben Greer is going to block there.
And they're actually just racing for if they're going to start on the inside or the outside of heat race number 2.
Right.
So it's not critically important, but they're racers. They can't not do it.
Yep.
Well, and the younger they are, too, everything's a race.
Well, they start racing on the outlap. And here we go. We might have a challenge here on the outside going through David's Bend. But no, he's going to fall back in line. I think he might be settling. He's going to try a late break into turn 16. Nope. And Ruben Greer, unless there's a drag race to the finish here, Ruben Greer is going to take the win in Heat 1 at CKNA
Arm extended.
Cadet.
Yep, Ruben Greer, Ryder Thompson. And there's a good racer for third.
Ooh, and that was almost a lead or a position change for third there at the end.
Yep.
And look at this, 5th and 6th, almost in a drag race themselves coming out of the final turn.
So it looks like everybody had a race in Cadet. That's really great. There's no outliers, nobody just by themselves. Hey, and to give you some statistics there, Dave, it's a 43 feet elevation change 3 times.
Well,
up, down, up, down.
Yeah, and it's very impressive. It looks dramatically worse or steeper.
Well, and the shifters here, they actually gain air out of turn 1 going down to the turn 2. You'll see them come about 3 inches off the ground. And it's really interesting to watch for sure. And who's our next class here? We got a whole bunch of gaggle of karts.
Legends.
All right.
The really old guys.
The seasoned professionals.
Yeah. And there's some very good ones. Of course, Dr. Todd Barron is always mighty strong. In fact, he's on the pole right there. Ellie Yanko, one of our Canadian competitors. Just a bunch of really strong drivers here.
Yep. We got Brant Estes, it looks there on the outside in position number 3, which is great. Brant's a Willbite Racing driver today. He also represents the Eyes Up team in 2-stroke, but he decided to wear the Eyes Up colors today. I got to get him the colors. That's my whole thing. So a whole set of seasoned racers. We have got a lot of locals. Chuck Teasley with Willbite, Frank Baldozier with Baldozier Racing and Factory Karts, but I believe he's running a Praga today. And so it's great to see some of the locals as well as some of the new guys. We got guys here from Toronto. Once again, the Canadians have come in storm just like Charlotte.
Second row is Ellie Yanko is from Toronto.
Okay.
I see James Insco, third row inside, number 117. He's definitely one to watch.
And it's gonna be interesting to see how some of these drivers fare against some of the local drivers, because as we were talking about with the elevation change and everything here, you've kind of got to know where that kart's pointed when you are going through some of these turns. And
that's for sure.
Some of these guys only have a day and a half under their belt, and some of these guys have several years, and so it's going to be interesting to see how some new perspective shakes up some of these racing lines.
So Todd Barron and I are basically the same age. Todd was a national champion, and I'll say this, in 1979.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I was a national champion in 1981. And, the bottom line here is what's Todd's really good at is he's good at going to a track that he's never been to and doing incredibly well. Now, all these guys have been to Charlotte for sure, but I believe this is Todd's first time here, and he's out on the pole, and so it's really great to see.
One of the things I love about seeing out-of-town drivers is they don't take the conventional line because they're learning it as they go, whereas a lot of the local drivers, they're following the guy that was already here running his line, and they learn from him who he learned from the previous guy. And so when you get a guy that's completely fresh doing his own thing, it can definitely make things exciting.
It sure can.
Especially if they don't know to stay single file in the kink.
That's the unwritten rule. We'll see if anybody does either a mow the lawn or does a launch into space, because that's really where
you
to
end
get
up on
you.
main track.
Well, we've had people end up on main track before, if you remember.
That's why the curb got shaved.
Right.
I know some of your local people told me that you can go too wide through the kink.
You know, you can, as long as it's well coordinated and you don't try and pinch the person off. So if you go and you try and run your racing line through there, someone has to go in the grass no matter what. But if you back out of it and take that kind of wide, hard S, you can make 2 through. Now, we have people try and go 3 and 4, and we got
if
the
you're in a rental cart, you can go 3 wide.
Absolutely. Well, you're going to rub paint on that one. So they are really well packed in here. Looks like we're going to get a green.
Go, go, go.
We are underway right now.
Dr. Todd Barron right away up front.
Yep. And they're going to go into single file. There's some 2x2, maybe even some 3x3 as they go into heavy braking there into turn 2.
3 wide down the hill.
And it's Todd Barron. It looks like, I believe that is Brant Estes in second place. No, it is not. That's Eli Yanko.
And Eli Yanko was your outside pole sitter at the start of this race. Looks like James Insko in third, Timothy Clark in fourth, and then Brant Estes back in fifth. But that might have changed during that race start, so we'll have to get
we'll see what
data.
happens there.
And Dr. Todd and Ellie, they have a real history of racing hard against each other.
Yeah, they do.
And we're hearing some radio chatter. There was a little bit of contact on that opening lap, so hopefully whoever that was is okay. As your leaders make their way through David's Bend into the final 2 turns right now, 16 and 17 onto the front straightaway. That'll put lap number 1 for heat number 1 in the books. Todd Barron is your race leader. Eli Yanko in second. James Insko in third. Timothy Clark fourth. Brant Estes in fifth. Tyson Swan in sixth. Jim Fry in seventh. Drew Galloway in eighth. Anthony Harwin in ninth. And Paul McCleary in 10th right now. And this is a fairly large grid of legends. I don't think I've seen this many out here in the Masters or the Legends that we've run. Got 20, well, 19 took the track, 20 were scheduled.
Right. Well, we've had a starting grid in Masters of 30 before in the club level. But, and let me tell you, Charlotte was incredible with 500-plus entries. And, you know, I keep on referring back to Charlotte. I did a lot last week. And Charlotte was really amazing. It truly was. I'm hoping Daytona is just as big.
I just trying to imagine what 500 drivers at AMP would look like.
I don't think it would.
We'd have to
like
park
anything.
them on the main track.
We'd be doing 2 separate races, one on main track, one on, you know, or we do it like Daytona.
We tried floating that idea last year, but we ended up getting rained out.
Yes.
Which I'm still disappointed about that, Al. I was looking forward to that event.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of fun. That's for sure.
Yeah, Bill Cobb, okay, I see he's finally getting a time there. He didn't have a time earlier. Bill Cobb, number 62, and he's dead last right now. He is the American representative for BMW Motorsports. He's the head dog for BMW in America.
Oh, nice.
And right now your leaders are heading down the back straightaway into turn 9. Still single file right now. I think they are content to kind of just feel everybody out. This is the first of, I guess, 5 races because we're going to have 2 heat races and a final today and then another heat race and a final tomorrow. So this is their first chance to really get to see what everybody's going to do out here on track. So especially with the Legends division, I would expect these guys to be a little bit smarter, a little bit more sportsmanship.
Oh, it looks like Brad Estes went around there. Oh, that's too bad. And he is just going to sit and wait and work from the back.
That is going to put him out of position starting heat number 2, although we'll make for some interesting action having a hard charger for the next race starting in the back. But right now we got that front gaggle of Karts making their way up the hill here at turn 2 into turn 3. These are your leaders, Todd Barron, Eli Yanko, James Insko, and Timothy Clark. Brant Estes was in that pack, although we just saw him go around there at turn 16, and he is going to be back to the back of the field. And we are almost at halfway, 3 laps into this 8-lap heat race. So these guys should see the sticks next time by, indicating that we are 4 down and 4 to go as your drivers make their way past our cameraman out there, Cowboy Cam, at the cut through, up the hill and around David's Bend here, turn 14, that big blind sweeper. You know, I don't think we're probably going to see it in some of these opening races, but as these drivers start to figure it out, I guarantee you turn 14, we're going to see a lot of guys sending it, especially with these LO carts.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No, I was real concerned when I came here and first saw the track that it would just eat clutches because you get a rough idea of the elevation there. And your locals told me, no, it's not hard on clutches at all. So I went through the pits and asked everybody. They said, no, we're not having any problems at all.
As long as you hit your line through, too.
As long as you hit your line through, too, and if you do have to stop or you spin there, you go up the little cut through where the plane crashed and then, you know, go on back down. So,
yeah, because you can get a little run in that cut through there, turn around, and then hoof it up the hill.
That's exactly right. You can get a little bit of a running start. Otherwise, you will burn clutches out. And here's Todd Barron, you know, just leading the pack. He really is sticking it to all of our locals.
Shoving them up the hill right now.
And they really have started to break away here in the 2 small packs. They'll probably accordion back up here under braking in turn 16. But we've got a nice little gaggle of carts here up front, and then a second gaggle of 4 running 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So
and we see that happen a lot. The drivers will start fighting for position, and they lose the draft. And then they quickly fall out of place. And it's, you know, what's the point of fighting if there's nothing left to fight for if you're that far off of
That's exactly right.
The
Just
guys
go
in
out
front
for
of
a Sunday drive or some nice lapping and, you know, and learning is what I always say. You might just be lapping and learning. But, you know, Brand Estes has already moved up a little bit. He's 19th out of the 20. But he still, it looks like with Bill Cobb is not, he is actually not showing anything there.
And he is
looks
still
like he is
running,
off.
Yeah, Brant Estes is still running at a pace that would be good for 5th or 6th right now when you look at his lap time. So
right.
I don't expect him to finish in 19th, although it depends on how far back he actually went on that.
Yeah, it takes a long time to try and get back up to where you're going to be, and we're probably not going to have that long here. I'll be willing to bet he'll come up 2 or 3 positions.
Yeah, he's only got 2
Well,
laps.
they're going to get they're going to get the 2 to go at the stripe.
Yeah, if you go off the track, you're pretty much done.
And this track will punish you if you do not pay attention to the line and you're out of position. You are either off the gas or off the track, and it will punish you.
And you can see there's a lot of dirt here. It's not
There is.
red clay that we were expecting. So you can see when they went off the track, if somebody went off, you can see like right there at the bottom of the hill on the left-hand side, there's all kinds of dirt. Somebody went off the track and came back on, and
now,
dirt just stays there.
And that was an area they had to work hard to clean up.
They did.
Yesterday, or on Thursday when we had all that heavy rain, because it did wash a little bit of that onto the track. I know the engineering crew out here, Will Hallman and all his guys, putting in a lot of hard work to make sure the racing surface was ready to go for you guys, for practice day yesterday and obviously for the races today.
Yeah, and it absolutely poured. Will's
Oh,
not
yeah.
kidding here. It rained so hard. I still have socks back in my motel room that are wet from 2 days ago.
Bring your jet ski instead of a pit bike.
That's exactly right.
And as your leaders take the stripe for the second to last time, they get the white flag. And we are less than 1 lap to go in heat number 1 here for the Legends Division. Cup Karts North America, Southeast Division right now. Heat race number 1 underway.
Yep, Todd Barron still leading, followed by Ellie Yanko.
And this has been a very event-free race. Some good, clean racing, not a lot of contact. It's one thing you love seeing out of the Legends drivers is a lot of gentleman driving going on right now.
Well, because they hurt. When they get,
That's exactly
old guys
right.
Hurt. They don't want to get hurt anymore.
We are not as pliable, that's for sure.
Juniors, not
Well,
so
so
much.
they got to pay their own medical bills, unlike all the kids out here.
Exactly, yes. Speaking of which, if the young lady from New Orleans is watching, Cameron Reed, we all hope you're doing better.
Oh, look at this. We got a challenge on the inside and the outside. Hard braking. Maybe a crossover maneuver.
James
Nope.
Insco looking
Woo!
to try
And
and
look,
pick up
he's
a
going
spot.
after Todd Barron. There's drag race to the finish here, and Todd Barron still takes it.
Yep.
That's a risk I would have taken because he wasn't going to lose anything. And
Yeah, why not?
why not go for it? And almost made it, but ran out of real estate there at the very end. But that should be a little teaser of what to expect as we start to get further along in the day today. not uncommon to have half our races end up in 2-3 wide sprint race, drag races to the finish. Got to go back and look at that one on replay. It's always exciting.
What's our closest here now was 1,000th of a second.
Wow.
And that was just a few weeks ago.
That was a few weeks ago, and then I had the second one, which was 17 thousandths of a second. Me and Nick Laferdo.
And there's good sportsmanship. I always like to see that.
I see our track reporter Stephen Newbold down there trying to get a hold of Todd Barron, see if we can get him in for an interview.
Yeah, I think that's a new feature here as we do trackside interviews, and the drivers aren't necessarily used to that. They're used to heading right back to their pits and getting on with it.
What do I do with my hands?
Yeah. At Grands, we always interview everybody.
Yes.
All the drivers and whatever. We interview in advance, and then the winners. So they're kind of used to that, but.
Well, what's crazy too is from an announcing standpoint, that's always when you're trying to get into it. That's usually the first job he gets. Go be victory lane reporter. So usually he's just as nervous as the drivers are.
Yeah. No, that's a beautiful view. I love your camera people here. That's a beautiful view of the grid, and there's actually 3 separate pit areas. The first, or the closest to the track, is to your left right now on the screen. To the right is the second, and then there's a third one a little bit farther out. So some of the people have to push quite a ways, and they got to push up a real steep hill.
Well, what we're looking at right now, that used to be the main paddock over there. And then we just expanded the paddock, what's off to the right of your screen right now.
Okay.
I know the feed's getting a little chunky since we're got that bird all the way away from home right now. But that expanded paddock right there, it looks like we have got Stephen Newbold down there trackside. Stephen, you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Will.
Ah, sweet. Looks like you were down there with Todd Barron, our race winner. Go ahead, take it away.
Yes, sir. Well, it's a little congested down here in the pit area. Todd, tell us about that win.
Well, it was a good race. It was tight. Obviously, Ellie and I got a really good jump start, and it was just a matter of really holding him off. And I saw him coming at the very last lap, so I blocked the best I could, which killed my momentum a little bit, made it really close coming across the line. But I thought overall it was a good race. I'm very happy with it.
So overall, what do you think of the facility?
I really like it. Yeah, the track is interesting, different than any track I've been on. This is the first time I've been here, and I've really enjoyed the experience. The first time you go out, you're a little bit unnerved by what's coming around the next corner and blind, but I really do enjoy it. It's a good track, really good track, yeah.
Well, congratulations on your win. I'm going to send it back up to the booth for the next race. Back up to you guys.
All right, thank you, Steve. And that was your Legends winner, Todd Barron. And who do we got coming up next?
Well,
Dave?
that's a good question. I would say it's probably Lights, but let me double check.
I want to say that's Senior Light.
I can hear
Yes.
Angie in the background. She's our floor director apparently today, so yes, Angie's doing fine. So it'd be Senior Light is what we call it. There's another good shot of the grid.
Now,
Dr. Todd was wearing a Mach 1 racing suit. I don't know if you saw that. It's a brand new chassis that him and the importers racing under his tent are the only ones that I know of that are racing it so far, and they're trying to make a good showing. And
It's made in Germany.
And it's made in Germany.
Yeah, it's
right.
it's a really good quality piece.
Yeah.
I want to go down and check it out at some point when he's not so busy, but we like to see that. We also have a lot of U.S.-based karts here. We have MGM. We have Eagle. We have iKart. We have just a whole gaggle of different manufacturers. One of the newest as well is Factory Kart with Billy Musgrave, in the really high up in the shifter and SCUSA ranks. He's just introduced last year the Factory Kart.
And he
which
just
is really
broke the
interesting.
overall track
Yep,
record
he
last
sure
week
did.
with that kart.
Sure did.
So,
Well, speaking of which, you mentioned that earlier, 177. We set the new record. That ain't going to last long.
No.
You guys are going to be very successful.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, everybody at home, if you have any chance, come to AMP. You're going to really be glad you
just the amount of growth we've had over the last 3 seasons alone, we have almost doubled attendance every season.
Literally.
Like our average attendance. First year when we got into doing this broadcast, we were seeing grids of maybe 50, 60 drivers come out on race day.
Yep.
And last season we hit that mystical 160 mark. We hadn't even hit 140 until last season. We hit 140, 150,
That's
and
right.
160 all last season. And then we came back first race day of the year, hit 160 again, hit 161 last week. And then now we're here with 177 for the CKNA event. And
Yeah, and it's really great to see this. Again, we're so pleased to have our first national event. The bottom line is we have some leadership that has been in place for a while who jumped in with both feet. And this is the first time at our facility that we've ever had a leader that has just jumped in with both feet, who has really come alive, who has developed relationships with series like the CKNA, as well as doing co-series with Georgia Sprint Karting Association down in Barnesville, where the WKA goes to Barnesville. You know, so it's really great to see Lucas jump in with both feet and really build this business and build the community in karting altogether.
Good.
I've been doing this a long time, just like you have, Dave, and it's really great to see.
Yeah. And there's a good shot of the actual facility that we are broadcasting, and we're actually in the studio and kind of the backside of that, so we can't see out the windows or anything, but the public is allowed up there where it says Auto Lube on the second floor. That's all public, just watching. You can see a large part of the track. Down below it, there's a garage that goes from one end of the building to the other. That's just full of rental carts right now. The scoring lady is sitting right below the word racing in that far corner, and there's all the broadcast people are doing their thing, and there must be, I've never seen such a crazy thing. There must be 19 or 20 people doing this broadcast.
Yep.
But, okay, here we go. So once again, this is heat race number 1.
And we are on the outlap for LO206 Senior Light. 340 pounds is their minimum weight restriction.
Why don't you tell that to my wife? She thinks 340 is
Oh, you did not just say that. You did not just you know what? There is a doghouse in your future, my friend.
Wow, Will. Wow.
No, definitely one to watch here. One of many is number 119, Owen Lloyd from Waycross, Georgia. I don't think that's too far from here. No, South Georgia.
It's basically middle Georgia, Waycross, closer really down to Brunswick area off of I-95. I believe Jacksonville is his essentially home track.
Yep, he does Jacksonville and Monticello.
Yeah, Monticello.
But yeah, Jacksonville that's what they claim.
Monticello with the snakes.
Oh, snakes and alligators. Yeah. Believe me, I took video and I showed it to my people. I'm from northern Minnesota.
Yeah.
So I showed it to my people. I said, no, really? No. And when I first went there the very first time, the locals told me, they said,
you go off over there,
yeah,
you're in the
on
snake
your own,
pit.
yeah.
We're not going to get your cart.
I'm coming to get you. I thought they're pulling my leg, right? They're just giving me
No,
a
they're
line.
dead
they're
serious.
Yeah?
Dead serious.
They don't want to get bit by a gator or a snake.
No, sir.
So then the one guy took us out and showed us all kinds of gators and whatever. And it's all true.
It's amazing, though. We're about to start here. It looks like they're getting really packed up here. Just remember, the American alligator 30 years ago was endangered.
Wow. I can't imagine.
And we are going to
No
yellow.
start.
We are going to do a false start.
Ooh.
We're a little wide there in the back.
Once again, on the track is Owen Lloyd, Caleb Gaffar. And we're really happy to have Caleb racing with us. I don't think he normally races two-stroke at all. Four-stroke. I've known that name for many, many years in karting, but I've never seen him live. So we're very happy to have Caleb. Colin Warren, Colin Aiken, Dylan Amundsen, Josie Chambers, William Lawler, Kelvin Zing, Bryce Boda. Is Bryce Boda one of yours by any chance?
No.
Okay. I'm not familiar with Bryce. Cameron Estes is yours? Yeah.
Cameron is mine. Will Bite Racing. Yep.
Okay. Reagan Seville, Sam Avrutsky, Austin Johnson, Christopher McKeith, and starting way back in 14. Christopher is one to watch very, very closely. Austin Speck, Ronnie Kleiss, another one. Jack Hughes, Harrison Browning, Clay Bowman, and Logan Kowalski.
We saw.
We are going green.
They are underway right now. Yeah, we saw Kleiss, Aiken, and Lloyd all going at it last week. That was some exciting racing in this class.
Oh, they all showed up. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure did.
they
Oh, we
gave
have
us
some
a preview.
contact there in turn 2.
Already
we are
three
now
wide.
3 wide going up in turn 3. They're going to get.
Ooh.
Oh, we got someone
Took the
completely off.
shortcut.
Boy, did he ever. 4 wheels off. He didn't gain a position there, but hopefully that doesn't end up in a penalty.
Well, I didn't see if he didn't even have the track to.
They actually addressed that in the driver's meeting.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah.
You got to stay between the white lines.
Mhm.
They're there for a reason.
And after that little bit of melee action, it looks like your pack is now down to single file as they make their way through the S's around turns 13, up the hill into turn 14. David's Bend, that big blind sweeper, and this shot does not do that turn justice.
No, not. The challenge on the
Ooh, to the
inside
inside.
now for 4th. It looks like they're going to have a drag
is-
race here in
looks
turn
like
1.
Chambers and
we got
Warren.
more challengers going to turn 1 side by side onto the draft.
Oh.
There's a bump draft. Owen Lloyd gets shuffled from 1st to 3rd.
He
might go to 4th here. He's got a challenger on the outside of turn 2, but he's going to maintain
Yeah,
it.
he's going to have to go inside to outside to shut that door, and he does. Ooh,
And that's, you
man.
can see that extreme hill they got to climb.
Yep.
And he lost 2 positions with that. And look at that action already shaking up. Some 2-wide action down the hill. Ooh. They thought better of it.
And here comes Lloyd. He's coming back.
Yeah,
already.
of course he is. He's
To
going to
the
do a late
inside.
break here down at the turn
He's
number
gonna
9.
have position.
Yep. A
Up to
little bit of
second.
contact
Yep.
there.
Oh.
Now we got somebody on the
Ooh.
inside in the challenge there.
Ooh. And
Owen
Warren,
Lloyd moves right back to second position.
And Warren got shoved all the way out, and I look like he lost 3 or 4
And we got
positions.
more challengers.
Oh,
look at that.
look at
Owen
that.
Lloyd is going to get
Back to
shuffled to
fourth.
fourth here. Unless he manages to keep it here. He's
Third.
going to do a late break, and there he is in third position.
That was
Wow.
a bump and run coming through
Sure
14.
was.
And that accordioned all the way up to the leader. And look
Whew.
at that. Colin Warren still your leader. Colin Aiken now up to second. Owen Lloyd in
Owen
third.
Lloyd going on to the inside of turn 2. He's going to make it into
Ooh.
second.
Yep.
And he knifes his way in
You
there.
see that thing just bouncing through the corner there. He really loaded it up going down there on that late break. Wow, that was really – and he is skilled at that. He's very good at it. You see him do that everywhere. Charlotte, you name it, you see him do that. And he is
He was
hot
on the brakes before
heels.
that thing was even straight.
Yep.
And I don't know how he kept that under control.
Whew.
You can see vehicles going by right next to this racetrack. That's actually the big car track.
Yes.
The
Yes.
sports car track. That's Lamborghinis, Ferraris, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're doing the Extreme Experience program this weekend. So you can pay them money and they'll let you drive their fun, fancy, exotic cars around track.
Telling you, I got to drive by there to get in every morning. There's got to be $100 million worth of cars sitting there.
There is a
Oh, here we go. Challenger to Owen Lloyd for second in turn
Ooh,
16.
he's pushing them wide.
They're side by side. He's going to get a little bit of an assist there from the fifth place driver.
Ooh, and they're going to be 2x2 going into
Woo.
turn 1. This is going to be exciting.
They aren't playing.
Oh, and they're still side by side.
Look at this. Going down to turn 2. There's Owen Lloyd making that maneuver for up front.
Oh, this is some LO206 racing right here. Look at that, getting hung out to dry.
Oh, look at that.
That is
One
William-
driver just got shuffled
was
to
William
sixth
Lawler.
place. Sixth place. Woo.
And he saw the door open, went right through it, and walked right off the side of the building.
Yes.
And that is unfortunate, but that is what happens in LO206 racing. If you get out of place and you miss the train, back of the line.
Yes, sir.
So it's Owen Lloyd up front, followed by the 2 Collins.
And then it looks like Owen Lloyd in third, and that was William Lawler scored his fourth, but he will be a little further back as they hit the stripe.
I'm pretty sure Owen's leading right now, though.
Yeah, he is.
So then, yeah, he did. He was scored third last time, so yeah, he's in
Yes.
first
Watch.
right time.
Yeah,
That's
So
him by the
should-
stripe, yeah. This
Yep,
isn't
there it is.
NASCAR. We only have one stripe, unfortunately.
right.
Oh,
We are
is it
halfway
Yep.
through.
Doesn't feel like it. This is
No, it's been exciting.
these
That's
guys
for
took
sure.
the gloves off on
You know,
lap 1.
exactly, and you know that's the funny part. For longevity's sake, you know, a lot of the times our advice is just to lay back, figure things out, work together, open the gap up, and these guys have opened the gap up even while they've been racing. It just shows how advanced these drivers are. These are the nation's best going up against each other here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We are so happy to see this. Here's a fun fact, though. TS Racing used to run this facility in the very beginning. And Colin Warren used to drive here all the time, so he is not a newbie. He is definitely, he probably
had
has
no
thousands
idea.
thousands
All
of
right.
laps at this track. Yes. Yeah. So the big old bus that the
Bill,
Spods
Tampa Bill, yeah.
have, that used to sit right where my trailer is there at 10th City out there,
Oh.
and that's the place in the parking lot I've always had.
Tent City, we'll start calling you Al Arpaio.
Oh, look at this.
Oh.
Challenger. Wow, look at that. He overshot it. There's an over-under. They are next to each other. He went completely off the track. Is he going to maintain that? Now, that's further back in the pack here because these guys have kind of gotten their little groove
And he's going
going.
to hold that pack up, too, because he's
Yep.
still able to stay in front and shut the door.
That was a really risky move there, but you saw how rotated he had that cart there, and it lost momentum, and I believe he lost a position trying to do that.
Well,
You-
I'll tell you who you don't want to be right now, and that's fourth place because he is all by his lonesome.
Yeah, I mean, Celine
if that
Dion's
train
all
ca-
by myself. And
Well, if that train catches up, then he's quickly going to be out of fourth, and he's going to have to worry about that.
Hey, that was a Canada reference, folks. We're wanted to welcome our guys from Canada. We got guys from Toronto, as I was saying. I'm a newfie, so you can make fun of me all you want to. You can come see me at Will Bite Racing and make fun of my newfiness.
So 2 laps to go that time by the stripe. Your leader is still Owen Lloyd right here in Georgia.
Oh, man, Owen is just killing it.
Owen, the twin brothers raced for so long. I watched them, and then all of a sudden Owen started getting better, and they got out of it. And he's just dominating now. He is so strong.
And look at this. Fifth is caught up to fourth.
Yeah, there's going to be a race there. There's the second pack here. There's definitely going to be a race for the finish.
Well, that's going to be difference between third row and second row starting heat number 2. So there's definitely a valuable spot to gain or to hang on to, depending on whose perspective you ask. But right now, those leaders, your top 3, just pulling away. Owen Lloyd, Colin Warren, and Colin Aiken right now. And right now, Caleb Garfer.
Oh, here's a challenge. Wow, he swung to the inside.
Ooh, look,
could
we're gonna
not
be
make
2 by
that.
2 coming out of
And here
turn
we go,
17.
a challenger with a bump draft there down the front straight.
Oh, we're still side by side.
And
for the
here
lead.
comes Colin Warren. He's muscled his way through with some assists there from Colin Aiken. But Owen Lloyd hasn't had anything of it. He is fighting back, but he's going to have to fall into third.
He raked that in a little too hard and
Oh,
lost the speed coming
sure
up the
did.
hill.
Look how much the gap opened up right there. Just in 2 turns up the hill. There's now a 4-kart lead between the first 2 drivers and Owen Lloyd. Is Owen Lloyd going to be able to do some late braking here and some creative driving, trying to get that position back? But now it's really a race between Colin Aiken and Colin Warren. It looks like Colin Warren is in second position and Aiken is in first. They're both on VLR carts. I see a VLR on the back of the uniform
and I
there.
don't think Lloyd's going to have time to catch back up.
Oh, you never know. He might do some really late braking
well, if
here.
the leaders get into it coming into the final turn.
Let's see what happens.
And once again, this race counts for nothing but your starting position for the next one.
That's exactly right. Everyone just needs to take it. Oh, look at what's going on in the back there.
Oh,
Whoa.
that was close.
Oh, that was. They
Ooh,
really
and
all went for it.
And he got shuffled back 4 positions. Look at that. And we'll need to
Got
see.
the official. We need to see the official because I couldn't tell.
Ooh, and Garfer got shuffled back 3 spots. He was your 4th place driver. So Reagan Seville won that mid-pack battle to get up to 4th.
Good.
Colin Warren was your overall race winner. Colin Aiken in 2nd, Owen Lloyd in 3rd. And then that mid-pack, Reagan Seville was the winner of that battle we were watching. So he took home 4th. Josie Chambers in 5th, William Lawler in 6th, Caleb Garfer in 7th, Dylan Amundsden in 8th, Kelvin Zing in 9th, and then Bryce Boda will round out your top 10. And look at this replay right now. That 3-wide finish for that mid-pack battle right there. Look at that. That is what we love about LO 206 racing out here.
I did notice the rumble strips are not very severe here, which is a really good thing.
Yes, those have been gradually shaved down over the years. They used to be a little more extreme.
Well, another thing about the design there, so this kart track is built to FIA standards. And the tire walls with the conveyor belts that are bolted to them, the K-rail behind it, all of this is built to the FIA standard with the driver safety in mind. And believe me, it has saved me over the years. But one of the things is the progressive rumble strip. If you look closely at the rumble strips, they are not just on or off. If you look at them, they actually just get progressively larger the further out of the track you go. And that is a unique feature of the FIA specification, which makes them a lot more expensive to build. Now, the curbing on the inside of the kink, that has been shaven down a number of times. That used to be about 3 inches high to try and keep the concession carts from going over the grass and things like that. But it's had some undesired effects over the years, so it's been shaven down quite a bit. You can see the aggregate coming through the paint, and it's made for it's still a disincentive. You don't want to try and straddle it or get a left front wheel on it because it will give you steering input and send you into the wall.
We
on the
could put a
outside.
brick wall out there. Some of these guys would still go through.
Oh,
it.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, I keep forgetting that you have rental carts here.
That's right.
Most of the time. So.
And that's where most of these decisions are made on the rental
Well,
carts.
and
Yeah.
rental carts are a lot heavier. They're a lot tougher.
They're about 800 pounds with the driver in
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So you definitely shave down anything that gets rubbed.
Well, if not, they'll do it for you.
That's exactly right.
There's a good shot of Lynn Brown. She's from Florida. She's our hot grid director today, and she lets the Sportsman class out on the track. Only 6 entries in Sportsman today.
Yeah, it's pretty light. Now, the local favorite here is Lincoln Massey, and Lincoln Massey has done really well. He did really well at Jacksonville. He did really well in Daytona with us. He's a Will-Bite driver. I expect to see good things out of Lincoln Massey. Now, he is moving up in the world. He's going to be moving up to junior at the club level, and then eventually he'll be moving up to junior in the CKNA national level. So, really, he likes to be up here, too. He likes to talk. So,
Oh,
Yeah, expect to see him come up
yeah,
and,
he'll
and
definitely
talk with
come up
us
here.
afterwards. Always fun to get his perspective.
Oh, absolutely.
And real
The
quick,
driver, but go ahead.
oh no, you're good. I was just saying while it was quiet up here, real quick, I did get a text from CJ down at AMP Kart Works. We are running a special right now, 50% off all Praga parts. So even if you are not a Praga driver, these things do fit on a lot of different chassis and a lot of different karts, IPK and Praga. So if you need some parts, definitely go check out Praga. We're running a good deal right now, 50% off all Praga parts.
And
Please.
CJ is just a rock star.
Oh,
met
she
her,
is.
and she's
She
a wonderful
is
lady.
absolutely transformed the scene here in terms of our parts supply and availability and just general service of the parts department here. She took a big mess and turned it into something that is now good for business and good for racing, and keeping all these guys on track with the right equipment. Our hats off to her and her staff. Not just her, she's got the mechanics underneath her and everybody that works and tunes and wrenches out of her shop.
And now are we going to go green, green, green here? Looks like they're slowing down a little bit, trying to woe them down. And we are green, green, green. Here we go. LO206 Sportsman, CKNA Atlanta, 2024.
And we are underway. Look at that Aston Wyatt leading that pack across the line as they go diving into turn 2. I'm sure Lincoln's not used to starting on the outside pole. He's usually on the inside, so this is going to be interesting. He's going to have a driver he needs to chase down.
Oh, a lot of contact there.
Ooh, and they're getting a little squirrely as they come through 3 and 4, down the back hill, through the kink, turns 5 and 6, down the long back straightaway. This is where these drivers
And here
are
comes
hitting.
Lincoln for a challenge. Already, the first lap, he's going to duck back in. That's not a good idea. The tires are cold. Just relax. Let's let this stuff start working out. You see they're sawing on the steering wheel right now because those tires are cold. They're slipping and sliding around, and they just need to calm their nerves.
And it looks like we've got Steven Newbold ready to go trackside with our previous race winner. Steven, go ahead, take it away.
All right, guys, I'm here with Colin. Colin, I'm going to make another Canadian reference here for the Canadian friends at home. You kind of went top cheddar where Mom hides the cookies right there, didn't you?
I don't even know what that means.
Oh, man, you don't play hockey. All right. Anyways, I have a hockey background, so I figured I'd throw that one out there. But congratulations on your win. Tell us a little bit how you did that.
That was kind of just, I had a decent starting spot, started third, and it was just racing up front. I kind of wanted to get to the lead, and I got there, and the three of us were able to work together. No real fighting or anything like that. Yeah, just basically work together. We're just getting through the heats right now. We have another heat just finished good, so we can have a good starting spot for the final.
And one final question before we send it back up to the booth. How do you like the facility?
Oh, I love it. This is like one of my favorite tracks in the U.S. It's so much fun to drive.
Well, that's the second person in a row that we've had say that. Congratulations, Colin, and we'll send it back up to the guys in the booth.
All right, thank you, Steve. Really appreciate that. And we really haven't had much change here with first, second, and third here in our sportsman class. They are just working together now. Our leader, Aston Wyatt, he was really out front, and now Lincoln and Ryan have pulled up to him, but he has a little bit there on the straightaway. But as these guys start to bump draft, they catch right back up to him. So this is going to be a really interesting race.
Yeah, and once again, this is the Sportsman group. This is the one of the younger groups. And if somebody goes off the track, the corner workers can help these people. The driver can touch the cart.
And here comes Lincoln Massey for a challenge for second place. He's going to do some deep braking here going into turn number 9. He's going to make it. And he's going to catch right back up to Aston. Let's see what happens. He's going to go for a first-place challenge very soon. You see Lincoln, he's just right on Aston's bumper here going through David's Bend. What a drive there. This is going to be a lot of fun. They are all three. 1, 2, 3, just nose to tail. They fan back out a little bit there, doing some conservative braking. They're not on top of each other. Make it through turn 16 and 17 complex, but look at Lincoln. He's just sucking right back up to Aston. He's going to be making a challenge here in the next little bit.
Yeah, everybody's fairly calm. Once again, it's heat race number 1, so they're not going to get too pushy. Heat race number 2 will be a little bit more aggressive,
right.
And then finally, of course, in the feature.
The feature is going to be
80 bar the door, yeah.
Now look, Lincoln and Aston have really pulled away here. I'm wondering what's happened to Ryan. Did he spin? Did it? He's completely out of the camera view, and he was just, kart length and a half behind. So I'm wondering what happened there. He's just out of camera view. They're starting to pull away and starting to work together. Lincoln's really good at this. Lincoln will just lay back, and he'll sit there and bump draft the leader, even though you can tell right there he's got a little bit more up the hill and on the straightaway, and he's just going to relax and try and open that gap up. He is a very strategic driver, Lincoln is. Aston is doing a really good job here out in front, just kind of fending Lincoln off and making sure that he's taking some different lines here. So it's really going to be interesting to watch in the last couple laps. We just got the halfway mark.
By the way, the work of the drone pilot, I'm just so
and Lincoln's going
impressed.
for
There
it
he
because
goes, yep.
Aston bobbled it. He went over the curb there in turn 2. Lincoln is going to take the risk, but he's going to have to fall back. He cannot pass on the outside there. I have tried once. I broke my hip in turn 4 when I tried to pass on the outside and had someone crash in front of me. Wow, they are really starting to pull away. They obviously, their tires have come in, and they are working really, really well together. And Lincoln is just waiting for his chance. 2 laps to go. These guys are going to become frenemies. They don't know each other, I don't think. But, you know, if you're bump drafting with a friend, then that last 2 laps, you are
you're no longer friends at that point.
Still getting that green hot, ready to go. That puts us at, I believe, what, 3 more laps to go?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
We're on lap number 5 here.
We are, okay, yep. Be 2 sticks up then next time by.
And look at them. They have just rocketed away from the rest of the field here. They are truly working together, sitting in that draft together. It looks like the 3rd place there, Ryan Perez, it looks like his kart has really tightened up quite a bit, and he's just losing some speed. Plus, he's all by himself, has no draft, no one to work with. If you're up front and that happens, generally you're a sitting duck. If you got a draft and a gaggle of karts behind you.
Yesterday was practice day here, and I asked a lot of drivers, you know, is it very technical? And they said, no, it's a drafting track, and I had a hard time believing it, but I can see it now. It definitely is.
It has its technical points. Turn 2 is highly technical. If you screw up in turn 2, it affects you all the way to turn 9. And so if you mess up in turn 9, it affects you all the way to turn 17.
It's kind of like Miata racing up at the big track.
Absolutely.
It's all about momentum.
All about momentum and drafting. And, you know, you see Lincoln here just suck up on the bumper there. Lincoln's going to, when it's 2 to go, he's going to lay back, and then he's going to make a slingshot. I can just tell. He's just waiting for it.
It's something we see all the time here. One of Lincoln's favorite moves to make, too.
Yep.
There
he goes. He's going to do an over-under here. He might make a challenge up the hill in a David's Bend. Nope, he's going to think wiser of it there. Just Aston had just a little too much momentum there. So
because he had that front cone up in front of the tire, but I think
he sure did.
But he wasn't sure if Aston was going to see him or not.
No, and that's the problem with the. Here we go. We have 1 to go. The white flag is out. All bets are off at this point. Lincoln is going to be going for it. He's going to be making the challenge. Where is he going to do it? That's the big question.
I think he's going to do it down the back.
He's going to take this outside line here. He's trying to gain some momentum. Doesn't quite have it. He's going to duck back in.
He's going to try and set him up coming down the back straightaway here.
Absolutely. He needs to back off just a smidge so he can make this challenge.
Let's see.
There he goes.
Yep.
Boom, the slingshot. He literally caught that momentum. He's going to drop back in here.
Oh, made it look easy. Look at that.
He sure did. Wow. The problem with that is if you go in too early, the other guy can come right back off the track and
half a track
off of you.
20 opportunities left.
Yep. But here comes Lincoln. You see Lincoln's just starting to pull away. He's opening up that gap a little bit. Ryan is going to come back up on his bumper. He will challenge. I'm sure he's going to challenge here. Is he going? Here he goes. He's going to bust out. Nope. He thinks wiser of it. Lincoln turns in defensively. He turned a little early there, so it might have cost him some momentum. And they're going to finish nose to tail.
Now, we have the black flag waving with the checker. That means this race is unofficial and it's under review.
Right.
Unofficially, ask him why it's your winner.
Now, is that for any driver on grid, or is that if specifically the leaders are?
Anywhere.
It could
It
be
could
anywhere.
be dead last, yeah.
Yep. So, if
Lincoln-
they have to review an incident for 5th and 6th.
And we have no idea what it
Yeah.
might be. It could be anything.
Yep.
All we know is that's unofficial results.
And right now, those drivers are pulling off track to go across the scales and make sure the results are official. And as they do that, we will hopefully get a word with our winner, Lincoln Massey.
Now we have to say, as usually happens, it's always the second place driver there on the 4th lap. Aston Wyatt set the track, not the track record, but the track fast time for that particular heat, and that's a 102.170. Lincoln's was a 102.2, so we're talking 0.03 of a second difference
wow.
between their 2 lap times.
And I don't think Lincoln's used to having this much competition in his class.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. He needs it. That's
Yes.
the thing. He
Yeah.
needs it. He needs it in order to improve. And this is one of the things, honestly, where I was really trying to encourage people to come out here at the local level and race at the national level so you get exposure to these drivers that, Todd Barron's a perfect example. He goes to track and does really, really well. He has a lot of experience with that. He's been karting as long as I have. He's been doing it over 30 years. And I've got to tell you, if you race against guys like this consistently, your game gets a lot better. It's worthwhile the investment, but what a lot of guys get scared of is they want to still be king of the hill at AMP, right? And
So they won't venture out.
just have some humility and understand that you're probably going to get smoked. And if you do well with these guys, then it really shows that you stepped your game up.
Well, and realistically, we see this over and over again. People want to race against Cup Karts, and they're a big fish in a small pond, and
Right.
all of a sudden they race against, what is the best in the world, best 4-stroke drivers in the world, 206 engines. And it's just like you said, they can learn a lot, but they realize they've got a long ways to go, too.
That's right.
And people like Todd Barron and, a bunch of these names, they're always on top of CKNA racing,
Yep.
no matter who comes to town.
We have got another pretty decent-sized grid. I didn't get the final cart count on this one before the day, but it looks like we have got
Now, this can't be medium because I saw Matt Lassiter out there, so this is Masters. There we go.
It looks like we have 22 entries.
That's a lot for Masters.
So this will be another exciting race, heat number 1 here. We're not even through the first part of our 3-part program here today. So we got a lot of racing still on tap here, folks. We appreciate you tuning in online, Kart Chaser YouTube channel. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you to everybody trackside that's listening in right now. If you can't be by the building, make sure you tune in 88.7 FM. We've got that local tuner going right now, so you can fire up the car radio, or if you got a little armband FM tuner, throw the headphones in, and you can give us a listen right now. All the paddock announcements, all the broadcast coverage, everything will be on that local radio station, 88.7 FM.
I'm just looking at the starting lineup here. Way back in the 7th row is Dr. Todd Barron.
Yes.
3rd row, inside, number 117, James Insco is definitely somebody to watch. Ron Clive's on the pole, of course, number 9. Jorge Ruiz used to be really strong, and then for about a year and a half, he's just struggled.
Yeah.
And he's starting to come back, so he might be somebody to really pay attention
Yep.
to.
And I'll tell you,
And Cleese was out here last week.
yeah, and he and Matt Lassiter went at it. And
That was
and
exciting.
That was really exciting, and they were going back and forth. So hopefully Matt can bring something to Ron, and Ron can bring something to Matt.
And Eli Yanko, way back in 10th row inside, he had trouble with his fuel, and that's why he has such a poor starting position. He will make it through at least half the field, I'm here to tell you right now, for sure.
It's always fun when you get a hard charger in the back.
Yeah.
Now, I know as a race director, they don't like to see it because that's
Green,
when you...
green. We are under green here.
Because usually passing is when you are at a much higher risk of incident. So race directors typically shy away from that when someone sandbags intentionally to have competition. But, you can't fight tech or any kind of issue.
Oh,
Whoa!
we got a-
Whoa!
Yeah,
We got a guy
flip
upside
over.
down. That's going to be red flag.
Yep.
Red flag, red flag.
Well, we're not sure yet. right, we're back with Kart Chaser watching AMP Motorsports, Atlanta Motorsports Park, Cup Karts North America, CKNA South Division, and this is the Masters class. This is heat race number 1. We have 2 heat races today and a feature, and I believe we're green, aren't we?
No, they're going to do one
waved it
more.
off.
Oh, one more
formation.
time. Okay.
Yeah, they waved it off.
And I don't think we got a lap in that last time,
We
did
did.
we? So looks like we're still on lap 0 right now. So a little bit of an incident there on the opening laps. We got that cleared away. Everybody's okay. And so this is actually going to be, we're hearing on the radio chat, we're going to be a complete restart. So
Good.
like that first lap never happened.
And I see a few drivers. I'm really surprised. Ellie Yanko, Ellie. It's Ellie. Ellie Yanko, way back starting 20th. Dr. Todd was back starting 13th or 17th or something like that. It's wow.
And they're racing in multiple
Green,
divisions.
green. Here we go. Let's see if we can get this cleaner this time.
I think they might be racing in 3 different races, both of them, man.
Whew. I get tired just watching the races.
I retired so long ago, and I was struggling to keep my breath back down. I probably gained 50 pounds since I retired.
And look at that, Matt Lassiter getting shoved to the inside a little bit, almost getting forced to put 2 off as they come up the back hill there. He lost a little bit of position
He did.
as he gets shuffled back. Although right now Jason Abrams is your race leader. Ryan Spiroski is in second. Ron Kliss in third. Danny May in fourth. And Matt Lassiter, that's what we're seeing on the score screen, but that will obviously change as they make their way around.
Jason Abrams was one
Whoa,
of the
we got a guy.
off the track there.
Somebody spun off, yeah, and right
Yeah.
back on.
Looked like he dropped a contact lens. Had to turn around and go pick it up.
Hmm.
And that is going to shuffle him to the back.
Wow, there's a lot of shuffling going on.
Ooh, look at that. Matt
first two.
Lassiter in a pack, getting in some trouble right there.
Yep. And that looks like Jorge Ruiz has moved from 6th to 3rd. Tyson Swan has moved from 7th to 4th. Matt Lassiter has lost 1 position on the start there. He's in 5th place.
And the real loser, Eric King, lost 3 positions during
Yeah.
that opening lap.
Yeah, it really, the tides can certainly change here, and it's not over yet. And here goes Matt Lassiter in there. He's going for 4th position.
And that was only lap 1.
Yeah.
We got 7 more to go in this heat race number 1 right now as you're watching your field head down the
And
back
here
straightaway.
comes Matt Lassiter challenging again. He's not going to waste any time here. He's going to really get going.
Ooh, getting in a little bit of trouble there coming through the S's. That is a spot where you see drivers get pinched all the time as they're fighting for position through turn 9. They don't get set up right for the S's.
Oh wow, a lot of challenges here going on in that. It's actually now 3 oh, someone off bang into the wall.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
And a lot of fights for position right
Yeah,
now. The
sure
leaders have
is.
already checked out. They're fighting for position.
Yeah.
2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Look at this is what we're watching right now.
Yeah,
Wow.
And here comes Matt
Wow.
Lassiter. Matt Lassiter way on the
look at that.
outside. Really making a charge
Ooh.
at it.
He thought about it. That was almost 3 for 1. He
Wow.
had the speed but ran out of the real estate.
He sure did.
And Matt Lassiter, no stranger to victory lane here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Currently back in 6th position. That is not a place he is familiar with being that far back. So look to him to try and make work of this mid-pack.
Oh, and here goes. Wow.
another challenger.
Bumping and bamming each other. Wow. Everybody needs to take a breath.
Rubbin is racing, but don't want to Bennett on heat race 1. We
No
got
kidding.
4 more
4, 5,
races
6,
to go.
7.
I mean,
The field is.
I got parts in the trailer, but not that many. Come on.
Yeah, now's when I should do my 50% off
Right.
pitch for Kartworks.
Well, especially for Matt, he's running a Praga, so
And he is still hanging on to that 6th position, although he is having to fight for dear life to hang on to that right now, let alone trying to claw his way back up. And that is what we're watching right now, that mid-pack. Your leaders already checked out. Ron Kliss and Danny May going back and forth. But the best action right now is that battle for third, because you can see those leaders all the way up there. A little bit of a gap between the 2 of them right now, over half a second. But there is less than a 1/10 of a second separating 3rd and 4th right now. And really, that gap between first and second is the gap between third and 10th right now. So that's what we're
Yeah, it's an 8-cart snake. Yeah.
that
It's a
big
lot of
mid pack.
challengers
Ooh,
here.
look at that bumping and shoving, little accordion action. Looks like somebody's getting left out.
There's a pass.
And right now, Tyson Swan is going to lead that mid-pack cross the line. George Ruiz in 4th. Matt Lassiter in 5th. So he picked up 1 spot, put James Insco back into 6th. And look at this. Lassiter looking to the outside, trying to gain more.
Nope, that's not going to happen. That's a terrible thing to do.
And
He got
left,
shuffled.
he left the door wide open.
Sure did.
Oh, he's lucky he didn't lose any more.
Wow.
And just like that, he gained the 5th spot and lost it as they are heading down the back straightaway.
Now Matt's actually racing in 2 classes. He's racing in senior heavy and in masters. And a lot of these guys are running multiple classes.
Yeah, I thought I
Alan
recognized a
Warney
couple
is,
already.
Yeah, absolutely. Ellie is. You know, a lot of these guys are running multiple classes.
And how is that going to affect these guys when we've got 3 races today? So
Oh,
that's
it's-
effectively every class as you're doubling that up,
It's a marathon.
Masters and Legends is real common to run both of them.
because that's going to be 6 races for those drivers.
Of course, that Dr. Todd is such a specimen.
Yeah,
Look
he
at
is.
Gee, that
Whoa, look at Matt
Oh,
Lassiter.
Yeah, he's way
I
out.
mean,
He's Safari Trekker right there.
Absolutely. Just mow the lawn, why don't you? Wow, look at that.
Oh, he lost a lot of speed with that.
He sure did. I think he's getting a little frustrated. You know, it's been a lot of maneuvering, bumping and bamming, and he's got a challenger here now going down into turn 6.
And he's going to be out of position
He's
for
going to
that.
do a
but
little bit of a crossover there.
can he get
Wow,
him?
look at that.
Yo.
So there's
perfect
a lot of
execution.
I got to tell you, there's a lot of good racing going on here a little further back in the pack where the 2 front guys, they're out for the Sunday drive, especially Ron. You know, Danny May has got some challengers now behind him, but Ron is singing in the rain here.
Yeah,
It's
that
all the
gap's
way
almost
home.
1 second between first and second right
Yep.
now. And then another 2.5 seconds back to third. So Danny's got a little bit of breathing room as we are 2 laps to go in this 8-lap race.
In third place at Tyson Swan, is that a local?
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with
Tyson.
that. Okay.
Tyson's a local. It's Swan Mechanical is the name
Oh,
of their.
I've seen the truck out here.
Yep,
Okay.
and they're a really good group of guys. Where they really shine is in vintage.
Yes.
And
Oh.
They do a lot of vintage racing, and so but they're really strong almost anywhere they go. They race a lot at Jacksonville. So if you know Cup Karts at Jacksonville, they were there this past a few months ago.
Oh, they were. I
Yep.
don't remember the name.
Yeah,
Okay.
they sure were.
Where do they race vintage around here?
Barnesville.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Never been.
Barnesville is also a vintage track too.
Oh.
That's a series that we have with Georgia Sprint Karting Association, where we have 2 races in Barnesville with 2 races here,
Ah.
and so we get a lot of cross pollination, so to speak.
Okay.
The Barnesville track's been around since 1958,
Wow.
right? But believe it or not, when Burrell was formed,
Wow.
it was 1958.
And the white flag is out as your leaders. Danny May just crossed the line.
Well, let me tell you, Danny May's right on top of him now. He's going to try a crossover maneuver here.
Yeah,
trying to beat
something
him.
happened to Ron because that gap went from almost a
Sure
full
did.
second. Ooh.
And look, he's going to cross him over maybe. Oh, nope. And Danny's really good at that, by the way. He just gets way to the outside and just dives in with all that momentum.
Yeah, we got to follow this battle for the lead right now.
Here comes
Last
Danny
lap.
May. He's going to go for it. I can tell you right now he should go for it. Ron is running a really defensive line right now. He's trying to keep Danny May from getting the slingshot on him. Danny May to the outside. Is Danny May going to try a crossover underneath?
Let's
No,
see.
he's not going to have it. Not today.
And once again, it simply dictates if you start the next heat race inside or outside.
That's right.
So
but
don't wreck. Whatever
Hey, here
you
we
do.
go. He's
the
making a
outside.
challenge on the outside. He's going to cross him over.
Nope.
Oh, wow. Maybe he could have gotten that. Maybe he couldn't have. But Danny May is going to go to the outside. He might try a crossover maneuver and do a drag
Let's
race to
see.
the finish.
Let's
Here
see.
comes
Put a
Danny
fender
May
on him.
down on the
drag
inside.
race.
Danny
Hey.
May, it's a drag race. Oh, my
Row
gosh.
that
Danny May.
boat. Can he do it?
Oh, Danny May
Oh.
gets it.
Gets him in the final turn.
Wow, that was a great one. Way to go, Danny May.
To start the inside of the front row.
You know what? Some people just say all risk, no reward.
Oh, they
We
can't help
don't
themselves.
care. That's
Absolutely.
right.
They're racing. It don't matter.
That's right. Wow, that got my blood pumping. And, we've been joined up here eating his ice cream, as he traditionally does. Lincoln Massey here, who won Sportsman. And I'm sorry we didn't get to do an interview there. We had a red flag, and so we had to kind of quiet everything down. So we're glad you're
we're
up
watching
here.
that replay of the finish. Look at this side by side.
I'll be willing to bet they're about 10,000ths of a second away
about
from each
a
other.
front fender is all that separated the two of them. And it looks like we got Lincoln Massey on air with
Stuffing his
us.
face.
He wanted to do that interview, so he came up here and took the mic. How's it going, Lincoln? I know you know stranger up here in the booth with us. That was an exciting first race.
Oh yeah, it was really fun. The start, I'm not gonna be so happy about it. I'm not mad about it, but I wasn't so happy about it. There's a little bit of gap, probably about a 1 car length gap between me and first, so
Okay.
it wasn't that bad. But third, which was second on the start, got in front of me, and I stayed content for about 2 laps, and I passed him. And then me and Aston Wyatt just bumped drafted until last lap, and then
So
I
we had a finish with a black flag. That means it went under review, and in your class as well as this past class. So, did anybody come and talk to you after the about anything going on?
No, it was I think it was somebody in the back of the pack.
Okay.
I think 2 people got tram line penalties.
Okay.
So
All right.
that's it.
Got to be really important that you stay within the tram lines until you get to the designated spot, even after the green flag goes. So, a lot of folks here are not used to the way CKNA does things, and we do it slightly differently at the club level. And so, that's something you need to do. All your new racers that are going to come to a national event, you need to go through and read the rule book over and over, and then you need to read the supplement that comes out usually 2 weeks before a race. That is critical to not getting any surprises when you're showing up for tech or showing up for any kind of race penalty.
Absolutely. That's almost what happened to me last race when I was racing junior. Me and Talon Laney got hooked up, and when we went to review it, what happened was I had accidentally – it was kind of both of us being kind of stupid. It's really what happened. And we looked at the rule book, and it says in the WKA or CKNA rule book that the passer must leave enough room for the person getting passed to get back in the correct driving line.
Right.
And that goes to the same for the passer. So,
Yep.
or for the person being passed.
Yep.
So, not about karting. What's your favorite ice cream after you win?
Obviously, it's Twix.
Twix
Yeah.
ice cream bar.
I'll say because you've had those frozen Twix the last couple of times you've come up here.
Yeah, they're really good.
What's yours, Al?
Strawberry shortcake.
Mm.
I love
Strawberry.
those strawberry shortcakes. I'm a big strawberry guy, and I've been eating that good humor strawberry shortcake since I was about Lincoln's age. So, that's when the wheels were square, and the strawberry shortcake.
Square.
That was back when a guy pushed a freezer down the road and,
That's
and
correct.
rang the little bell, and all the
Yeah.
kids would come out.
Actually, no. He'd say, the guy with the freezer would say, "Bring out your dead." That's
Oh, you're that old. That's we know. I was at medieval times last night, so
were
that's
you really? Okay.
way back when. Now I like those eclair ones. It's got the little cookie crumb things on them.
Mm-hmm.
I like those. I remember
Those
those.
are good, but my second favorite is cookies and cream.
Yeah, it's a good choice.
Pretty
Can't
good.
go wrong with that.
What about you, Dave?
Jerry Garcia, without a doubt.
Oh yeah. So a funny one as we sit here, we kind of wait for the next senior medium to come out on track. Is in Charlotte, we were expecting to have. Remember this, Lincoln?
Yeah.
We were expecting to have, someone like a Charles Head or something like that, with the Southern accent.
Yeah.
And then we have this guy, don't you know?
Don't
talking,
you know?
You better remove your toll vehicles, don't you know? And I'm like, who is this guy? And where did he come from? In
From
Charlotte.
Boston.
Yeah, well, from northern Minnesota.
Northern Minnesota, correct,
Almost
yes.
Canada, and so he and I had a conversation yesterday about that, and so we got a little bit of chin wagging on that one, but it's so much fun to have someone with not the usual accents show up, but it really threw us. And then we had Cirillo.
Tony the Toe
Tony the Toe
from Long Island.
Over here from Long
100%
Island.
Italian.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh! And I was like, "What is going on here?"
Oh yeah.
Commentators.
We had a good time.
Yeah.
And I'm actually from northern Minnesota, like you said. So if you've ever seen that movie Fargo,
Oh yeah.
I go home, for Thanksgiving or something years ago, and I swear I'm in that studio set. I'm literally, I mean, all my family are talking exactly like that.
Yep.
Everything. So I've moved way down to the deep south, almost to Minneapolis. So
Oh wow. Okay.
so so I don't have quite the accent anymore, but apparently everybody still notices it.
Well, definitely do. And I actually thought for a minute you were Steve Ramirez,
Oh,
right? Because your accents are fairly similar.
sure.
And so I went, But also at Charlotte, were you guys in that little trailer in the middle of the track?
Yes. We can't see anything on like roughly half
Well,
of the
behind-
track.
Yeah, behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
so-
them corners, we have no idea. There's no
so
windows,
did,
no anything.
Did you have any video feed or anything, or it was just?
We did. I'm just not real used to watching video. I'm used to watching the track because
Right.
99% of the time that's what I'm doing.
Right.
So it kind of threw me off a little bit. But yeah,
Yeah.
we definitely had video. Kart chaser. Trevor was there. Not
Not Xander.
Yeah, not Xander, but Trevor was there, and the whole crew, and they're just wonderful. Oh my goodness, I got to know some of them people. They just did a fantastic job. But I don't think they have. I know they didn't have nearly as many cameras as you guys, and they didn't have the drones and whatever. Wow, I am so impressed with what's going on
Yeah,
here.
the production crew here is really great.
Yeah.
And the drone, especially the drone in a track this big, we would have to have 30 camera positions.
Yeah.
And so the drone does a really good job.
But yeah, the drone is pretty good. I like whenever the drone gets that good shot of right behind the carts.
Yeah.
Um,
they're
that's
chasing them down.
just the best. Like you're pretty much in a driver's position.
Okay, we're going to go down to the interview block here
Something I didn't get.
with Steve Newbold and
Yeah, Ron?
All right, guys.
that's Ron
Well,
Kliss.
sorry that took a second. We're here with Ron, who actually finished second. Danny, being Ironman Danny May, had to hop in the next division because that's what Ironman Danny May does. Anyways, Ron, talk to me about that race.
It was a pretty good start. Got out front, and then my spotter showed me I had 10 cart lead, and I knew I was screwed. This is a drafting track, and sure enough, they caught up. And it was a fun race, fun track. You just got to play it smart. It races a lot like Jacksonville, where we're from, with the 1,300-foot straightaway. So you just got to be smart, and I got outsmarted.
It happens sometimes, but overall, what's your opinion of the facility?
The facility's great. Love it. Love the way the track flows. Parking's a little tight, but that just adds to the whole part of it. But great track. I'd like to come up here some more and do some more local stuff. It's great.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to sit back up to you guys.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, looks like the track is hot again. I see carts going by in the background there. Ron Kleiss, very, very strong. Him and his son Ronnie both race, and they're both very successful.
All right, so it's we were wondering about that.
Hey, Lincoln Massey, real quick, I got to ask you, are you local here? Is this your track? Is this your
Yeah.
home track?
Yeah, this
What
is my
other
home
tracks
track.
have you raced?
I've raced, as Juan just said, I've raced in Florida at that track. I've raced in Daytona.
Okay.
I've been to Charlotte, Indiana,
Newcastle, I'm
yeah,
guessing? Okay,
Newcastle.
Yep.
Um,
What's your favorite?
probably Daytona.
Daytona, the sprint track, in
Yeah.
turn 3 of the big track.
Mhm.
What do you like about that, other than the fact that it's Daytona? It's iconic.
Honestly, I really like how the track is set up, all the
Okay.
tight turns, and how much I can really how much I really have to fight the kart. I really like that.
Well, good for you. You're certainly successful and capable, so. Got, how many do we have?
Oh,
in
that's
India?
that's over
lot.
30. That's over 30. I want to say I'm counting 36.
It's gonna be a
For some reason, my
big
score
race.
sheet
green,
isn't going
green,
up that high.
green. LO206 medium. Now, this is always going to be the biggest class that we're going to run here. And we have a lot of people that are running multiple classes. They run senior light, and they run senior medium, or they run senior medium, and they run senior heavy.
Yep.
And And so we're going to have a lot of the same names here, but you see someone goes on the outside coming at their return 3. You get shuffled from 1st to 15th if you're not really careful.
Your leader, Owen Lloyd, there, he is just like like you said, one of them is running 3 classes.
Yep.
And
Now
we're
going
going to
3
split.
wide down the back there. We got a whole bunch of splitters. Woo! It's really getting intense in our first, going 2 wide in the turn number 9. 2 wide all the way through the S's here. We got a lot of guys going off. Now those are going to end up being penalties.
Yes.
Somebody stopped back there.
And here we go. We got a challenger on the inside. Looks like for 6th position. There's 2 races really going on here. There's the front pack of 4, and or really
5 up front, yeah.
And then there's the whole gaggle of carts now coming up and bringing up from behind, and there's a lot of switches going on here. Really hard to kind of keep up with it, but let's kind of watch the first 5 going here. We got challenger now for 4th position here. That's the number 211. One of my numbers, but I wouldn't be able to run that here if I was racing here.
Should be Aiken.
Colin Aiken.
Colin Warren, I'm sorry.
Colin Warren.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course the red car. Oh, there we go. Oh. The red car leading is Owen Lloyd, of course, yeah.
So we have Owen Lloyd and Colin Aiken right on his tail, and they're going to take it to each other. Now Dylan Amundsen,
yep.
Admonson, and I'm Caleb. I'm just going to call him Caleb.
Yeah, thank you. You and me both.
Colin Warren, you know what?
I phonetically spelled it, so let me look real quick on my sheet here.
Oh, did you?
It's Gaffera. Gaffera.
Okay.
Something like that.
You know that.
And I know he's royalty in karting. And
Yeah.
I've known the name forever, but I've never been able to pronounce it. What? I'm sorry. What's up, bud?
Black flag out there.
Oh, somebody got the black.
flag.
I'm not quite sure who got it.
We can't really hear the radio feed up here, folks, so we're just going to have to see how this plays out. But we do have a black flag, someone coming off the track there. It might have been a meatball.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
That was Danny May with the black flag for no neck brace.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No
come
neck
on.
brace there.
Yeah, and that's
too
a
bad.
strict rule at Cup Karts.
Yeah.
Everybody has to have a neck brace on all the time. And
Same with us. And
I know some places don't have that, though, and we
That's dangerous.
catch somebody
Yeah.
a lot.
yeah, exactly. The neck brace is really critical, especially if you're in a rollover. And rollovers rarely happen, but they do. And the neck brace is really important to keep your neck in line, and especially when you get hit from behind or anything like that. Anti-whiplash device. I can't stress a lot of the safety gear, again, is FIA rated or SFI rated, and it will save your life. So certainly don't skimp on your racing gear, and especially your helmet. We always say, how much is your brain worth?
A lot.
And
I wouldn't say $200. Make sure.
and our tech team is, I
They're
will say they're the
outstanding.
best in the business,
They
and
are.
they do check your helmet. And if it's not legal, you're not racing. So fortunately, they sell helmets on this facility. But we have been to a race before where somebody had a helmet that
Yep.
didn't qualify. And he said, well, I've been using it all year at wherever. I'm not going to say a name.
Yep.
And we say, well, I'm sorry, but you're not racing with us. And they were able to borrow one from somebody because there was nothing for sale there. But, yeah, I
What
would,
do they check whenever they're checking the helmet?
the rating and the year. They're only good for so many years.
Oh.
I think it's 5 years, if I'm
Yep.
not mistaken.
It's something called a Snell rating. And
Snail.
yeah, SNELL, and that's been a standard with automotive motorsports for, gosh, Dave, how long? 35 years?
As long as I've been involved,
Yeah.
yeah, without a doubt.
And the guy who developed it was a scientist who, very similar to the Hans device, which was actually developed here by a local guy in Atlanta, and very similar to the Hans device. It is a rating by which these guys go. They do all sorts of destructive testing on the
My
helmets.
double line.
Wow, there's a pat.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
wow, that
that's
could have
not
gotten
good.
bad.
Yeah.
I mean, just too wide through the kink there is not a good idea.
That
It really
same
gets scary.
thing happened to Axel Lobo at his last
Sure did.
race. Except he got spun out and hit the wall pretty hard.
At the last race, or
Yeah, last race when I was running junior.
Yep.
Round 2 of Chip Series.
so the real race here for first is Owen Lloyd and Colin Aiken. Again, two highly ranked drivers there. Owen Lloyd is really starting to pull away, but Colin Aiken is going to have Colin Warren and Dylan right behind him. So is going to get interesting here. They raced really hard in the light class.
Oh, look at Owen looking over his right shoulder.
Yep, sure
He's wondering
is.
where everybody is back there.
Yep.
Just how close they are.
Yeah, but now they've sucked right back up on top of them.
That draft, it'll really scare you when you realize that the car might be 3 cars behind you, but then the next turn they're right on your tail.
That just amazes me how much the draft plays into effect.
Sure
Because
does.
when we drove our personal vehicle, I would not have called it a drafting track at all.
Yeah. Since all this wind, if the wind is blowing directly towards you on these straightaways.
Wow, and here's Owen Loy's getting a challenge here from Colin Aiken and Colin Warren, and he shuffles back maybe to 4th position, but he's going to try and defend himself, get shuffled back to 3rd position there. Wow, that was a close one.
Is that the 2 Collins in front of him then, I think?
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
but now we're going
Now they're
going
going
to
to battle each other.
Absolutely, and here comes Colin Aiken and
Yeah.
Colin Warren.
And Dylan
against each
Amundsen
other.
is involved
Oh,
too.
They're going 4 side by side. It literally is like Noah's Ark here going up the ramp.
And there's
Owen gets
Owen
shuffled
back
back
to
to
4th,
4th.
yes.
Oh no, Owen gets shuffled back to 4th.
Waycross, Georgia. You have South Georgia Karting and a few other businesses, and they leave them every weekend to come racing with us.
He's looking around, seeing his surroundings.
Now look
see
at
if he
those
can-
guys. See those things dancing like that? They're literally touching as they're under braking there, so they're dancing around. This takes an enormous amount of skill and control. But again, here we got a challenger here. We might have a bump draft challenge, and it looks like Owen Lloyd's going for it. He goes right over the curb
Is he
there,
gonna-
and he's going to late brake, but can he make it?
Oh.
Owen Lloyd is going to go to 3rd position. Let's see who goes to 1st position. That was a double change there.
White flag is out.
White flag is out, folks. That's Colin Warren up front. Dylan, 2nd
Amundsen?
place.
Yep.
Admonson up place. Owen Lloyd,
at
3rd,
this,
and Colin
down
Aiken,
hill.
4th. Woo!
Has some tough racing.
Owen Lloyd is now 2nd position. He just overtook there going through turn 2. So it's Colin with Owen right behind him. Dylan Admonson in 3rd, and Colin Aiken in 4th. Colin has lost the draft, unfortunately.
Owen Lloyd's
Owen
putting the
Lloyd
pressure on, though.
putting the pressure on. He's
He's
gonna
on
do
the
a
wrong
late
side.
break. Going to do a late
London.
break, and
Oh!
wow, there's a dive bomb underneath Owen Lloyd there by Colin. Oh, wow. I'm sorry, that was Dylan Admonson
Goes all
doing
the way
that.
back to 4th.
And yeah, Owen back to 4th. You're right.
Owen is getting beaten up on this race, let me tell you.
Can he do anything coming into these last
And here he
turns?
comes. Here he
Yes,
comes
he
from
can.
the inside. He's going to shuffle. Looks like Dylan Admonson there to 4th position. They're all going toe-to-toe, side to side. A little bit of a bump
Ooh,
there.
yeah.
Owen got bumped pretty hard.
He got the Ryan to that deal, and the
Sure
black
did,
flag
got
is
him.
out with the checkered.
Yep. And
That's
the
good
finish,
race.
unofficially, is Colin Warren, Colin Aiken, Dylan Admonson, and Owen Lloyd. Woo! Now look who's come up in senior. Atlanta Motorsports Park's own Nick Laferdo is now in 6th position. See you, buddy. Woo!
So once again, that's the black flag was displaying with the checkered, so it is unofficial. The unofficial results, this race is under review, but the unofficial results. Here's a good shot of the, that's actually the road we drive in. On this side of that plastic barrier, the blue and gray barrier is the grid, and on the outside, where it looks like mostly dirt, is the actual road that everybody has to share coming in and out. And there's a busted up tent you see there. And
Yeah, we had really strong winds the past 2 days. We had gusts. My weather station recorded a 55-mile-an-hour gust on Thursday, and I think that 55-mile-an-hour gust is what got Cameron Reed.
yeah, and Cameron, if you're
Unfortunately.
listening, we wish you the best. Seriously,
Yes.
we hear reports. I was talking to Wargos and a number of other people, and they said that you're okay and you're back home. And I'm so very sorry you got hurt.
Yeah, that's a disappointing way to start a weekend, to have it end so quickly. And, we were looking forward to having Cameron here out at the race. She did a live Facebook video, and, she looked like she had been in a boxing match.
Oh, without a doubt, I've seen a
And,
number of pictures. Yeah,
yeah.
still pictures.
And so, that's a really hard luck for her. And her dad was involved in some business stuff going on, as she said in her video. And so they were having a tough week and weekend no matter what. So,
Well, our thoughts are with you, Cameron, seriously.
yeah, absolutely.
I know you're a cup cart. Quite often you race with cup carts, and we're very appreciative of you and very impressed with your talent. And I hope your luck changes a little bit and you get some good luck because that just looked tough. Good. 55-mile-an-hour winds, and you live somewhere around here? You're close by, or?
Yeah, I do,
Okay.
but I have a weather station on the trailer.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And so we do that mostly for our two-stroke guys because we're always doing power density, and air density calculations for jetting.
Okay.
So
There's a pretty good shot of the track. You can see the sprint track, and you can see the sports car track.
The car track
right
there,
on the edge of it.
that turn right there is the carousel at Nuremberg. That's
the ring.
That's what it's modeled after.
Okay.
Actually, every turn at Atlanta Motorsports Park main track is modeled after some turn on some famous racetrack. It was developed and designed by Herman Tilke.
Oh.
Right. So he's just done another track recently. I can't remember where it is. It's not in Chicago. It's oh boy, I wish I could remember, but his name's come up again in these circles with these private country clubs. So we're getting ready to start our kid karts. Our kid karts do a standing start.
Now this will be heat race number 2.
Yes.
So
we're back
starting
at the
all
beginning of
over,
the schedule here. And you see Ryan Curtin standing there in screenshot with Sam Avritsky there. Give us a wave, Ryan. There he is. Do you have your cat here with you today? Yes, he does. He's wearing the cat shirt. I love it. I love it.
No, who am I looking at there?
That's one of our local guys, two of our local guys there.
Oh, okay.
And he always wears that shirt for good luck. And Ryan's awesome. He's a great guy to race with. He's very clean, knows what he's doing. He's at the top a lot in our club racing. Went down to Daytona with us for this past 2023 Daytona. So,
cool. I'm trying to organize my papers here.
Hey.
I had them all in completely helter-skelter, and our wonderful scoring lady, Angie, asked me if I want new ones, and I said, no, I'm good. Well, apparently I'm not as good as I thought.
So we're on a little bit of a break here as we go between classes where we have to wait for all the karts to clear the scales. Those of you online that are watching us are wondering what's going on. And we've moved the scales inside the fence to aid with flow. So the top guys will go off to tech, which is off to your left of this camera angle that we're seeing. And then the rest of the karts go down to their pit area, but you have to clear the scales here. So we can't start another race with people standing around here behind this little tire wall. Because that is it's a low-speed part of the track, but when people get together, if they get together, it results usually in someone hitting this tire wall. So in the spirit of safety, we'll be starting the next race once we clear all the scales. So we're going to do a little bit of a quick break here, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes as we clear the scales here at Cup Karts North America. Round number, is it 4 and 5?
Yeah, for the South Division, we're in
South
round number
Division.
4 and 5, yeah.
And it's, again, great to have these guys here, and so we'll see you back in just a few minutes.
All right, guys, I'm here with the last race winner, Colin. Colin, that race was filled with all kinds of bumping and banging. Tell us about it.
I mean, honestly, I kind of fell back a little bit at the start, and then I think there was 4 of us that pulled away. I mean, once we got kind of clear, it was just everyone. You can't get away. Everyone closed up in draft, and then 4-kart battle. Wasn't too bad, honestly. I think it was pretty calm.
So with this being your second race of the day, you won the first one from earlier. I don't even remember what division it was. Tell me a little bit about that first victory as well.
Sorry, I couldn't really hear you. This isn't working. Take that off. Yeah, so, I mean, this compared to the first one, again, it's just we are all being pretty calm still because we know it's the first heat, and we have another one. We're just trying to finish for the final, get a good starting spot. So I think everyone kind of understands that up front.
So overall, how do you like the facility? Is it something that you would come back and do again?
Sorry, 1 second. What did you say?
The facility.
Oh, the facility? Yeah. I mean, same as last time. I love the track, love the facility. It's super nice. Walk kind of sucks, but I do like being able to drive the kart back and forth. That helps a lot.
Well, at least you're honest. Back up to you guys.
So we're back with you live here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in sunny Dawsonville, Georgia. The weather has turned. It went from a very cool morning this morning to a very temperate afternoon. I'm going to assume it's about 60 degrees, maybe 65, and it feels absolutely incredible. Sun is out, the track is warming up, and we are looking to go through some serious racing here. Just talked to Colin Warren, who just won the senior medium division, and next we have Kid Kart. They are waiting very patiently on the grid. We're waiting for the scales to clear. And it's great to have our Cup Kart friends here with Kart Chaser TV, and Xander's done such a great job with this channel, and we really do enjoy this coverage, but got to hand it off to the production team here. The production team is second to none. They are giving us a lot of input, a lot of camera angles, a lot of action that we're able to keep up with the race, generally better than we keep up with any race out there. Dave's having to get used to a little bit, watching a TV screen and calling a race. He's used to watching it from a bird's eye view somewhere.
I really like looking live. I mean, that's just my thing. I like looking. I especially like this place because I can sit on a balcony, so I'm outside with the air blowing,
Yeah.
whatever. These kid karts here. No, my concern, and I'm a huge kid kart fan, mostly because it's the future of motorsports,
Yep.
of course. And now remember, these kids are 5, 6, and 7 years old. Now,
Right.
when I was raising my kids and they were 5, 6, and 7 years old, we go to Grandma's house for Thanksgiving.
Right.
They can't walk down the hallway without bouncing off both walls, right? I mean, they just can't. It's not physically possible. Yet here they're racing open-wheel race cars
Yep.
at speeds faster than you are legally allowed to drive on your city streets.
That's exactly right.
And if a kid can do this, they've got a great future ahead of them. I'm just a huge fan of kid karts.
Absolutely. Even though here we're doing what's called the C track or the Jelly Bean, it is a shortened version of the track here, and they go around. Essentially, it's just an oval, but it's got some challenging pieces. Turns 16 and 17 are very challenging in themselves. And one thing about the kid karts, from a specification standpoint, they have the longest slide, and they have a 4,100 RPM rev limiter on them, so they are super slow, but compared to our other karts, but they do 35 miles an hour solid. So, yeah, you go wheel to wheel in these things, it can get really ugly really quickly. But, you're exactly right, Dave. These karts and these kids in these karts, as long as they can stay focused, you can see some really great racing as we go.
Oh, absolutely. And they're just going to get better and better all the time. And if you hear some terms that we use, and we use it because we're just used to it and we're around here all the time, like a slide, you just mentioned a slide. That's similar to a restrictor plate in NASCAR.
Exactly
You've been
right.
hearing about them for years. When we say turn purple, that means they just ran the fastest lap of that group in that race or that session, practice or whatever. So that just means that they set some record for that group that was just out there. And you could turn purple every lap. You could, or it could be somebody else the next lap, and then back to you the next lap after that. But But yeah, so we use some terms. So if anybody back home, if you're a little bit confused about what we're talking about or something, just send me a text and I'll try to answer it on the air. Most people have my text number. I hope people are listening to us at home.
I'm sure they
My
are.
goodness,
This is a live broadcast on a Saturday. I'm sure there are a lot of folks. I'd be willing to bet right now that a lot of my team members are watching who weren't able to participate. I'll be willing to bet that Will and Andy Cantor are watching.
Oh, shout out to Will and Andy Cantor.
Absolutely. And they raced last week. What's funny is they're so dedicated that they flew home from a week and a half long trip to Germany and Italy.
Oh.
The night before the race.
Oh, wow.
Showed up, and I was like, you're going to race junior because that's earlier in the schedule because you'll be all wired out, and you're going to crash at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And Andy, his dad, was like, oh, no, I'm going to send him home, and, we'll finish the junior schedule, and then I'll stick around, and I'll help you clean up the tents and everything because getting 12 tents down is a big deal. Well, he sends me a text. I'm done.
I didn't believe it, yeah.
I'm done. I was like, okay, yeah, I was expecting that. So everybody else helped me clean up that day.
See a few of our sponsors on the right side of the camera. There's EK Kart Chains, of course, been with us forever. ORP is Odenthal Racing Products. Everybody knows them. Vega Tires, of course. We all run Vega Tires in this series. RLV has been with us forever. RLV is the same company as VLR. I did not know that. I announced them as a sponsor for about a year before Greg Jasperson, our fearless leader, pointed that out to me. That's Miranda out there in California,
right.
And Art and the whole gang out there, and they are just, they've been a sponsor. I think they were a sponsor from day one, if I remember right, and they always give us prizes to give away at whatever, and so. And on the left side of the screen, Liquid Molly, that is the local track sponsor. That's not Cup Karts, but it's the track sponsor. And apparently they must be very generous because this track is stunning. So.
Yeah, one of the things that they do here for the club race is the local businesses that participate in karting and also sponsor teams can sponsor a class, can sponsor individual drivers, and there's levels of sponsorship. Of course, everything's about marketing. And so it really helps promote your brand. That's how I've grown Will Bite Racing and a lot of these other, and I'll just give a shout out to Howard Stewart. Howard Stewart is now the official engine person for Atlanta Motorsports Park. If you're buying a dyno-tuned engine from Atlanta Motorsports Park, it's going to be a Stewart engine. And welcome him. I think this is his second time here. So it's a welcome to Howard Stewart and that crew. We also have Tim from Cadet is here as well, and of course myself, Atlanta Light Engine. So we have Gary Lawson's guys are always out here. Gary is an Eagle dealer just like me, and it's really, really good to see the level of competition and diversity that we have here all kind of bundled up into one event.
Sure, Gary, we see him all the time up at Newcastle. He's,
yeah.
From that area. And Howard, we see him at most of our races. Oh, there in the background, you see the Doberman going by. That's April Rice. She's MGM Chassis, Paul and April Rice, and the dog there, Axel. And it's April's birthday today. So shout
happy
out
birthday to April.
April, happy birthday today.
I won't bother to sing it.
That's probably a good thing, right? I'm not sure. I'm not criticizing you at all. Believe me.
You've never heard me sing. You never know.
You might be good. You might be the next Dean Martin.
Oh, here we go. We're green in the kid kart. And, wow, they are drag racing up to turn one here.
No, that Deacon Wargo, he's brand new, so I think that's him in the back, even though he's showing up front. I think that's him in the back.
Right?
Yeah, okay, there we go. We got it corrected. Spencer Height, yeah. Spencer is so strong.
Yeah, he is. I mean, but he still has a challenger here.
Yeah. I believe that's Koa Dozet, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yep.
And we have Dean Yates, Reed Henry. Reed and Spencer have put on some fantastic races. And like I say, Deacon Wargo is brand new to us. They're from New Orleans. And the Wargo family races with us fairly often, and we're welcoming them with open arms. And I didn't realize there's a new one coming up.
Yeah, and I believe all these kids, this is their first time here because these are not names that
I don't recognize any of the names. But I do see we have 5 carts, which is bigger than we normally get because we normally run a mixed class.
We
So
have
we'll
to
have
run Comer along with
Oh, okay.
206. And,
Yep, and we're 206 only, of course, because
Yep.
we're a 206 series.
you see a lot of guys bobbing and weaving around traffic.
and there's some funny history here about the C track. You see that area at the top of the screen with the little bump out. That used to be the bus stop. That
Oh.
used to be public karting.
Oh, I see it. Sure.
Our original public carts used to go around the C track, and a good time was around 24 and a half seconds. And they ran these little Ital carts. They didn't run the Sodi carts with bodywork all around them. And I'm talking, we would bend these things up.
Oh, no.
I mean, I actually had an incident where I went off. I hit a rock and I flew across the track, landed on the curbing there in David's Bend, and bent the thing so badly I gladly paid my $50 deductible on the insurance. See y'all
Money well
later.
spent.
And I think it was Brett, because the Spods were running at that point, TS Racing, and I don't think they were too happy with me. I mean, the bottom line is to talk about how the sport has grown in Atlanta and the Southeast, because you've seen these major investments in these kart tracks. And when we started this, it was just this track here, a double-wide trailer, and a container that they kept all the public carts in, and that was it. That's how they started
Yeah,
this business.
the only asphalt on property was on track, and that was it.
Correct.
Everything was gravel lots, dirt roads,
Yep.
double wide trailers.
Yep.
Scaffolding. I mean, there was nothing out
We
here.
had the containers for the timing and scoring in the main track. We had the 4 containers stacked on top of each other from Mod Buildings, right?
That was the race control.
Yep.
Once again, I got to shout out to your camera people here. That running that drone right now is just fantastic.
Yeah, the drone's about to bump draft the number
Yeah.
6 here.
Yes.
The drone's really in the
And-
race.
well, and a little
Oh,
bit.
there's
Whoa!
a spinner there, and it looks like they got by him.
Curse of the
Is that
announcer.
Dean Yates, I think. Yeah, Dean Yates.
Yep. Got a little too aggressive on the brakes there, and that's an off-camber double apex corner. It's really easy to get yourself to spin. We had a veteran, Brant Estes, spin going into that corner too. So.
And we've gotten real fortunate here, and I'll knock on wood here with the weather, but we fly 2 drones on the broadcast coverage, and we have had just about every single race has had pristine weather over the last 2 seasons since we've been doing this
The
type
white-
of coverage.
The white
Cool.
flag is out. We're about to end it here with Spencer Height in first and Reed Hendry in second.
Looks like Spencer's probably going to get to start the pole in the main event.
Yes, he is. We've got
Ooh.
a little bit of a pass there. I believe that was Deacon Wargo getting past there.
That was the number 5 card at Deacon. Getting past again.
Oh,
Ooh.
they're going side by side there with Deacon. He lost that feed. They did make it through. And now the checker flag is out, and it's Spencer Height. And this is official because there's no black flag
Cool.
along with that.
Yep, so Spencer Height will start on the pole.
So a little bit about that drone. So that's actually Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com. So
Yep.
if you're not familiar with Killboy.com or that brand, he is the main guy up there at the tail of the dragon. So if you ever go drive the tail of the dragon, you see all the photographers sitting off the side of the road.
Yep, that's his guys.
You go to Killboy.com, and those are his guys. You can purchase your photos.
So I have never been to Tail of the Dragon, but it is an absolute bucket list.
Yes.
It's like ranked in the top probably 2 or 3.
So what you have to do is you have to just be ready to have a ticket if you go, because they lowered the speed. It used to be on the Tennessee side, it used to be 55 miles an hour, and then they both got together after the landslide. Remember that big landslide? They had to close the road for like a year, and they set it all to 35 miles an hour.
Oh.
So of course the cops just kind of hang out and just pick you off because there's no way you can do 35
Well,
miles
I
an
was
hour.
going to say,
on
from what
100
I've seen, it looks like 35 would be excessive anyway, isn't
Well,
it?
depending on the car.
Yes.
Okay.
The car or bike, because you see
Yeah,
a lot of
I,
bikes ripping
I
through
was
there.
going to
too.
say,
I
I,
will
I would
admit
like
I
to take my bike, but it's a chopper, so
I've
it
almost
wouldn't
gone
make
to
any sense.
jail
Oh, wow.
there. Yeah.
But you told them you know Daryl Cannon, and they said, "Oh, all good."
No, they
As you
really-
were.
Yeah,
As you
I
were.
was. That was. Oh, by the way, that was in the BMW.
You know, yeah, easy to get tickets in those.
Well, mine in particular, if you remember.
And as they are getting those results official for Kid Kart, looks like they're getting the next grid ready to go.
It'll be the juniors.
Now,
Oh,
a kid card has to go all the way up to the scale, get weighed, go
Yeah.
through tech. So we got to wait on them to
and
do
those
that.
things make it up the hill with the slide.
They have to get a little bit of a run at it.
Now, this next class of juniors are 13, 14, 15, somewhere right around there. Anyway, they're full of, spit and vinegar, and they don't hurt, and they don't pay the bills.
Right.
So they tend to have really exciting races.
That's exactly right. They race with no abandon.
Yes.
That's for sure. And so the junior class is a yellow slide that's 570 thousandths of an inch, and that's what restricts them. They have a 6,100 RPM senior and masters coil, unlike the kid kart that had a 4,100 RPM rev limiter on the coil. So they are restricted. They're also 320 pounds, and so it makes for some good racing. Really enjoy the juniors, and they race with absolutely no abandon here whatsoever.
Yeah.
These are the guys that have dreams of being in Formula One.
Yeah, that's a very good description. Yes, that's exactly what they're thinking. They're thinking they really are going to make it. You get to be in the adult classes, you realize just maybe not in the cards for me,
Yeah. Well, it's a pay-to-play sport. That's the bottom line. And even though the LO2, and there's Alyssa Vasquez, she's a local favorite. She comes out of the Roberts Kart Shop, Steve and Stacy Roberts, out of Lovejoy, Georgia. Lovejoy, Georgia. That's a really hard one to say. But their home track is Barnesville. They race with the GSKA, and that's our series partner here for 4 of the races out of the 10 that we do.
I'm guessing that's Georgia State Karting Association, GSKA?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's in that pink cart.
Very distinctive.
Yes.
I know I can pick her out every time,
And,
yeah.
and then what's funny is that is I believe, a prototype European spec kart that Razor that has been built for her by Steve and Stacy Roberts.
It looked like
We're waving
We're
it off.
yellow, yeah. No start.
looked like they got a little out of position. There was some bumping and rubbing going on there.
Oh, no, we got someone that,
Ooh.
better get that turned around.
Yeah, give him the point by.
How does CKNA handle that? Did they just let you get back into position?
Yeah, they can get back in. They simply thought that they were going all the way around. They didn't know they were going to use the cut through. So, no blood, no foul. Eight, 10, 18, about 20, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it looks like 22, 23 on the grid there. It's hard to tell with the camera angle.
I could look at my sheet, right?
Yeah, you could.
21.
Yeah, race
we are-
monitor.
Originally.
Green, green, green. Here we go.
Yeah, Race Hero is showing 21 drivers right now. Oh, a little bit of bumping and rubbing there towards the back. And we are 3 wide going through 2.
Oh, it didn't work.
Can't do that.
Oh.
No.
Lots of plastic barriers bouncing
He
around.
went around the barrier and
Yeah.
hit it into the track. I don't think I've seen that one before, Al.
That's the first time we've had the barriers down there like that, though. That was done because people were not using the
Yeah.
white lines.
Now, are you, correct me if I'm wrong, CKNA, that is,
Whoa,
whoa,
spinner.
whoa.
Wow, that was a good
He
recovery
locked
there.
up.
You saw that cart lock it
Yeah.
up. That was a great recovery. That could have gotten ugly really fast. It looks like Alyssa Vasquez in 4th position. Shows her 5th here on the screen, but we haven't seen them go across the stripe yet. I believe she's 4th.
Now, that turn at turn 2, we penalize if you go 4 off in AMP.
That's
Is that
right.
something CKNA?
But they just addressed it in the drivers' meeting today, and the only thing that was said was you can't go beyond the white line.
And that looks like our leader getting past right now.
Yeah, there was a whole gaggle of carts that broke out there on the front stretch. Alyssa Vasquez is still 5th place.
Currently 5th, yep.
That was Dupuis getting left out to dry.
Yes.
He went from 1st to 3rd. Although 2nd place, Lucas Thek was your fastest driver that last time with a 103.386.
See, look at Alyssa right there. She does that late break and just sucks right back up to these guys.
Well, and all that action allowed her to catch up to this
Yes.
pack. And I know she wants to be on the tail end of that rather than the front of the mid-pack.
Yeah.
But you got to
Very
have
much so.
drafting buddies. And if these guys start shaking it up ahead of her, then that's going to allow them or allow her to suck up that gap.
Yep, she's almost lost the draft here, so she's got to do something and really catch these guys because she's kind of in no man's land right now. The carts behind her are not helping her, and the carts in front of her, she has lost the draft there.
And you can see her looking down as she comes down that front straightaway, trying to get every bit of aerodynamic help she can. And look at this, shaking up a little bit.
Again.
That was Sakina, I believe, making the move. Or that was Dupuis making the move on Sakina, going from third to second. And now he's giving the shove to Thek right now, letting him know he's still there. But I don't know, Dupuis, he is the meat in the sandwich right now in that pack, and I don't know if that's the place I want to be.
Yeah, you're getting bumped and ground and moved around. And all right, we're going to go down to Stephen Niebold here. He's going to do a quick interview with the winner of our Kid Kart.
I'm here with Spencer, winner of the Kid Kart division. Tell us a little bit about that, buddy. It seems like you did a good job.
Well, the start was a little hard. I had to keep the number 6 off, but I couldn't, so I just had to pass him back.
Good job. And do you like this track configuration, or do you want to run the big track?
I kind of want to run the big track, but I kind of want to run this track.
Good, good, good. So next time you come out, you going to run the big track for us?
Yeah.
All right, guys. It looks like he's excited to run the big track. I'm going to send it back up to you.
All right, so we had some real action there. Alyssa Vasquez got pretty sideways going into turn 16, managed to recover it, but that's got her now with a gaggle of carts right behind her. But the real story here is the first 3 have pulled away from the fourth place, and they are going to be going at it here. And first, second, and third. Again, the fourth place has just lost the draft. He's out there all by himself. Alyssa Vasquez is getting a push, so they might end up all together here. And we are on lap number
we are
3.
about to hit halfway.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is Thek, Dupuis, and Sakina right now for first, second, and third. There is a 1/10 of a second between those 3 carts. Then there is a 1.5 second back to fourth place Talon Laney, and then another second from him back to Alyssa Vasquez.
You know, that Vasquez, she's traditionally fast, very strong.
Yep.
She has now found a drafting partner, so they may be able to catch up. I'm not sure if they will be able to be.
No,
And she's
got a
actually
field
getting
now.
past. It looks like she might have gotten hung out in the dry there.
And we were talking last week. She's figuring out a new chassis right now.
She is. Yeah, she's figuring out a European spec Razor chassis. They have been able to free it up a little bit as the day gets a little long here. The track temps start to go up. The drivers that are good at freeing up their cart or being smooth in their cart that may be a little bit tight are the ones that are going to be on top here.
And smooth is what your leaders are being right now. Is they are pulling away.
They're racing smart too. They're just staying together, no fooling around, no
'Cause
challenging each other.
We're still in the heats. This isn't for points. This is just setting grid for the final race, and that'll be when points matter.
Yes, the only time that points matter. Yeah. Or positions. We don't even have points, just positions.
And we're watching those leaders as they make their way up the hill, all 43 feet of it. Preston.
I'm still amazed that's all it is, because it feels like a lot more when you're out there.
We'll take you out on the main track. We got over 90 feet out there.
Oh.
So one of the things that we have done in the past is we've had the LO206s and shifter carts out on the main track.
Oh, okay.
And you want to talk about fast. It is a lot of fun. And we'll have the super carts out there too. And the super carts do about a $1.60 at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Sure.
And they are moving. But the fun part is the LO206s, because you just wind that thing up for a very long time. But you basically hit the brakes twice. Once in a 6 and once in a 1, and that's it. The rest of the time you are full on throttle.
And right now we are watching that mid-pack battle. Alyssa Vasquez is fiercely fending off 5th position as she gets the 2 to go right now. This is the first mid-pack, and she has been defending this position all race. Started in 5th, wasn't quite able to hang out with the leaders, got left out and basically formed the head of this mid-pack. And so hopefully she can hang on. This will put her inside of row 3 for the start of the final race.
Which is a very good place to start.
Yes, that is the easiest place to go from 5th to 1st or 5th to 2nd if the leaders start shaking it up on lap 1, turn 1.
Sure.
And the front 2 have just walked away here. And we got a challenger here, but he's going to think nothing of it. Gotta
Oh,
watch
there
out,
he
another
goes.
challenger here. Wow, he's going to do the
That's
over-under. Dupuis going for the over-under. He's going to get it here.
Yeah, he
He's
gets
going to get a
around
bump
Thek.
draft, too. Oh, my gosh.
And Thek left the door wide open.
Sure did.
And Sakina and that was actually Sakina. So he got around Dupuis. So that was Sakina and Dupuis that just got around Thek.
Right.
And they just got the one to go, the white
Yep.
flag.
And they were also displaying the black, by the way, so this is under review. Results will be unofficial.
And look at that, Dupuis and Sakina getting the draft and help, and they're leaving Thek out to dry.
Look at this. They're trying to break the draft there. Now, that's where one of those maneuvers there that
And we're watching picture-in-picture, and your bottom of your screen,
We
too,
are.
is the battle for 5th and 6th.
for 5th and 6th, and it looks like Alyssa's still out there. In 5th
Actually,
position.
no, that's the battle for 4th. Looks like we lost the driver in the middle, pulled off track.
Whoa, wow, that was just a hard maneuver there.
Ooh.
And here they go
Here we
again.
come to
It's
the
gonna be a
checkered.
drag race for the finish.
Tried to give him the Danny May special, but not quite able to make it work. And we had a spinner off at the final turn in that mid-pack.
Alyssa Vasquez managed to pull a 4th there, so she got to the front of that second pack. That's great.
So Dupuis is the unofficial winner with unofficially Sakina 2nd, Thek 3rd, and Vasquez 4th.
And that is unofficially unofficial.
Yeah, and we have no idea
Yeah, what
why the
happened.
black flag is out there. It could have been something completely insignificant on the very first lap or something. We don't know. Just know that's the signal we're getting.
Well, looks like while we're waiting on them to make that official, we have got our special guest back up here in the booth with us, Mr. Lincoln Massey. And while we got some downtime, we can talk some more with Lincoln. How you doing, Lincoln?
I'm doing good.
So, want to be a broadcaster one day? Come.
Pretty much, yeah.
So if racing doesn't work out, you just come hang with us?
Yeah.
You ever go back and watch the footage?
Oh, yeah, all the time. I mean, I was just down there watching the footage.
Were you watching it from the big screen out there?
No, I was watching it from my dad's phone. Got that subscription.
Well, what do you think of the big screen out there? New addition we just put out here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Kind of
Really good. My parents, they're pretty happy about it, being able to see those back turns and what's happening back there and how I'm doing these moves.
Yeah, it makes spectating a lot easier and a lot less stress-free for the parents.
Yeah.
Because they're always on pins and needles when the kids go out of view, especially as competitive as Lincoln can be. And then when they hear, oh, they get together, they have no idea what's going on. They're just waiting for word. Well, it was here. They can actually just kind of watch it.
and it's usually back on the far side where nobody can see.
Right. Like the dark side of the moon.
It's the dark side.
But now that we got that screen there, because most people either hang out here on the balcony up in the building, or they hang out in that midsection there by turn 2. And it's always fun to watch during the race start, especially all the spectators out there, because they go from one fence to the other. It's almost like a great migration.
Yep.
Twice a lap as they're going back and forth to see everybody.
So one of the things I'm just seeing here, the Drive Your Line guys are here. The Drive Your Line guys did an organized event for road racing at Little Tally in Talladega, Alabama. And they're organizing another event. I believe it's going to be in May sometime. That you're going to be, and you really can get your stuff. Normally, there for motorcycle racing. So that's the first kart event that's been there in a very long time.
Oh, wow.
So another kind of local. They're about 2 hours away. And so here we go. We got the LO206. Definitely not juniors going out on track right now.
Now, I heard that AMP was doing some supermoto, like on the kart track, these little, like, almost like pit bikes.
Broms.
Yeah, they're just riding around. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Going down the hill,
Yeah.
like getting a little bit of air going down the hill. That was pretty cool.
Oh, so you were out there. You took a pit. You just took a pit bike. You weren't out there during the mini moto guys.
Oh, no.
Were you out here that weekend when the motorcycle guys came out?
No, I just seen a couple videos on it.
Would you do it?
I would.
Not in a million years.
I would hop on a scooter and head out here. That'd be fun.
A scooter.
Yeah, give me a little Vespa. We'll
right,
do some.
Little
Vespa.
Vespa.
Uh-huh.
Moped
Well,
racing.
we had the Groms out here years ago. Boy, that was something to watch. I mean, these guys race like MotoGP. They hang the knee out, and down in turn 2, they're hanging the knee out, and high siding. And
It's just fun to
crazy.
watch grown men on little mini motorcycles.
That much is true.
you put me on a Vespa out there. You can call me Luca. I'll go do tons of laps. It'll be-
there you go. Or
That is-
Luigi.
Luigi.
So we're with LO206 Senior Heavy. Again, the same thing. We got lots of people running multiple classes here. I know that Matt Lassiter is running this and Masters, and he was very surprised to see the difference between Legends, Masters, and Senior Heavy, because a lot of these seniors are in high school, and they race with no abandon. So they were running about a second and a half faster than the Masters, even though they're exactly the same weight. And we're green, green, green. Here we go. LO206 Senior Heavy at Atlanta Motorsports.
Colin
Park.
Aiken and Owen Lloyd will lead the grid to the green flag right now as they go diving into turn 1. 2 by 2 still up the hill. Looks like race control was able to readjust that barrier after last race. The readjustment on lap 1 as your field is making their way through turns 3 and 4 across our position here in the booth, down the back hill through the kink. Look at that,
side
too
by side.
wide.
They were actually stuck together. They literally were stuck together. I believe they had a
Oh.
bumper over each other. That can
And,
get really bad, really
and
fast.
they lost 2 positions.
They sure did.
As that
Oh,
looked-
and we
Oh,
spun
they-
around.
Lord.
They were just on each other. They were
and there was
really leaning on
3
each other
carts
there.
caught up in that.
Yep. That's the end of their race. They're
Ooh, and I believe that was 4th and 5th.
Yep.
So we're going to have to see officially who that was.
Can't pass. Can't pass on the first lap, or you can't. You can win on the first lap, and you can also lose on the first lap.
That's exactly right.
And that is not in a position they're going to want to be in to start the final race at the back of the field. And right now, Owen Lloyd is your race leader, scored as leader for lap number 1. Colin Aiken in 2nd place, William Lessig in 3rd, McCone Moore in 4th, and Elmer Edmondson in 5th. That'll be your top 5 right now. And that'll be those 5 that just went by.
Those front 2, they're gonna start pulling off. That good draft is just gonna get them out there.
Yeah, if Moore and Lessig don't start working together, those leaders, Aiken and Lloyd, are going to pull away real quick. And it looks like they're getting those drivers off track there in the back of turn 9. It looks like 2 of them were able to continue. One of them is going to be out with a mechanical. And we are following those leaders up around David's Bend. That is turn 14. And there's technically 15 right there as well. I don't know where it's actually at, but because that's 16 and 17, the final 2
Right.
turns.
Anytime you touch the wheel, is considered a turn at AMP. We used to do it just by sections, and so we always get the numbers wrong. So when you guys started announcing and counting every single little turn, we had to get used to that. So I've had to kind of redo my nomenclature.
Well, I know internally it's just 2, 6, 9 is what we call the turns.
Correct. 2, 6, and 9, and that's it.
You know,
But, yeah.
y'all saying David's Bend. Have y'all told the new people from anywhere else about what David's Bend is?
Yeah, I won't mention the specific name, but we had a guy in a shifter cart who had never driven a shifter cart before go off the track there at full throttle, didn't know to lift, and you have to lift there, and ended up going underneath the tire wall. There wasn't a fence there, and the tire wall pulled him out of the cart. Throttle stuck all the way open. It went over the earth wall, landed on the front stretch, bounced over the tires. There wasn't a fence there, and shot across the parking lot and went all the way down into the creek, way down the gully. We had to get a tow truck to come and get, a 300-pound shifter cart. So the guy's name that did that his name was David. So we call that David's Bend.
Oh, wow. It's kind of like that runaway cart they had at Barnesville last season.
Oh, that was
Oh,
hilarious.
Yeah, I remember that.
Seeing all these old men running around trying to chase this cart down. It's like, here, boy, here, boy. It was really funny to
Give me a
watch.
boy. Give me a boy.
I can imagine a shifter cart Dukes of Hazzarding off that earth wall.
Oh, it was the funniest thing you ever saw. And thank God the guy was okay. But, it is what it is. Now, I have 2 turns named after me here, not officially, but turn 4 and turn 16 have claimed me. So in a spectacular way. So.
Bet that.
I thought the turn 1 wall was Al's break. Was the
yeah, that's right. I forgot about turn 1. See, that's the one you just want to forget. That was so embarrassing. I had to make a choice. We are at the halfway mark here with Owen Lloyd and Colin Aiken in the lead here. They've got a little bit of a gap here between William Lessig, Macon Moore, and Elmer Edmondson. That's a tongue twister.
Yeah, and they've got about a second and a half between second and third. So your leaders are comfortably in the lead right now. And that mid-pack, or that first mid-pack, third, fourth, and fifth, is definitely comfortable themselves. Although, you know, at some point you think these guys are going to start shaking it up because they've got no, you know, they're not going to catch back up to the leaders, and you got to be thinking about position for the start of the finals.
That's exactly right. You know, and also, you know, this is a lot more tame compared to the medium class. The medium class is by far the most competitive class that we have here. It's also the largest, but this is turning out to be quite tame. And also, generally the drivers are older, and so they're a lot more calculating in the seasons. So they're trying to make or responsible. But you know, so that's Owen Lloyd has raced what, light, medium, and senior.
He just has pockets full of lead, I guess, just shedding it as he goes, or picking it up, depending on what class he's in.
So we have some challengers here with the drone cam. This is third, fourth, and fifth.
This is Lessick, Moore, and Edmondson.
Yep, and they're going after each other. Let's see what happens with Owen Lloyd. But Owen's you know, out a little bit. Might not be able to get a challenger here. But I think this is where the race is going to be, is third, fourth, fifth.
That's
Yeah, Edmondson's got a little speed there, but he's just got traffic.
Let's see if someone's going to make a challenge here to the inside going into David's Bend. And here we go. Looky-loo on the inside there. Thought better of it.
And that looks like Edmondson leaving a little bit of a gap. Maybe try and get a run, make a move here.
That's the maturity. We have 2 to go. Let's see if these guys. There's a challenger on the inside.
Moore looks to the inside,
and it looks like, wow,
he got it.
2 of them, and we're going to go late braking, 2 wide into turn 2. Who's going to come out on top on this one? Oh, they got together.
That was Edmondson getting into Lessick there, going up the hill.
And what I will say is most likely this is going to go under review because both of them went 4 wheels off there, off the paint. They're not supposed to do that, so we'll see what happens here at the finish.
They definitely went hard in the paint there coming up turn 2 as they are running down the back straightaway right now. We are again following your leaders. That mid-pack pretty much evaporated after that.
Yep, sure has. But Owen Lloyd, I don't know if he's going to get a challenger here, but he's opened up the gap just slightly. Let's see what happens if we get anybody challenging here going into turn 16. Quite frankly, because it's, you know, this is the second race. We're not at the feature yet. Just relax.
I mean, you're both going to be in the front row.
Yeah. So first and second place coming through. We are on the last lap. Are they going to hang it all out here? It looks like we have a gaggle of carts that are together a little bit further back. But what are we going to get out of Owen Lloyd and Colin Aiken? They're both hard chargers. They're both going to race each other hard. Let's see what's going to happen here as we watch the first two drivers.
You can see Lloyd. He's constantly turning that head.
Yep, he is.
And that could get you into trouble, too.
It can. Race the race in front of you, not the race behind you, but he has no choice but to look behind him. There are a couple places that you can look safely behind you, but what I try and teach here at AMP is, here he comes, challenging on the inside. Here comes Colin Aiken. He gets it by him, and Owen Lloyd's going to tuck right in behind him. Is he going to challenge him again? Here he goes. Owen Lloyd going down into turn 16. He's going to do a late break. Is he going to get the crossover? It's going to be a drag race to the finish. Owen Lloyd gets out in front of Colin Aiken.
Row the boat. Get it.
Colin Aiken gets it.
Wow.
Colin Aiken went on the outside, and he had the momentum on that one.
Wow.
That was
he hit
great.
the curb coming out of.
I thought Lloyd was going to get it back. I thought he was going to get it back.
Coming out of turn 16, he hit the rumble strip.
Yep.
Slowed him down a little bit. You got to make sure you get over. If you're trying to block that move, you got to get over as much as possible, and then take it to the inside, all the way around turn 16.
Wow, that was a really good, exciting finish.
That's pretty much what we see every time we get LO race, and that's what's great about CKNA is every class is LOs. And so far today, this is not disappointing. We are almost at the halfway point because we're about halfway through heat number 2. So once we get done with the heats, we will be on to the finals.
Hey, guys, we are going to walk and check on our team, me and Lincoln. So I'll be back up here in just a few minutes. But so it's a
Yeah,
pleasure.
appreciate you hanging out with us for a minute, Al.
I'll
We'll
see you back there.
yeah, hopefully see you back up here for the finals.
All right, so another great race here at CKNA, CKNA South actually, South Divisional race. We're at Atlanta Motorsports Park, AMP. And beautiful facility. I highly recommend anybody, if you ever had any interest in coming down to AMP to see it or see a race or something, I definitely recommend it. If you're a series that wants to put on an event there, I'm sure they'd like to talk to you and entertain that possibility because they're very, very accommodating here. So I highly recommend it. Come on down to AMP and consider putting on an event. And Cup Karts, we are moving, let's see, next weekend, I think I'm up in Ohio. And after that, I think I'm going to Baltimore. And after that, I think we're in Canada. We start the Canadian swing. I'm not sure. I got to check my schedule. But it's going to be pretty busy this month. I think I one day off. And it looks like we may be interested in going to an interview here.
We're here with Colin, the last race winner. What a finish, side by side. How did you pull that off?
I mean, yeah, it was a great race from start to finish. It was me and Owen basically the whole time. We pulled a big gap on third place. And from there, just push him away, hopefully just to get me in a good spot so I don't have to worry about the third place kart. And that's what I did. So got to the last lap, passed him in a spot where I could think I could get him pretty good. Then I blocked and got it done to a photo finish. So it was a good race.
It looked very good from our vantage point up here and turn 4 on the new video camera. I don't know if you guys can see it over there in the corner. It's wonderful. It's amazing to see everything that the facility's got going on today. Speaking of the facility, I haven't talked with you yet. Overall, how has your experience been? How at AAP?
It's been great. I mean, I came here last week to practice just to warm up for the CKNA. And I mean, I love the track. I love the downhill and uphill areas. So, I mean, yeah, it's overall a really good track, and I'm happy about it. So, yeah.
Well, race winner, Colin. Back up to you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, are you there? Oh, okay. I was going to ask, hey, Steve, can you hear us?
Yeah, he can hear.
Okay. Hey, Steve, next time you get a driver, can you ask them, do they ever look at themselves on the Jumbotron there on the screen?
You know, I can ask him real fast. Do you ever look at yourself on the Jumbotron?
I don't really know what that is.
If you look right there.
Not really.
Yeah.
It's a little weird to see that at a kart track, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and they're probably a little bit busy when they're going by there, too, I'm thinking, right?
I mean, if it was a little bit bigger. I mean, Will, I think we can make that happen,
Well,
can't
no,
we?
You can look over your shoulder and see the gap behind you as you're coming around turn 3 and 4.
All right, guys, I'm going to sit back up to y'all.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah,
All
I've always
right.
wondered if that was going to be a strategic, thing or not, of drivers to start doing that, because that Jumbotron, that scoreboard comes into view right as you're cresting the hill there at turn 2, and then you pretty much, rather than having to turn your head all the way behind you, you could just kind of glance off and see where the guy is. Now granted, that probably only works if you're in the battle that we're covering, because if we're in a 50 kart battle and you're halfway to the back, probably not going to be able to tell much, but. Definitely, if you're in the lead and fighting it out, that's probably going to be a resource.
Yeah, and I'm probably dating myself when I refer to it as a Jumbotron. That was a term back in the 70s, I think, when they built the Pontiac, or New Orleans Superdome.
Yes, yeah. Well, I've been referring to it as the Megatron all week, and everybody here's like, Autobots, Decepticons, like Transformers. What are we talking about? And I'm like, the big screen,
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure there's 100 names for it, but I had to laugh though. Colin, and he's young. I mean, he's fairly young. I mean, he's a very, very advanced racer, but he's fairly young, so he doesn't have any idea what I'm talking about when he says Jumbotron. But I'll tell you what, Colin, if he can beat Owen Lloyd, that's very impressive.
And part of what we enjoy doing here with the broadcast and everything is we are helping train these drivers, by doing these interviews and just with the media coverage. If you're going to go on to the next level, that is something you have to be good with. Obviously you got to be a good driver first, but if you're not that great at interviewing, it's going to be hard to get sponsors. It's going to be hard to win over people that are going to fund your future racing career. And so, putting a camera in their face, shoving a mic in front of them and say, how was it? It's good training, gets you used to it. I know first time I was ever on camera on mic, it was you get real nervous doing it. And
Sure, and absolutely. And I've had a number of dads ask me to interview their kid just so they could get used to it. It's like you say, and I'm sure you've been through this too, Will, before, but okay, here's the deal. So you go and first of all, you got to be dedicated to asking a complete softball question. Something that's so easy that you already know the answer. But I just hate this, and I wish you could see me at home. I wish you could see me on camera. But you ask them some question, and you look at them, and they shake their head, yes or no, and it's like, come on, dude, say something.
How was that last race?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I had a kid. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we've all done it during interviews, but
We had the one a couple weeks ago. Was anybody you like to thank? And he goes, my parents are divorced.
oh yeah, great. Yeah. Let me stick my shoe
We're
right
just
in
like,
my
oh,
mouth.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, it happens. To most of us, actually, I think it's over 50% of the population. So. And it looks like we're green there, huh?
And yep, green flag is out. We are underway. Looks like we have got 6 karts in this battle right now. Ruben Greer is your leader. Ryder Thompson in second, although we're going to have to see as they cross the stripe. Looks like there's already some action heating up for second place right now. That third place kart making the challenge up the hill. He's still hanging on the outside a little bit. Now tucks it back in single file as they make their way down the back hill through the kink. And we are watching the cadet division right now.
Once again, this is heat race number 2 for the cadets. This simply dictates your starting position for the feature, which is worth everything.
And I'm seeing Ryder Thompson in third on the scoring sheet. So did he get a penalty after race 1? Because I believe he was second place. I'm not sure if that pushed him back a little bit.
He very well might have.
And that's him in that, with those purple numbers, that 904 kart, chasing down Tyler Morwick right now in second place.
Is Tyler a local, do you know?
No.
Morwick? Okay.
No, Ruben races with us.
Okay.
Ryder just started. I'm not sure if he came into practice for this. He's been here the last couple weeks.
Ryder races with us a lot. I didn't realize he
Yes,
may be
he
a
was
local
here. Yeah, he was here last week racing, so he might have come in for practice.
Okay. Yeah, I see Mom and
I'll
Dad.
tell you if he's here at the next
Yeah,
at the next one we have.
I see Mom and Dad, all over the country, so I just assumed that. I guess I didn't know where they were from.
Yeah, no, it's been fun the last couple races we've had since y'all announced this event. Our LO classes have been absolutely swelled up with attendance. People getting ready for this.
Good.
And looks like a little bit of action right now. The battle for 4th place. That is Jackson Brewster trying to get around Silas Root right now, and he does as they get on through turn 9. Looked like some action right here on top of your screen for second and third place. Ryder Thompson getting around Morwick right now, and he makes the pass through 13, shuts the door through 14. So you've got a new 4th place driver and a new 2nd place driver as they will make their way around the final turn and past the stripe to make it official on the scoring tower.
And more of that fantastic camera work. I think that drone is flying about 10 feet off the ground. I mean, it's just amazing that they don't crash that
Yeah,
thing.
no, he can do close to 80 miles an hour with that drone, and it can be disorienting, especially with the elevation change.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. How
Yeah.
does he handle that elevation?
He just he's got his DJI care plan, so if he does hit the ground, he can send it back and they'll fix it. It's kind of a running joke we have with our drone pilots about who's got the most amount of because you get 3 care package returns whenever you buy the insurance.
Oh,
on
you're
the
not kidding.
drones.
That's a real
Yeah,
thing.
it's a
Oh, I
thing.
thought you were pulling my leg.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's like first time it's $100, second time it's like 150, third time it's like 250, and you just send the drone back and they send you back one that works. And then after the third one, they just tell you SOL and you got to go buy another one.
Shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, we already fixed it 3 times for you, guy. And we are watching the leaders coming out of turn 17 right now down the front straightaway. Ruben Greer still fending off. Looks like Ryder Thompson right now, although Thompson just turned the fastest lap of the race with a 1:03.194, almost a full second faster than Ruben Greer's last lap. So he has all but closed that gap down. And if Ruben's not careful, Thompson's going to get around him. This is definitely going to be a bit of a defensive battle we're watching right now, as Greer does take that defensive line all the way to the inside, although it looks like Thompson, he might have had a front fender, but I'm sure he thought better of it, because if that driver in front of him doesn't see you, then they're both going off track. We see that happen a lot. Somebody will think they've got it clear, and they'll strafe in and just take the guy behind them with them.
Kind of a panic movement, you want to get back in as quick as possible. Well, sometimes you're too quick.
Yeah, and you'll see these guys hesitate a little bit because they will get the run and they'll start to get that fender, but depending on their confidence level coming into that braking zone, whether or not they hold position or not.
Like we're halfway.
And they are getting the sticks. Yes, 4 down, 4 to go. We are halfway through the Cadet Division heat number 2 right now. This will set the grid for the final race coming up later today. We've already had one heat race. This is the second one. And then once we get through this 8 laps, there will be one final 10-lap race to settle it all. That'll be the points race. And right now, watching those leaders barreling down the back straightaway, this is the fastest part on the racetrack right now. Drivers hitting top speeds, one of the longest straightaways of any karting track in North America. So these guys really can air out the speed here, get to those top speeds. And, they've got 43 feet to help them get up there, too, because they've got that elevation change. So not only you got the long back straightaway, you got the dip to help you get up there quick. And always some exciting action there, the final turn down the back straightaway. And you can see that gap back to third, almost 2.5 seconds the last time by.
Yeah, there's just a 2-kart race at this point.
That is what we are watching as your leaders make their way through turn 1, cresting the hill, diving down to turn 2. And Thompson keeps taking that inside line.
I noticed that.
Trying to find some speed there, but, with these 4 strokes, well, really with any kart, I mean, the 2 strokes, you can see them get away with it a little bit more depending on how they're tuned. But these 4 strokes, you want to keep as much track as you can because you need that speed. And if you don't have it going up the hill, that's really where you're going to lose the time. And, I mean, you might be able to cut that turn, get a fender up next to somebody, but then they're going to eat you going up the hill.
That's when we see it so many times in kart racing, and especially 4-stroke, 206 racing. You'll get some 2-stroke, really good 2-stroke racer, and we've seen it a lot, that comes in races against the good 4-stroke racers, and they just can't compete because they just have a different set of skills or have learned a different style of driving that doesn't work in 4-stroke.
Because some of the lines, especially in 2-stroke here, because the elevation change, you dip in RPMs, and you're really going to struggle. Now, was that the white flag we just saw, or was that?
It was a white flag. It seemed like it was early. But
I'm only seeing 6 laps on the scoreboard right now.
I thought I was crazy. Okay. So
well, we're both crazy, I guess.
Might have been an errant white flag. Did he make a mistake? Okay.
Yeah, so that is 2 to go. So race control said it's 2 to go. The drivers probably think it's 1 to go, so this is going to be an interesting.
But, that's happened before
a
number of times. You always go until you see that checkered. No matter what lap you think it is or what lap they might think they're telling you, always go till you see the checkered.
So let's see what happens here, because these guys are under the impression this is the final lap. So let's see if he tries to make a move. He thought about it, went to the outside, brought it back in. I don't think he's going to be in position here. Little bit of a gap here. He might try and dive this one. Let's see. He goes a little bit wider. Going to try and send it down to the inside. Let's see. Side by side. And the white flag is still out. He raised his hand. He thought he had it. Oh, no. And he's already let off a little bit, too. Oh, no. And they're going to have to race this one. Oh, and he's going off track. No.
Oh, he's exiting.
No. No. Oh.
Now he's going from starting in the front row to back in the third row.
He is not going to be a happy camper.
He just realized something's wrong. Oh, poor rider.
That is not what you want to happen. Oh, and that's going to be a tough break. Yeah, but you got to race the flag even if you get 2 whites in a row.
We had a kid once, I remember, we were at, I think we were in Milwaukee or something. We had a kid, and he had a lap counter, obviously, on his Micron. And the race was waved off the first time, so he went 1 more lap. So he exited with 1 lap to go, thinking he had just won the race.
And that gap, had that been the last lap, 0.03 seconds at the line. That would have been our second closest finish of all time. And unfortunately, 2 white flags and 1 driver pulling off early. Not what you want to see if you're Ryder Thompson. That's going to be a tough break. But fortunately, only 6 cars in this division, so he's going to be starting on the 3rd row.
Yeah, instead of the fronties in the
rather that happen in this division instead of, heavy or medium and light, because you definitely don't want to start at the back of one of those fields.
And Ryder certainly has the ability to, get up front and whatever. So, yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can get a word down there in our post-race interview. Maybe we can talk to both of them, Greer and Thompson.
Real quick question there, Will. See in the upper right corner, see that? I think they called it the bus stop.
Yes.
Is there a bunch of circles like somebody took a
Yeah,
mini
yeah.
bike
We used to. No. That's yeah. It looks like that.
Yeah.
No,
they're
it used to
doing
be a
donuts.
tire wall. It used to be a tire wall.
Oh, of course, that makes sense. Okay, I noticed
Yeah,
that
they used
earlier, and
to-
I was going to ask you. Okay.
Yeah, they kept the
Oh,
tire
yeah.
wall there.
No,
up.
that's Ann. She's trying to explain to them what happened, and they don't want to have any of it. Our rider doesn't anyway. But yeah, that's the way it works. Race till the checkered flag.
And
And then
this-
some people race one more lap just
Yep.
to be sure. Yes.
And this is where being a race official can get hard, especially when
Yeah.
you got to explain this to
the young
the youngins.
rider's not interested, but that's nothing you can do about it. So Ann gets a little TV time here. This is only her second race with Cup Karts. She raced with us or worked with us at Charlotte. Yeah, she worked at Charlotte. Now this is her second race, and she is from somewhere up in New England.
Oh, we need to get her on the mic. Does she have a good accent too?
No.
Oh.
Well, she was from Minnesota for a period
Oh.
of time, but no, she lives in Florida right now. That's right. She was New England, but she lives in Florida.
Well, I was going to chime in earlier when y'all were talking about accents. I used to go to school up in Maine for a couple years.
Oh.
First college I went to, and you find the best accents going through toll booths.
Oh, I would imagine.
The workers
yeah.
up there, yeah.
Yes, I'm sure you're right. We had a race down in NOLA a while back, and that's one of my favorites.
Oh, you get some,
Louisiana
yeah,
accent.
yeah.
Well, there should be legends, I'm assuming, right?
That's what it says on the scoring sheet.
Okay.
I'd love to get a good Cajun person doing our post-race
Oh.
interviews.
A hoot. A hoot and a holler. So on the track, not in this particular order, but Dr. Todd is going to be out there. Dr. Todd Barron, Timothy Clark, Ellie Yanko, Brant Estes, James Insko, Drew Galloway, Jim Fry, Tyson Swan, Paul McElree, Anthony Harwin, Fletcher Quarles, Chuck Teasley, Trent Boss, Jeff Chalmers, Frank Baldozer. Is that pronounced?
Yes,
Okay.
Baldozer.
Baldozer, Jeffrey Rivas, Darren Carter, Bill Cobb, Lee Thompson, Robert Davis. So we've got
Have
looks
you got
like
the
about
fist
20.
bump on the replay?
And once again, these are the old guys, so they're a little bit calmer, just out to have a good time. Dr.
Yes.
Todd's starting dead last. Am I seeing that right? Ellie Yanko and
I'm
Todd
seeing,
Barron are 19th and 20th?
No, I don't think that's updated yet.
Oh, okay.
The one I'm seeing on my phone says Todd Brown and Ellie Yanko are in first and second right now.
That makes more sense, yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing Brant Estes, though, all the way to the back. He is
Oh.
in 17th. I believe he had that technical issue pulled off track, and the green flag is out. But Brant had, I believe, had a technical during the first race, and that's how he got shuffled up to the back. Or, no, he spun out.
Oh, that's right. I do remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So keep an eye on
So
him.
that'd be right, yeah.
He's going to be a hard charge. He's on the inside of your screen right there in that black cart towards the back. Although I got to be a little more descriptive than
I
that
was
from
gonna
this
say,
shot.
I think I see a lot of them, but I'm not sure.
Well, he's on the inside right now, chasing through that red
Okay.
cart. So, and he's not quite able to get around him. This is the most important time to get around folks doing these opening laps, so you don't get quite hung out.
And you can move through so many because they're still
Yes.
close together. Yeah, absolutely.
And look at that to the outside, Brant Estes trying to make a move. Whoa, gets forced into Rainbow Road there. He wasn't left any room, and man, bad break right now for Brant. He just got shuffled back again with that. And we'll stop focusing on him for a minute because we call it the curse of the commentator. Whenever we start,
there you go.
whenever we start watching somebody, they immediately spin out on camera. Once they get their big moment on the TV.
So Dr. Todd, Ellie Yanko, James Insko, not surprised at all. Tim Clark, Jim Fry, yeah. Oh, Bill Cobb is on the track now this time. Bill Cobb, once again, is the head BMW guy in the United States. I'm not sure what his title is, but the big one.
Well, I'm sure he'd have some friends up front at the main track. That's
I'm absolutely. I'm
we see
sure,
a
yeah.
lot of M3s out there. It's one of the more popular track cars. Those and the GT Porsches.
Oh, they got GT Porsches up there.
Oh, we
okay.
run
And
GT3s, GT2s. Not the race kind. These are just the street trim cars. But
I saw Lamborghinis. I saw Ferraris.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? The Lamborghinis and the Ferraris, we only see those on days like today when they're doing the experiential programs.
Okay.
We usually see a lot of BMWs and Porsches and Mustangs, believe it or not, when
That's what
members are
people
out
bring
driving.
in. That
Yeah.
members. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of Boss 302 Mustangs, a lot of
Oh, wow.
GT3 Porsches, a lot of M3s, very popular track cars.
Because we go to Carolina Motorsports Park where you see a bunch of them, and Autobahn up in Joliet, Illinois. Once
And
again,
they've got
it's a private
they got a great race program up there at Autobahn.
Yeah.
They close to 80 cars in their Spec Miata field.
They got some beautiful houses
Yes.
on the racetrack. Oh my goodness!
And that was part of the inspiration for us to start building our trackside condos here. I know Jeremy Porter, our CEO, was up there visiting with them, Monticello, Thermal, some of the other tracks that have already started to build condos or have condos to get inspiration for what we started doing here. And you can kind of see those in the back of your screen right there, all the condos.
Yeah. And they're still being built. When I went by, I see
There's a handful of them finished, but the shells just got done middle of last year, and so the owners got the keys, and all they got was one finished wall, so they've got to do the complete inside.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, because when we come in the morning, I see construction workers, and they're still putting up cabinets and sheetrock and whatever.
Yeah, a lot of the guys are just now finalizing the interiors. So it's been a long time coming. It's been about 4 years in development to get these condos finished.
I think if you're interested at home there, I think I went by a sign that says starting in the 300,000s or something. So.
Yes, and if that's a little too rich for your blood, there'll also be Airbnb. So if you want to come have yourself a track weekend, there'll be a handful of them on rental sites.
I saw that Airbnb across the street when we're leaving the property.
Yeah, the Racers Retreat. That's a real popular spot.
It is. Okay.
The only problem is they've got a very limited number of rooms. So if you don't call them the second the organizer says we're coming to AMP, room's probably taken.
Gotcha.
But she makes a really good bed and breakfast over there.
Okay.
I hear nothing but good things about the breakfast over at Racers Retreat. If I didn't live 30 minutes away from here, I'd probably stay there.
I was going to say, I don't think there's anything close by other than that. We've got what I think is a close hotel, and we're
still 30 minutes out to the highway.
Every bit of 30, and it's not a pleasant 30 minutes. It's mountain roads and Georgia mountains.
That's steeped with heritage because that's where Bill Elliott and Chase Elliott #9, Dawsonville Highway #9. That's where all that comes from.
Okay.
For all you NASCAR fans at home.
Yeah.
That's the old moonshine and run.
Oh,
they make that moonshine liquor up here in the hills of Dawsonville.
Yeah.
Got to run it down to the city folks down in Atlanta.
Okay. We're actually staying at, we originally were in Dawsonville, and then we had to move to, where are we? Jasper. We're in a town called Jasper now.
Oh, cool. That's actually where Steve's from, our trackside reporter.
Oh.
Sure, he'll have something to chime in with that. And that is actually where our producer, Michael Lane's parents live as well.
Oh, wow. Nice little town. But
yes.
it's once again, up in the Georgia mountains. In fact, I know it says on the water tower, First Mountain City, and I'm not sure what that means.
I guess the first one to get recognized? Yeah.
Your leader is still Dr. Todd, followed by Ellie Yanko. Dr. Todd currently living in North Carolina, and Ellie up in Toronto, Ontario. I'm not sure of Toronto, but he is Ontario province. Ellie races almost all of our races, and I finally asked him this week, and I said, so do you live down south here or something? He says, no, I just come to every race.
He's got a lot of miles on the hauler.
Oh, I think he flies, but I'm not sure. Well, no, he's got his trailer with. You're right.
I imagine it'd be fun trying to check one of those on an airplane.
Yes.
Sir, there's a 75-pound weight limit.
So I got to tell a joke real quick. Dr. Todd told me, he says, okay, so there's, and this is clean as can be. So he says, the son says to the dad, he says, Dad, can you explain to me about an eclipse? Dad says, no, son. I like it. We're getting all kinds of groans
our producer's
in the
over here
studio.
groaning
Yeah.
on the headset.
Dr. Todd usually tells me at least one joke every race weekend.
And they are starting to shake it up a little bit there. That second mid-pack, that looks like the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th right there. When these guys get single file and spread out, it turns into a podcast up here in the booth.
Yeah.
But And we appreciate you guys listening in at home. We hope you've been enjoying the coverage so far today. We've had a good time up here.
Oh, always.
Watching the race in action. This is, LO206 is never disappointing. That's what I keep saying. Best thing about you guys, it's all LO206. So,
Yeah.
A lot of tight racing. Nobody really pulling too far ahead from each other. Everybody's got somebody to race with and plenty of action to follow. But right now, these Legends drivers keeping it real clean. Woohoo. Just as I said that,
Yes.
curse the commentator and just stick my foot in my mouth.
Yeah.
See how wide I can, anyways, as the leaders making their way through turn one. Look at this already.
Timothy Clark.
Those two mid-packs have now become one mid-pack, and
Yeah.
wow, it's starting to shake it up. Look at that. That is the 117 making the charge up the hill. That was James Insco.
Yeah, and I think he was the one that just had a problem and went real wide. And who got around him? Timothy Clark, I think, got around him. So Insko back to fourth, Robert Davis fifth. Your leader's still Todd Barron, followed by Ellie Yanko, though.
And they are, almost getting into each other. Whoa, look at that. And he hung on too, man. He almost got left out to dry. That looked like Robert Davis. It was either Insko or Davis.
And Todd Barron's tuner is Jeff Hudlett, and he's on site as he always is. Real good tuner. Dr. Todd is very happy with him, and he's very successful with him.
And they are
Nope,
taken to
there's
the
second.
checker
Yeah.
flag.
He goes to
And
Dr.
that
Todd.
was, look at that. Davis getting 6 spots.
Wow.
And that's what happens, when that mid-pack evaporated, it just became one giant pack. Anything can happen at that point, and we've seen a lot of 2, 3-for-1 specials. And good job on Robert Davis, man, picking up all those spots. He started 9th, finished 3rd. And he's really going to be your hard charger for that final race. Bill Cobb picking up 5 spots that race as well. He started dead last, finished in 15th. Brant Estes, unfortunate, had some more mechanical issues. He dropped out on lap number 2. And he was one of your hard chargers, spun out during race number 1, had to start towards the back of race number 2. Got into some more contact there on those opening laps. So hopefully Brant can get his kart sorted out. Hopefully it's not a day-ending issue, but we're going to have to see if he comes back out there for the final race. One of our local drivers that we like to see. Always root for him when he does well. So it looks like we are waiting. I believe we have the Masters coming up next. And while we wait, hopefully we can get a word with our race winner. I don't know if they are ready down there or not. Oh, they are still, that race was that a black flag checker? So that one ended with some penalties that need to be assessed before we figure out who the actual winner was. And it sounds like there are some tire penalties. Got our producer whispering in my ear right now, feed me information. We're about halfway through this program here today. We are just almost through the second round of heat races. We've already got through the first round of 8-lap heat races, getting ready to get almost finished here with the second round of 8-lap heat races. And then once we wrap up this round, we will go into the final races. Those will be 10-lap races. And that will close us out here for Saturday's program. So we're about halfway through the show right now. And we'll be back again on Sunday doing it all over again. It looks like we are ready to go trackside with Stephen Newbold. Who you got down there, Stephen?
I've got second place that crossed the line, but first place due to technicality, due to a penalty. Mr. Eli, tell us about that last race.
Well, all went according to the plan. Todd in front of me. I'm pushing him. I did try to get him on the last corner, just got a bit sideways, but that's how it goes. Hey, to all of you Canucks, how you doing, boys?
This would be the perfect time for me to talk about, put it top cheddar where mom hides the cookies, because you probably know hockey, but then again, you might not.
Oh yeah, I'm big into hockey. The Toronto Maple Leaf, all the way.
All right, that's the end of this interview. I'm a Bruins fan. I can't do this. No, I'm just kidding. Well, congratulations on your win today, Eli. Hopefully we'll see you back here for the final.
You betcha.
Back to you guys.
You betcha.
Ellie, you're stealing my line now. That's a Minnesota thing.
Don't you know?
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to stop.
Oh, that doesn't bother me at all. Yeah, Ellie, he's just a little bit north of me. He's on Ontario.
Yeah, it would be fun to get up to Canada sometime. You should see if you can pull some strings, Dave. See if we can get the show up there.
You want to go to French-speaking Quebec or English French-speaking Ontario?
Either. My French isn't that great, so
mine is horrible.
Hey, Will, can you hear me up there?
Yeah.
So back on the reference that I was giving, he was saying he's a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, and I don't know if I could do another interview with him because I'm a diehard Bruins fan, and that hurt me. Honestly, that hurt my insides when he said he was a Toronto fan, but he's from Canada, so he's getting a pass today.
And actually, Ellie, he's raced all year with us, all the Southern races so far this year, and I had just assumed that he must have moved down for the winter snowbird or something. No, he still lives at home in Ontario. So Ellie's a traveling man, that's for sure.
That's awesome. Well, I want to know, what about those Winnipeg Jets? Because, those used to be the Atlanta Thrashers until they packed all their boxes overnight and left the city.
Will, I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I am a diehard Thrashers fan. I will support Winnipeg, but until Atlanta gets another hockey team, I'm going to be kind of sad. But we do have the Atlanta Gladiators.
And hopefully we'll get a hockey team. I keep hearing rumblings about that project in Forsyth County. Yeah, producer saying go Sabres.
Mikey, man, no. It's in this country, like in this area, it's got to be the Bruins. Everybody I know is a Bruins fan for the most part.
Yeah.
Same back to you, Mikey. We love you.
We can't play that on air.
I'm from Minnesota. We used to have the North Stars, and they were stolen away in the middle of the night too.
That's usually how it happens.
Yeah.
The fans, it's always a business decision. It's not the fans that decide when the teams move. And, kind of like the Houston Oilers or, some of the other major teams that have just packed and left overnight.
What was the famous NFL one? Wasn't it Cleveland Browns?
I think it was the Colts, actually.
Oh, Baltimore Colts. You're right.
When they went to
Indianapolis.
Yeah. I mean, they were literally packing the bus in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Another big one that just happened overnight was Arizona is officially moving to Salt Lake City.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I saw I did see that clip. That'll be interesting. I know they don't really have any big sports teams out there. I guess they got the Utah Jazz. It'll be nice to see another team coming out to Salt Lake City. And I am starting to venture into sports I know nothing about, so I just know hockey's fun to go, it's one of those fun things to go watch in person. And the green flag is out. Enough about other sports. We are back underway racing here. LO 206 light division. Colin Aiken taking your field to green right now. Look at this. 2x2x2. They all come barreling down the hill and back up. Everybody keeping it clean right now. And look at this, almost getting some three-wide action as they come past our vantage point here under the booth and down that back straightaway. These guys reaching top speeds right now, in excess of 60-plus miles an hour, barreling down that back straightaway.
Could be the two Collins up front, I'm thinking, and then the red cart there is Owen Lloyd, of course. He's very distinct.
And we'll have to see as they make their way past the stripe. I know that's Colin and the two Collins up front.
I think Owen might be
or
up to second.
No, that's Owen, yeah. Owen and the two Collins, I meant to say.
I think he just snuck up there a little bit.
Look at that. Your race leader swinging real wide. You got to be careful because you run out of curbing real quick there, and it turns to dirt. And that is, you were right, Owen Lloyd up to second place right now, running the fastest lap of the field that last time. Although not saying much for lap number 1.
Right. Now it's Aiken, Lloyd, and Warren are your front 3. And there's a whole field up there, of course, but that's the front 3.
And if they're not careful, there's, everyone. Look at that, too wide through the kink.
And they made it.
He got a little air there, hopping that curb. I'm not sure if that's going to make the kart happy or not. And let's see, look at this. Someone getting bullied to the inside or getting left out. Oh, and he maintains position. Said, good luck, you're not going to try me. Ooh, and looks like one of our leaders getting left out to dry.
Much change of position going on.
That was either Aiken or Warren. We're going to have to see at the line who that was.
Yeah. It'll update here.
Yeah, that was Colin Aiken. He fell back 2 positions with that, going from 2nd to 4th.
Oh, Reagan Seville is right up there.
Yeah, things are really starting to shake up at the front.
Aiken and Lloyd are both back 4th and 5th.
Yeah, and Lloyd fell back. So right now, Reagan Seville is your 2nd place, and he ran a minute flat that last time by.
Wow, nice.
And that is cooking in one of these karts. And look at this, still too wide. Oh, they are playing musical chairs up front. Look at that. That might have been Colin Warren getting the shove out. We're going to have to see as they make their way through the final 2 turns and back onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, now we're going to get the scoring loop is right there, so we're going to get
so that was Colin Warren. And just like that, 2 laps in a row, your leader getting shuffled back to 5th place. I mean, anything can happen out here if you are not careful. And that's the problem. You try and make an opportunity where you're opening the door for everybody else behind you. So you either better know what you're doing or confident in the move you're making, or you are going to regret it real fast.
Yeah, if you make a mistake, they're going to freight train right on by you.
And they're going to stay single file this time through turn 9 there, down the back, or after the back straightaway. See that long snake of LO206 light carts making their way through the S's up through David's Bend right there, turn 14. Around 15 and into the final 2 turns right there. And you can see those guys just swinging way wide. Because you've got to use every inch, because it's hard to see from the camera, but there is a downhill portion of that turn, and you can almost slingshot yourself if you get in the right groove and you take that turn proper. And if you don't, you're in the wall.
Yeah.
And that's where you see a lot of that good crossover action that happens on those last lap passes in 16.
So it looks like your leader is still Reagan Seville out front.
Yes, he is leading that pack of, I think it's about 5 karts in that lead pack right now. They kind of accordion back and forth. That could potentially be, 7 or 8, but right now they're not pulling too far ahead. All these position battle for the lead, these guys are not able to pull out. Whoa!
I thought that was going to be crazy, but it wasn't.
Was that Lloyd?
Amen.
I didn't see who that was to the inside. I think that was your 2nd place. Might have been Josie Chambers.
Oh, maybe.
Yep, that was Josie Chambers. He was 2nd place, tried to make a move, and fell back to 4th.
I don't see Owen Lloyd. Well, they're showing Owen Lloyd in 2nd place.
Yeah, so
I
he
don't think, is that
got
him?
back. Yeah, in the red suit right there.
Oh, okay. Yep. He's asking for a little help. He puts his right hand on his back.
And as you can see, these guys are starting to work together a little bit because they're not going to have the room to duke it out. I mean, they start duking it out, it's literally anybody 1st to 7th place could potentially come out on top. We've already seen that happen a couple times today. Whoa! Ooh. Little bumper car action there going through turn 9. Looked like the driver in front checked up, and the 2 drivers behind him made contact.
6 and 7, so it would be Colin Warren and William Lawler, I believe.
And I'm not certain with y'all's rules how that works with bumpers and drag, when they're dragging. Because with us, when you come back to the pits for the inspection, if it's dragging, they'll give you a penalty.
Yeah, we don't have pushback bumpers at all, which I'm really thankful for. Yeah, if you've got a part dragging or something, it's usually a meatball.
Yeah, I was noticing a lot of your drivers don't have rear fenders, and they just run the clean bar across the back. And I'm still a little ignorant to kart racing myself. So we've been doing the show for about 4 years here at AMP. Always learning something new every time.
Oh, sure.
And that looks like
The red
Owen
cart.
Lloyd.
That's got to
Yeah,
be Owen
he got
Lloyd up
around.
front. He snuck around. I guess I was
And
watching
he was,
something else. but
yeah, he was scored in the lead the last time by, so he made that pass before the stripe.
Yeah, sure. Owen Lloyd, Colin.
But look at
Aiken.
this. Yeah, Colin Aiken back up. He got hung out early, able to get those positions back.
Against Seville, Josie Chambers, Colin Warren.
I'm still not convinced. We got 1 lap to go. I'm still not convinced that that'll be the final lead change.
No,
in this
no,
race.
absolutely not. No.
As the white flag is out right now, your race leader, Owen Lloyd, making his way up the hill. Man, practically wringing that neck, turning it all the way around to see Colin Aiken.
He does do a lot of looking around, Owen Lloyd, yeah.
He must be very limber.
Yeah. He's young.
I wouldn't be able to look back in front if I turned my neck that far.
Like 16, I think, or something. Very tall.
And they are making their way for the final time through turn 9, through the S's, coming past our camera. And look at this, to the inside. Colin Aiken making the pass, coming through 13. And he caught Lloyd looking. He thought he had it, and man, Aiken just pulled right around him. And look at this. He doesn't even know what to do about it. He wasn't even in position to try and rebuttal that.
Oh, and Aiken is. Nope, the black is displaying with the checkered, so there's.
Yep, there's going to be
unofficial.
another unofficial results. We'll have to see.
But your unofficial winner is Colin Aiken, followed by Owen Lloyd, Reagan Seville, Colin Warren, and William Lawler. That's heat race number 2, so that's the unofficial start of the feature race, the main event. All the marbles.
So your drivers are going to pull to a stop here on pit road right in front of the scales. Once all the penalties are assessed, then they will go ahead and verify those weights.
Drivers are discussing a little bit. Going to be fine. They both realize it's just a heat race. And once again, it determines if they're starting on the inside or the outside of the front row.
Yes.
So it's nothing to get carried away about.
That looks
There's
like
Colin Warren.
Looks like everybody has finished the race. Yes, unofficially, Colin Aiken is first, Owen Lloyd second, Reagan Seville third, Colin Warren fourth, William Lawler fifth, Josie Chambers sixth, Caleb Garfar. Help me pronounce that.
And well, let me look at my pronunciation key here because I had to write it down. Oh, here it is.
That's not one of those Canadian last names, is it?
No. Gaffara.
Gaffara, okay.
Right? No, that's not it. Huh? Gaffara.
See, normally what happens up here during our local series races is the dads will come up here and give us the correct pronunciation.
Well, the problem is they got to come and tell me it's the next 3 races before it finally sinks in.
But yeah, it takes about 2 races before I finally get it right.
Looks like we're going to have an interview.
And it looks like we are ready to go downside trackside with Stephen Newbold. Stephen, take it away.
All right, guys, here with Colin Aiken with this last win. This time, I mean, we kind of already got to know a little bit about you. Tell us a little bit more about where you come from.
Wait, can you repeat that? I can't hear.
Where are you from?
I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. Came here again for the CKNA, and it was a good race. I mean, me and Owen, I think I shuffled back to 5th, and then I got to Owen's bumper. We kind of pulled a gap, and then from there, I made a pass on the last lap where I did in the heavy race, and it worked out. And then he pushed me to the final, and it ended up being a good race. So, yeah.
Another quick question. Do you have any aspirations to move up from this level?
Yeah, of course. I would love to go to like IndyCar or something like that. Any open wheel car is what I'd like to do in the future.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and send it back up to y'all.
All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate all the interview coverage, Stephen.
You know, when these drivers keep talking about moving up and you keep asking them if they're going to move up, we were just at Charlotte, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and I was able to interview Connor Zilic. And Connor Zilic had just won the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona in the LMP2 class.
Oh, cool.
And so he was racing karts with us, and we had the opportunity to interview him. And he said, "Yeah, I can't say anything, but I've signed on with somebody." Well, I think it was the next morning or something, it became public. He signed on with the number 88 NASCAR team.
Oh,
so,
sick.
And his very first race, he set the pole. Finished.
That's
I think he
awesome.
finished third, but yeah, he's
That's awesome.
off to a really, really wonderful career. So
It's always fun, the random people that karting brings in,
Yeah.
because a lot of motorsports enthusiasts, I mean, there is top levels of karting, but a lot of people move on from karting to another form of motorsports, and it's usually karting's like where they get their start and where they come home, you know,
Yeah.
towards the end of their careers. And it's always fun to see the legends that pass through, come join us up, in the booth, get to talk to us, and
I know. I think it was 2 years ago. Rob Howden, e-karting news. Everybody knows.
I was actually texting him last week.
Okay, he had the starting lineup of the Indy 500. Every single driver correctly, three 11 rows of three in their cart when they were young.
That's
He
awesome.
had a picture of each one. So, yeah, I was really impressed with that.
I first met Rob whenever COVID started. We did an online e-series. That's actually what kind of started the broadcast and the broadcast team, because everybody got shut down during COVID. We didn't know what was going on, what was going to happen. I know everybody else got it a little bit worse than what we did in Georgia. We were only shut down for 10 days.
Wow.
So we were able to open back up pretty quickly with all that stuff. But during that time, even though we opened that back up for business, we didn't know when we were going to go back racing. And so we started the E-Series just to give our drivers something to do, and we were doing iRacing. And that very first season, Rob was one of the announcers.
Okay.
And so that was fun. And then when I saw, y'all were coming, I reached out to him to see if he was coming, if I was going to get to work with him in the booth up here. And that's what he told me you were coming, so.
He is actually. Where is he this weekend? I'm trying to remember. I just saw it. Oh, is he in Texas? No.
I didn't ask,
I'm not
but I
sure
told him
where
he was
he-
always welcome if he
Uh-huh.
was ever in Georgia and wanted to come up. He's one of my favorite guys to
Oh,
listen to.
He's
in
the whole
booth.
reason I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'd heard him at Rock Island one year. I said, I want to do that someday. Never seen him, didn't know what he looked like, but I heard his voice. I said, I want to do that.
Because he interacts a lot with the drivers over at VRD up front here, because he does all the USF race coverage, and that's the big series that the race development program that's on site here races in, Velocity Racing Development.
Oh, okay.
So I always see a lot of highlights of him interviewing the kids that race with VRD. And that was one of the prizes we actually gave out last season during our during one of our regional Tag Senior, which is probably our most competitive division we run here. The winner last season actually got a test day with VRD as the prize for that class. And VRD will, they put you in. They run USF 2000, they run F4, F3, basically all the feeder series, and it's a just development program. And that's, I know we're watching the kart track right now back here at AMP, but the main track is just as technical, just as insane as this go-kart track is, and it's a real good test bed or a place to just cut your teeth and get good at racing, especially when you're going into Formula.
So that tag class, what engine do you use?
The Yami, the 125cc liquid cooled.
Huh.
Yeah, those things, they haul the mail. About 30 horsepower. They run, we're running, these fastest guys here are running 59-ish seconds. Those tag classes, they're running 51s, 52s.
Yeah. I used to race a tag Leopard 125 liquid.
And then the shifter carts, Billy Musgrave just set that track record, 47 seconds, almost broke into the 46s, 47.1.
And we are green with our Sportsman class here, 7 entries.
And look at
6
this,
entries.
already shaking it up a little bit, almost going 3 wide into turn 1. You see a couple of those guys hopping the curb right there, lost a little bit of speed. They're going to get shuffled back, and look at this. Everybody's jockeying for position as they make their way up the hill and around our vantage point here in the tower. And then right back down that hill, getting up to top speed real quick there as they make their way through the kink and down the back straightaway. Looks like Lincoln Massey and Aston Wyatt pulling off to a little bit of an early lead, man. That race, or heat number 1, was quite the impressive drive by Lincoln Massey. Did that last lap pass, just set him up and just left him out to dry. That was some impressive driving. I'm curious to see if he's going to do it again this race. He's going to wait all the way to the last lap, make his wait again, or if he's going to try something a little bit sooner.
And he's a nice young man, too, when he came up for the interview
Yes.
a couple of times. Real nice young man.
Be curious if he's got another ice cream bar when he comes back up. But he was on the pole, lost the position during that race start. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. I know Aston will definitely put up a fight. He was the pole sitter, so he had a faster qualifying time. But you know, when you're running on clean track versus when you got someone banging on the door, that's a little bit different. And look at that gap already separating between first, second, then all the way back to third.
Yeah, like you said, there's only 2 groups on the track, just 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6 are all running together.
And Riley Doblier is leading that pack right there. Look at that.
That's
that
going to
looked
be a
like,
good battle for
yeah,
third there.
I look like Isaac Carvalho in the back of that pack tried getting a 2-for-1 special, but he's going to have to dip back in. He thought he might have had a run right now. But we are currently watching that rear pack right now. This is the battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth position right now. They make their way past the stripe over the hill at turn 1, diving into turn 2. And it looks like Riley Doblier is got things under control for the most part right now. As long as they can keep their eyes up ahead and don't worry about the mess going on behind them. But here they go. Evan Frey leading the charge right now, getting around Riley. They're going to have position going into the braking zone. That was Ryan Perez behind him. Tried to tag along, but not able to make it happen. Riley Doblier losing 1 spot, but going to split that group of 2. So right now, Evan Frey is your third-place driver. Riley Doblier in 4th, and Ryan Perez still in 5th.
And the front 2 are probably, I don't know, every bit of 20 kart lengths ahead of the
And
third, fourth, fifth,
that
sixth.
gap keeps
Yeah,
getting, and
getting
there was
longer.
less than a 1/10 of a second between the 2 of them. That's Lincoln's practically pushing Wyatt across the line, but then behind them, 3.5 seconds
Yeah.
back to third. And we're only 3 laps into this race, and they have already put up a monstrous 3.5 second gap.
Doblier looks like he fumbled a little bit and lost a spot there to Fry. Your leader still Aston Wyatt, followed by Lincoln Massey.
And we're following that mid-pack right now, the battle for third and fourth, as they make their way through turns 9 into the S's. That is Evan Frey fending off Riley Doblier right now. And just behind them is Ryan Perez. So we really got it's a 4-kart battle. We got 3 of them duking it out right now for that third position. And this is going to be real key going into the final race. These 2 spots, this is going to be row number 2. So whoever the 2 are, and look at this, Doblier getting shaken up. That looks like Isaac Carvalho getting around. So Ryan Perez is the back driver in that pack. Oh no, it actually looks like Riley Doblier now is the rear driver. She lost 2 spots. So right now, Evan Frey, Isaac Carvalho, Riley Doblier, or actually Ryan Perez and then Riley Doblier is that pack we're watching right now. And look at this, to the inside, Isaac Carvalho. Now, he's a local driver, so he definitely has some experience and some laps here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Makes the clean pass down the back straightaway, beats him into the braking zone, easily shuts that door as he now leads that mid-pack. And look at this. Ryan Perez trying to make the move. Whoa! He bobbled on that curb a little bit, made him lose some grip, almost went into the side of Doblier. And he is going to have to duck it back in. But look at this. Looks back to the inside, makes the pass through turn 1. Ryan Perez just picking up another spot. So right now, Isaac Carvalho, Ryan Perez are going to be those 2 drivers leading that mid-pack. And they are both locals here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So going to be fun battle to watch here as they are fighting it out for third place right now. Lincoln Massey's. Oh, yes.
Frey's passing Carvalho.
And there he goes getting around. Yeah, I look down to look at the scoring on my phone, and that's when all the action happens.
Yes.
And just like that, Perez getting around Carvalho. But let's see if Carvalho can get back. And we've got that battle for the lead in your picture-in-picture right now. So as they come past the line, they are going to get the 2 to go. So the pass is going to happen at some point. I'm surprised Lincoln hasn't made the move yet. Unless he's just working it for the drama. Knows how to put on a good show. Wait until the final chapter.
Yeah, if he's going to fool around, this is the time to do it, not the next race.
Yep. That's awesome. We're getting to watch both battles at the same time right now, following with that FPV camera right now on the main picture. Battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
And that's a heck of a battle for first going on in the picture-in-picture.
Yes, and they looks like
I think
Massey might have just gotten around
the
him.
lead. I think you're right. And once again, that's going to dictate you start on the inside or the outside.
Yes, and that is Massey in the front.
Yes.
I was about to make a Zoolander reference. You know, what is this, a race for ants? You know, on that little tiny. But look at that, Lincoln Massey getting around Aston Wyatt that last lap. Does Aston have an answer? These guys have been neck and neck this entire race. Here goes 3rd and 4th place. Look at that. Isaiah Carvalho getting back around Ryan Perez. So they're trading blows right now. There is so much action happening. And if we're only having 7 karts on track, there is a lot of action going on right now. As we're watching your leaders head down the back straightaway. Look at that. They're practically humping those karts down the back straightaway. And look at this. Wyatt might have the run, but it looked like he just sucked up right into the bumper of Lincoln Massey. Oh, and he might have made some contact. Not sure if that was contact or locked up the brakes, but that's pretty much going to
yeah, that's it.
That's going to secure first. So we're going to follow the battle for 3rd and 4th now to the finish line. Right now, Isaac Carvalho, Ryan Perez fighting it out for 2nd and 3rd. And here goes Perez to the inside, makes the pass through 14. Does Carvalho have an answer? As they are making their way through 15 into the final 2 turns. There he goes.
Inside.
He knifes him to the inside. And look at this Doppler to the inside.
Yes.
And look at that. Isaac Carvalho gets past on the last lap, gets back around, secures the 3rd place. And I know that young man's got to be happy with that performance right there.
3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They just saw right at the end.
That was the real race.
Yeah.
that was exciting.
That Lincoln Massey and Aston Wyatt battle was fantastic until Aston, I don't know if he got loose or what happened there. If they touched or he got loose.
Yeah, it
I'm
was
not sure
hard to
what.
tell from our camera position because, you know, that drone was so high up in the air, whether he just locked it up and the back end came out a little bit or whether they actually made contact. But that'll be for race control and tech to decide. That's why they don't let us make the decisions up here.
Oh, dude, I am so grateful. I don't want to have anything to do
Well,
with that.
that's the only reason we can walk safely back to our cars at the end of the day.
The worst that somebody can do is say, hey, you said my name wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you always get the, hey, you're the announcer guy, aren't you? You know, my son's name is pronounced.
Oh, yeah. How many times have I heard that? Absolutely.
But we do our best up here.
Yeah.
And it looks like our next division getting ready to take the track. That was the Sportsman division we just got done with. So that means we got Masters up next.
Masters. And they're always entertaining.
That was that exciting final turn pass by Danny May for heat race number 1. And we didn't even get to talk to him because he had to go rush to get back in the kart for the next race. So we only got to talk to 2nd place that time. But expect this to be another exciting race.
Another shot of the condos in the background.
Yeah, just imagine getting to wake up, open your door, and just race car noises.
Yeah, well, you could open your door and drive your race car right out of your garage underneath your tuck-under condo.
Imagine getting to sip that morning cup of coffee and just take in the sights and sounds of being at a racetrack.
I mean, I'm telling you, Will, we're sitting here, and I go down to the end of the balcony, and I'm looking at the big track, you know, because it's you can see a real good piece of it, quite a bit of it, from this balcony here. So you can watch kart racing to your left and sports car racing to your right.
And there are plans in the works. I don't know how soon it's going to happen, but they are eventually going to expand the condos back here. Right now, the current plan is to build cottages where you see actually between the two tracks.
Okay.
So that what we call the carousel, where the water tower is on the big track, they're basically going to line that whole area with trackside cottages.
And we are green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls.
We are underway. And look at this, already 3 wide into turn 1.
Little touch, little love tap.
And I'm hearing on the radio somebody violated the tram line, so that is going to be a penalty. Oh, look at this, some bumping and rubbing everybody up on the fender of Matt Lassiter right there. And he holds strong.
Cup Karts is real serious about tram line. If you don't know what a tram line is, it's a line painted on the what would I call it? The starting grid?
Yeah,
no,
right at the
start of the
line.
race. Yeah, right before the checkered flag. And looks like we're going to go to an interview here.
Looks like we got Lincoln Massey down
yeah,
there.
Lincoln, there's the man.
All right, we'll send
no
it down
ice cream.
We'll send it down to Steve.
All right, guys, we're here with Lincoln Massey. Lincoln, you're a regular in Victory Lane. We didn't get to do the last Victory Lane interview, so tell us about that first win.
Well, the first win was it was a tough one. I just got him on the last lap coming down the straightaway. He may have had a long gear on, so I just got him coming down the straightaway. But this race was a little bit different. He put on a different gear. He was faster down the straightaway. The only reason I did actually beat him was because I don't know what happened in the I think it's turn 6 down there. I guess he coming on the outside, I accidentally hit him or something, and he just kind of got set back. So, but it was a good race. Really fun driver. So, other than that, it was a really good race.
Well, let's talk about your new driver suit for a second. It's got Max on it and not Lincoln. Can you explain that one?
Well, we're gonna try to get a Lincoln on there with the American flag, but right now, I really like the suit.
So, Will, can we start playing the Max Verstappen song if he wins? Can we, please?
I'll let you do it, Steve.
Da 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 da, Lincoln Massey. No, I'm just kidding. Back up to you guys.
You know, Dave, that is something you don't hear very often. I hit him. Usually it's he hit me.
Well, he said I accidentally hit him. I like that. Yeah.
Light
But
contact.
you're right. Yeah. It's usually he hit me. He did this to me. He whatever. Yeah.
I have never heard a driver say somebody hit me
Link-
or I hit somebody. Yeah.
Oh, Lincoln is definitely a good interview and very honest young man. It's fun.
And right now, that Masters Division race is underway. We are 2 laps into an 8-lap contest.
And last time by the stripe, it was Ron Kleiss leading, followed by Danny Matt.
And they had that exciting finish from heat number 1. Danny May getting around Kliss at the very last possible moment. I mean, it was a drag race to the finish.
Look at Jorge Ruiz, though, up to third there.
Yes.
The legacy, he used to be real strong. He had a tough year and a half, and now he's back, apparently.
And he ran the fastest lap on lap number 2 with a 102.457, so he's definitely got pace and speed right now. Maybe he can hang around to shake it up with them once these laps start winding down.
Good.
And look at that, Ellie Yanko all the way in 7th, turning the fastest lap of lap number 3.
And he's right behind James Insko, so that might make for a pretty good battle between them two,
And
6th and 7th.
Yeah, and we only have between 1st through 6th, or 1st through 7th, only 1 second separates them. So we have definitely got a race on our hands right now as that pack of leaders heading down the back straightaway.
Looks like about 10 are in the front pack, and then we got a little bit of a gap for the next 3.
Yeah, and anything could happen. You know, these guys start shaking it up, and that leaves the door wide open.
So many all-black cars, up front there. 2 all-black cars are really difficult to tell apart.
And that's Matt Lassiter in what's starting to form that mid-pack right there. He is leading those 3 karts right now. And he is a strong contender, someone very familiar with Victory Lane here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. As your leaders make their way through turn 1, up over the hill, diving into turn 2. And look at this, 3rd place. Ruiz making the move.
Jorge, yep.
but he wasn't quite able to get the momentum. He had it, that's the thing. These drivers, they get to the bottom of the hill, like, oh, I could just turn it in a little bit, try and make the charge, but there is zero accelerating up that hill. So whatever your speed is at the bottom of the hill is what you're maintaining as you go up the hill. And when you rake that wheel in, you lose some of that speed.
And Jorge is a very large individual, so I would imagine he's, probably carrying a little bit of extra weight. I don't know if he's got any weight on the cart at all, but he's very
driving,
large, very solid.
Yeah, he's driving like he is at the weight and not over. So look at this, making the move, putting the shove on Danny May, and look at this. Now we're 2x2.
The middle of the race, you can't be going 2x2 anymore.
They are already, and Danny May actually got around Kliss, so that little bit of bumping and rubbing shook up Kliss. So Danny May, your new race leader, and Jorge Ruiz now second place.
Wow.
And Kliss is not going to be happy about that.
No. He's very strong. Ron Kleiss.
Kleiss. Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to.
Oh, that's all right. You're not the first one to do
talk
that.
Talk to me next year. I'll get it right.
Actually, he was just talking to me
today
about
3 more events.
Last race we were at, how Tony kept saying the same thing. So
Kleiss. I will try and get that.
Yeah, no problem. Danny May, Jorge Ruiz, and Ron Kleiss. Tyson Swan, is he local? I'm not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Swan's local. He runs a lot of vintage. Those guys are always fun. They wear shirts that say "I love meth," because they run the methanol in their gas.
Okay.
They're a wild pack of dudes, those vintage kart drivers. And right now, look at that little change of position for second place. Kleiss getting around Ruiz. So they've been trading blows, and I know Kleiss is trying to catch back up to Danny May because that's really who he's after. Danny kind of giving him the sucker punch on the last lap of the last race. So he wants to return that favor.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't really say it was a sucker punch because he knew it was coming. But nonetheless, you definitely want to get that back. Nobody likes getting past in the last turn.
No.
Especially not when it's for the lead. And look at that, Kleiss catching back up. Unfortunately, with these LOs, you're not able to pull too far out when you get out by yourself. Look at that. Kleiss was able to get around Ruiz. And look at this. Looking to the inside. He thought about it.
I think Danny May slipped a little bit there.
I think he did, too.
And he went real wide in that corner. I don't know if he's running out of tire or something.
Yeah, it could be. And the white flag is out. Man, this race is already winding down. 1 lap to go. Look at this. Challenge for third place. That's Brancati getting around Ruiz.
Wow. And we're not done yet.
Yeah, behind him, Tyson Swan going for the 2-for-1. But no, he's going to get left out. Oh. Hate to see it. Oh, they thought about going too wide. And that, you see, when you try and go too wide and you hesitate and you hit the brake, he is now paying for that mistake the entire way down the back straightaway.
I think Jorge, is back to 4th now.
And look at this. Kleiss, May battling it out for the lead. 3 turns left to decide this one. Are we going to get a repeat of race 1? Let's see. And they are through 14 and 15. Nothing yet. Is he going to do it?
Running out of track.
They are running out. He looks to the inside. It's going to be another drag race. But no, Danny May keeps the position, gets win number 2 in heat race number 2. Didn't have to. Well, I'd say he still worked hard for it, but not quite as hard as he had to work for race number 1.
So, and I don't recall if I saw a black flag. I think it was just a checkered. So it looks like it's going to be official. It would be.
That was a real clean race, at least from my perspective.
Yeah. Danny May, Ron Kleiss, James Brancati, Jorge Ruiz, Ellie Yanko, Matthew Lassiter, Terry Downs, James Insco, Tyson Swan, and Medarius, I think, was 10th.
And Danny giving our drone the thumbs up.
Oh.
As those drivers are making their way to the scales and getting out.
Ron Kleiss is telling some official his version of something. I can see there's a lot of chatter going. There's Jorge. We just passed.
And there's Matt Lassiter right there.
Okay, in the red, white, and blue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's Swan.
Yeah. There's James Insco.
I know who that is because it says in the back of
Yeah,
his.
yeah, that's me too. Yeah. Thank goodness for these people that put their names on their suit.
We were joking that we should just mandatory get a bunch of neon colored driver suits to pass out before each race, just so you could easily know who's what.
Of course, I'm all for it.
Just do all the primary colors, just red, yellow, orange, blue.
It would help an announcer's job tremendously.
When we do the spec racing up front with our downforce class, it's literally like 8 identical white cars, prototype cars, looking cars, and that gets interesting.
Is that the doctor? Yeah, the doctor sitting there. He must have finished way back.
All right, and they're pushing them across the scale, so not too many penalties getting handed out. And it looks like, I think Danny May's off to his garage again. I know he can hear me from the building because his garage is right underneath the speaker. So,
there we go. We're getting a shot of
we
it.
would definitely love to talk with you at some point, Danny. But it looks like we got Ron again.
Yep.
Second place down there in victory lane with Steven Newbold. Steven, go ahead. Take it away.
Well, we got Ron again because, Iron Man Danny May got to go run another race because, that's what he does. Anyways, we're here with Ron. Tell us about trying to fight off Danny there.
Yeah, he's a tough one, man. That's 2 in a row. But I got news for him. I'm coming for the last one, so you better get ready.
I want to know what you're doing for race for the final.
Well, there's no nothing. There goes Danny right there. Keep on going.
Ron.
Yeah, I'm taking the gloves off. I mean, what can I do? No one. Second's cool first time, and then it sucks because you didn't win. But you just got to dig deep and play the hand of cards you're dealt, and hopefully work out in the final. I just gotta drive like I mean it.
Hey, Ron.
Yes, sir.
The next one is the one that counts.
That's exactly right. That was my thinking in all this, was just to be there at the end, and I'm there, but now I just gotta get it done. So pressure's on now.
Do you have any strategy to go up against Danny?
The strategy is to pass him and stay out front. That is my main goal. If I can make that happen, I'll be all right. But no, I don't know. He's such a good racer, man. He races you clean. He's fast. I mean, he blocks in the right place. He's fast in the right place. I mean, if I beat him, it is a true accomplishment because he's local here. This is my second time ever being here. So, I mean, I would consider it not only, of course, winning CKNA is big, but to beat locals is something really special, too.
Now, you not only have to deal with Danny May, you have to deal with Matt, the Cookie Man Lassiter, back here in the number 87 cart. Matt's also a local. He's known as the Cookie Man because of his daughters. I gave him that nickname last season, and it's just stuck. So, anyways, guys, back up to y'all in the booth.
All right.
Thank you, Steven.
But so tell me, Will, why does his daughter sell Girl Scout cookies?
I'm assuming so.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
I mean, you can look at Steve and
he likes the cookies.
I know where he shops.
Yeah. Well, I got no.
Hey now, Will. That big and tall section, But I'm not tall.
Where do you think I met Steve at? We just
Here.
bumped into him at the big and tall section.
There you go. A good shot of the grid. Everybody's lined up for the next group, which would be the senior medium class. So this will be the final heat race number 2 of the day.
Yes, and we are getting through this program. A lot of racing on tap today. I think I was counting it up, 27 races we had on the schedule today. So this will be race number 18 out of that, and this will be the final heat race of the day. So after this one, rest of them matter. I mean, I guess they all matter, but the ones after this really matter.
And we have been 8-lap heat races. We're going to 10-lap features.
And that'll be a dynamic as well. That we see this play out all the time with the local races here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We will have 10-lap pre-finals and then 12-lap final races, and a lot can change when you add those 2 extra laps.
Yeah.
And we'll be kind of doing that tomorrow when we go to, whoa, look at this.
I'm not sure what that was all about.
I think he saw a blade of grass that, I thought he might have said something about his mother. I don't know.
Yeah. There's much discussion going on. I don't know if they can hear each other. You think they can with their helmets on and the engine's running?
Yeah, there's no telling. Maybe guy in front of him checked up a little bit. In some of the bigger divisions here, we will see some spin-outs on the pace laps because, some of the bigger grids, they stop sooner than what the guys are expecting, and they're just out there warming tires up, and they'll crest the hill, and they really can't see the entire pack stopped in front of them, and they'll just stab their brakes and spin out.
True.
And usually more common with the younger divisions.
When we race up in French-speaking Quebec, they have a rule. You know, when you go out for your parade lap, and then everybody bunches up, you know, waiting for the start. If you run in the cart ahead of you, that's an instant cash fine, and your crew chief has to come running over with cash, or you're not racing.
Wow.
Also, if you lose a tire, it's $100 fine.
I could only imagine how much fun that would be actually if we had that rule here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I might pass that one up the chain. Your driver can't rejoin the race until you run over to the other driver and pay his.
Well, the organizer.
Oh yeah, I guess you have to come pay the, or make them pay both.
But yeah, you see a lot of parade lap skill up in French-speaking Canada.
And they are getting these guys woed down. This is one of our larger grids of the day. We have got 29 carts on the scoring ticker. Let's see if all 29 take the grid.
We are green, green, green. Go, go, go. And a little curb jumping, but all in all, pretty good so far.
Ooh,
Somebody
a
was
little bit of
wide.
lockup. Yeah. And I'm seeing Danny May all the way in the back of this grid. Did he get DQ'd or just not qualify? Or I didn't. Whoa! Right in front of us.
Somebody's into the wall.
And it looks like they're both okay. No one's upside down. They just got into it. Hopefully they'll get back underway shortly.
Oh,
and we are going to be under red.
We've got a red flag. I'm not sure, but I think we are under red. All right, looks like we're back at it. We had a red flag incident, and we're back running our medium here.
And everybody was okay in that incident. All drivers got off the track safely, and green flag is at. We are back underway.
This is the final heat race of the day. This is the heat race for the senior mediums. After this, we'll start the features. And they're going 2 by 2 all the way up the hill. It looks like, well, they're starting to go single file. 3 wide.
Whoa.
And I think somebody went
That
up.
tire wall comes up real quick when you go that wide. Oh, look at that. Somebody taking the off-road route through the kink. These guys are all over the place right now.
There's a good battle up front. They're swapping positions for the lead.
And this is the, whoa, look at that. He just, whew.
Is that Colin
He took a
Warren?
super shortcut there. That was beyond Rainbow Road. That's like when you play those old Sega video games, you just jump through the mountain, and there's a secret path there. He's definitely going to have to give some of that back up. Let's look at that on replay.
I think that's Colin Warren up front. I think your leader is Colin Warren right now, number 211.
Here's the
Here's
right
the replay.
angle. Yeah, now we'll be able to see what happened. He went way off.
Oh,
And
wow.
And look at that. He never even tried to get back on the.
And he never
Look at
lifted
that. And
either.
he gained about 10 spots doing that. That'll definitely be a black checkered flag at the end of this one.
I can see his future right now, yes.
And it looks like we have got Al Edwards back up in the booth with us right now. Al, what was the carnage like down there? You guys doing all right? I know you had to abruptly leave to go check on everybody.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brant Estes has bowed out for the day. He had a crack in his frame. We got to get that repaired. You notice in the last race, he really started to fall off. He pulled off, so that's just the way that ball bounces. And but everybody else is just doing their thing, getting stuff ready.
Is he going to try and have it ready to go for tomorrow?
He will. Yep, he'll be here tomorrow.
Now, are they staying up here, or is he driving back and then coming?
They live in northern Alabama.
I was going to say, because that's a haul if he's going
3.5
home.
hours, so.
Whoa!
Whoa! Into the wall, into the...
That's got to be the locals doing that. You can't go that wide there.
No.
They just put the, hey, you got one of the...
Strawberry shortcake, baby.
We talk about ice cream all day. And I looked at my side. He's got the... But, yeah, you definitely don't want to go wide at the bottom of 2. They are making that even more penalizing if you do. And those guys don't know what to do because they are literally behind the wall when they go that wide.
Yeah.
And all they can do is just nail the wall to get out of there. You can see that corner marshal actually down there trying to reset it. That's got to be a fun position to be out there trying to readjust the wall while the race is going on.
You got to be really careful, every time the carts are coming by you.
And it looks like our leader's starting to pull away a little bit right now. We got that 2-pack all the way out front. And that is Colin Warren and Owen Lloyd right now battling it out. Owen in that red suit.
And Colin Aiken, of course, in third, just like always, those top 3.
And, yeah, it looks like,
Oh,
whoa, it looks like, that's some collateral damage there.
There's water splashing.
Now, how does that work when you hit the barrier into the track and it hits somebody else? Look at that. Oh. Now, I'm curious if that was something they did for y'all, specifically for CKNA, or if that's something that was there. Because I don't remember that being there. Was that there last week?
It wasn't there yesterday. But during practice, on Thursday, during practice, people kept on using that runoff, and so they put a wall there.
Because I could see the, like I said, the local drivers that are used to using that runoff in our regional series being the main guys nailing it right now. Because that is the speed line. If you want to get a fast lap, you got to go as wide as you can, practically kiss that wall. We got somebody off track there.
Yep, in the grass. He just flat out retired.
He said, I think I'm just going to park it here. Tired, boss. And right now we're watching most of that mid-pack come down the back straightaway. Yep, that is
That's the almost zero.
That's
triple
the triple
zero.
zero Reagan. Seville.
Reagan, yep.
But also Nick Laferdo is out as well.
Oh no, what happened to Nick?
He was running 6th or 5th, and he was
Was he the one in that spin?
I think so.
Ooh. He might have been the one on top because that was the Tony Kart that was on bottom. And I think, yeah, that might have been Nick that was the one that got do-si-doed on top.
So that's Colin Warren leading and Owen Lloyd in second. And then we got a pretty big gap till we get back to third place, Colin Aiken.
Yes, there is a bit of a gap back. And look at this, some action heating up right
yeah.
there. And these leaders are about to run into some lap traffic. And speaking of traffic, Danny May already up 9 positions.
Wow.
So he is hard charging. Him and Sean Ciarello, both Sean up 11 positions. Those two drivers definitely getting the hard charger award. Sam Arvrutsky, another local that races out here at AMP, he's up 9 positions into the 7th position right now.
Wow.
So he is hard charging. But right now we are watching that battle for the lead as those guys all the way out front. They've got about a 2.5 second lead right now. There they go up through turn 1. About 2.5 second, now 2.7 second lead over third place, Colin Aiken, which is what you're seeing right there on your screen, that mid-pack of 4 karts. And I believe that is a pack of traffic in the middle right there. So this is going to be interesting what happens, whether these guys yield and let them get by or whether they hold strong.
Yeah, your 2 front runners, Colin Warren and Owen Lloyd, are way ahead of
yeah, they're those 2
third
karts
place.
ahead
Yeah.
of those 2 at the top of your screen.
Yeah.
So we'll need to see who. They'll have to look at the stripe and see who that is in the middle right now. I would assume that is.
Should be Colin Aiken, Dylan Amundsen, and Christopher McKeithen in 5th place. Now, once again, they're just battling for their starting position in the feature race.
So that actually is Colin Aiken and Dylan Amundsen is 3rd and 4th. So that is those 2 karts in between. So I was mistaken on that. So that is the battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th right now in that mid-pack. And there's your leaders. And that looks like Owen Lloyd got around Colin Warren.
He sure did. Look at there.
Because Warren was scored as the leader last time at the stripe, so that must have happened sometime between turn 1 and turn 4.
When we were asleep.
Owen Lloyd from Waycross, Georgia, leading. Oh,
now he's a challenger.
Here comes
Colin Warren.
And this should be the last lap, so this will be the final turn.
Yep. Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
Colin Warren going for the over-under.
He's going to get him with the
Wow, he's
crossover.
going to get him. He's going to squeeze him hard. Owen Lloyd's pulled ahead, and
There
Owen
it
Lloyd
is.
gets it.
Pole position.
He beat him in the drag race.
Yeah.
He let him have the spot down low and said, I know you're going to lose all your speed.
Well, the problem is he bobbled it, and that's why he couldn't. Oh, wait, it looks like we had someone hit the wall there, and he's got a bent axle.
Ooh.
That hurt. The number 3.
And that's going to put him out of the final race. Unless he's got another one of those on the truck.
Yeah, hopefully. I think
That was Sean
DJ
Ciel.
sells them.
I can't pronounce this. Cialero. Chilero. He was one of those guys that was having that hard charger. He was up 11 positions.
Wow, bummer.
That is a tough break.
Yeah, he must have run wide there and tagged the wall. That's an axle bender, that's for sure.
Well, we have got parts on sale, 50% off
Yes.
right now. Go see,
Go see CJ.
go
Wow.
see CJ down
Absolutely.
there at
And-
AMP Kart Works.
And that's a Coyote axle. Most likely it's got or a Coyote cart. It's most likely got an OTK axle in that, and they do carry OTK axles there as well, or Swift replacements for OTK. So you're more than welcome to go and try and get a part there. You know what's funny? He rolled off. Did he actually cross the finish line?
It looked like he did. It looked like he made it and then went right off at the end.
Yeah, because if he didn't, that's the thing. If you don't cross the finish line,
Race
you don't
isn't-
finish the race, and the finish line does not extend past the white lines. So if you leave the white line, you're on the grass.
Yeah. And we are getting a great shot of the corner of the building right now.
That's actually a scoring
You can
corner,
see
I
the
think.
yeah.
That's Angie.
We're just down there in the window.
That's right. You stick your head out, you can see it.
Yeah, just want to remind everybody, check the schedule, and the next Cup Karts South race is in a pretty iconic place. It's called Daytona International Speedway. So make sure you think about going out there, entering Daytona International. It's going to be super cool. We're running the sprint track there, and I was told we're going to be the only ones at the racetrack that weekend. So make sure you
awesome.
come on out to Daytona International Speedway.
About a 7-hour drive for us from here.
Is it about 7? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at night.
At night, at
Yeah.
85 miles an hour.
You know, if the
Did I
cops
just
aren't
say
out.
that? Did I just say that?
I did a day trip down to Daytona one time. And
Oh, you're crazy.
36 hours. Well, a little bit more than a day trip, but we were doing a film project for the company I worked for.
And I'm told that registration for Daytona will be open at the end of the week. So make sure you register.
Oh, yeah, baby.
And there's no issue with pit spots. It's a huge, massive,
Yeah.
massive facility.
It's a
so
great facility.
you won't be congested.
You know, there's tons of RV parking there. It was great, and it was great for the usual WKA stuff. But I'm so glad that CKNA has gotten the opportunity to get there. It's actually kind of a difficult venue for a promoter because it's just so large, and logistics can be really hard. So, Dave, I was going to ask you, when Lincoln mentioned that Daytona was his favorite, you were kind of surprised by that. Why is that?
You know, there's a lot of tracks, especially this one, that I like a lot more than that. I've raced the big track at Daytona, but I spend a lot of time at the sprint track.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this has a lot more.
Oh, I would agree.
But it is so iconic. It's Daytona. It's like
Yeah.
Charlotte. When we go to Charlotte, everybody wants to race it. 'Cause
So I literally, as I drove in, because I hadn't raced at Daytona in quite a long time, and so I took the whole team down. And I remember I was driving underneath. It was Thursday, right? We were moving day on Thursday, and I'm driving under the tunnel on Gate 40, and I had Days of Thunder playing loud.
Oh.
The theme song, the opening theme song to Days of Thunder, playing really, really loud. And people thought I was crazy. I mean, they're looking at me like, "Oh, what a dork!" And I was like, "Yeah, man, come on, just let me have my moment."
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it is pretty cool standing there looking at the
Oh, yeah.
grandstands all around you and
it's
whatever. But
World Center of Racing. It's just unbelievable.
Well, super speedways in general are fun.
Yeah.
Anytime you just around a venue that big.
Well, it's funny because at the same time, the WKA race is actually 4 races in one event, and you have entertainment all day. And when you're at the sprint track and you're looking on the grandstands into turn 3 and 4, you see the lay-down carts and the super carts going by at $1.60, and people are like, "How fast are they going?" I was like, "Go watch a Daytona race and watch how fast they go by and kind of interpolate that a little bit, and you can figure it out." And they're like, "Oh, my Lord, it's amazing." We had a really good time. And we had a good showing, too. Brant Estes actually won Masters in that one.
yeah. So anyway, we're all going to be there. I think it's Memorial Weekend.
Yeah, it's the Memorial Day
Us is-
weekend.
But yeah,
Sure is, right at
Memorial
the end of the
Weekend.
month.
So you got an extra day off, and
That's a good weekend to do it.
should be a fantastic time at Daytona International.
It's going to be hot.
I won't tell you where I'll be that weekend. Not going to be Daytona.
Okay.
Be in Indianapolis.
Oh, okay.
Always a fun weekend.
Well, Daytona's pretty cool too, though.
But what I was going to ask you, I can't remember, the Indy race that they used to do, that wasn't Cup Karts North America that did that. Who did that race around the infield in Indy on 206s? Margay Ignite and all
yeah,
those guys.
was it IMSA? Who did? I think IMSA put that on. USAC, that's right. It was
USAC,
USAC put
yeah.
that on. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish they'd do that again. That was a fun one.
Yeah.
We
I
got to
don't
park
see
on
you.
that last year at the 500
Mhm.
on the infield course. You know, we're talking about snake pits earlier, and the only one I know of is the one at Indianapolis.
Yep.
But that's a little bit different of
Yeah.
gators and snakes in
Well,
the
The hilarious
Infield.
part was
Now, Will, I will meet you in the snake pit at Indy if you want to. We'll have a blast.
We had a guy at Newcastle. Newcastle, when it rains, there's a little pond that forms off the backstretch. And they were doing a 24-hour race there. We had a guy run off, and it was one of Chris McCoy's guy. And he ran off. It was the middle of the night, and he went full bore into that engine running in a 206, right? and he brought me the engine. And he's like, I don't know what's wrong with it, but it went into the lake. And I looked at it, and the head gasket had actually blown completely out, and the head was loose, but the bolts were still in it. I was like, that's how much water it ingested, and all that hydraulic pressure.
Oh, wow.
Popped the head off and it bent the rod. The engine was toast, but so I was like, that would have been interesting to see that guy go full tilt at 6,000 RPM in there.
All right.
Anyway, there's a good shot of the balcony. You can see all the people standing up there and looking.
We
you come to
are,
Amp, and you can come here and watch.
And I think we were actually getting ready to go with National Anthem.
Okay.
And prayer. Got to make sure, Rachel, everybody's good to go, because I think just got tapped on the shoulder by our producer, said we're the ones holding the show up right now.
Oh, yeah, I thought I was killing time.
Yeah,
okay.
we're just trying to fill her.
Keep filling? Oh, okay. Not
Okay,
yet.
I guess we're not ready. Okay.
We'll just stop talking once we hear the anthem start playing.
So
We might start singing. I don't know.
Once again, Cup Karts is going to Daytona International Speedway, and I know the holiday weekend you may have something else to do. Don't do it. Come to Daytona International. Cause,
yeah, I'm here not promoting your event.
Yeah.
Yes, don't go to Indianapolis. Go to Daytona. That is going to be the premier
know what?
karting, one of the premier karting events.
Bring a TV with you. You can watch
Yeah, you can
Indy
do both.
as you're sitting at Daytona.
Yeah, they're just talking about it.
You won't, believe me.
Yeah, that'd be nice bikini weather.
Yeah.
But we do appreciate having the guys here, CKNA hosting this event, picking us to do it. Because if I'm not mistaken, y'all had an event fall off, right? And this was kind of a makeup date.
Yeah, it's a little bit deeper than that, but yeah, essentially that's
Leave
what
it
it
at
boils down to. Yeah.
But, it's definitely been exciting. I know this is y'all's first time coming out to do a big event with us.
I'm not kidding, Will. I didn't even know this place existed a month ago. I've never heard of it.
Oh, wow.
That means I'm not doing my job, because I'm the marketing manager. So
Well,
Yeah.
you're doing your job
Need
now,
to-
and I'm going to do everything I can to help you, because I'm going to heavily promote
Well,
this.
I will say in the first 10 years that this place has been open, brand awareness and just people knowing about AMP has always been kind of the struggle here, because they built this as a private racetrack. And so a lot of things that normally would get you on the radar of people, like having big public events, we didn't have because we're a private racetrack.
Right.
And so, other small, local tracks, when they open up and they can have 4,000 or 5,000 person events, word gets out pretty quickly, hey, there's a new track, you should come to this event.
Yep.
Up here, it's just a country club. So unless you're friends with somebody that's in the country club,
No.
probably not going to know we exist. And to be honest, karting is really how most people find out about us.
Yeah.
I actually found out about this place through a Groupon ad. I was just looking
wow.
for something to do with my wife and saw a coupon for karting, and we came out here, and we started going every year. And then about 3 years after that, because I work in marketing, I was making a video, slapped some GoPros on some helmets, and thought it'd be cool to share with the guys at AMP. Be like, hey, here's a cool video for you. And I noticed they were hiring a marketing manager, so I just put in an application, and they decided they wanted to hire me. So.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of Autobahn in Joliet,
Yes,
Illinois.
yes.
Yeah.
But better.
I don't want to render an opinion, because I know some of the guys up there at Autobahn, they're real nice guys.
Oh,
They've
very
helped
much
us
so.
out a lot. They have a longer track, and what's cool with their setup is they can run 2 race days at the same time.
Yes.
And still do karting.
Yep.
And
You
the way
split the track. And
yeah,
a
'cause
lot
they
of tracks are going to Cincinnati, MCC. We go to, and
Yep.
and that's the same thing. Most places they can split the big track. Where
that's-
Carolina Motorsports Park is too. Yeah.
Yep.
And we're going to be kind of experimenting with that next week here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, because we've got our big return of the AXS Autocross Series. Most of you guys probably listening at home have no idea what that is. We started doing an autocross and time attack series last year, and we're moving it. So the time attack's always been on the big track. Autocross was in the paddock. We're actually moving autocross onto the big track.
Okay.
So we're going to have some really fun elements at much higher speeds than what you can get in a paddock.
Sure.
So there's going to be an interesting group of guys coming, and we're going to throw as many curveballs at them as we can next week for the big AXS Autocross time attack.
Do you ever do drifting here?
Oh,
yes, occasionally. So the thing with drifting here is we've got a noise ordinance, and most drift cars are very loud.
Okay.
And every 4th of July, countywide, we can make as much noise as we want.
Okay.
So 4 years ago, we actually started inviting drifters out on the 4th of July, and it's turned into a big 4th of July drift event, one of the biggest in the nation. And one of the favorite tracks of a lot of these guys, because normally drift venues aren't that nice. And
Okay.
so it's kind of advertised as, hey, let's go tear up the country club for a day. And those guys love coming out here.
Sure.
And they do some really sick entries. I mean, they're talking 3rd, 4th gear drifts. Like, they get up to 90 miles an hour hitting turns out there.
Yeah, personally, it does nothing for me, but I know it's very popular. In fact, we used to race Shawano quite a bit, and Shawano has pretty much given up on kart racing and going to exclusively drifting, which, I mean, it draws, so whatever.
Yeah, whatever draws. I'm the same way. I'm not. Drifting doesn't do anything for me at all. LO206 does a lot for me. Spec Miata does a lot for me, and that's really the latter out of the 206 racing. If you're really good at that, like Owen Lloyd would be, all those guys would be great at Spec Miata because it's all about momentum. Same exact thing. Low horsepower, got to keep the grip, got to keep it loose, got to maintain that momentum. Otherwise, you get freight trained, and that's really the whole thing about it.
I prefer watching racing. Watching drifting's whatever. Drifting's one of those things that's fun to do, but
It's
not
fun to do.
not necessarily fun to watch, in
yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Hopefully the guys down at Lanier don't hear me saying that, because
Yeah,
I do
hope I'm not
do
stepping
moonlight
on
with
any
them
toes
on
anyway.
occasion.
Yeah.
Well, it's a matter of personal preference. I knew drifting, from when the Japanese used to do it, and you never had it in the States. And you would go to Japan and Suzuka, and these guys would be, and they would drift vans.
Oh,
Okay, like
Okay.
the Dodge D100
Sure.
vans,
Huh.
the real ugly ones.
Huh.
Oh yeah, they would sit there and hang those things 45 degrees out, 90 miles an hour drifting. Unbelievable,
Wow.
and it's still popular even to this day. But that's where I got exposed to it. But yeah, for me, it's more road racing and karting. That's where my heart is.
Well, while we've got some downtime here and some silence, we would like to go ahead and thank some of the people that make this production, make this broadcast possible. Our producer, I guess that's me today.
well,
Yeah, pat myself on the back. Our director, Michael Lane, assistant director, Michaela Denny, drone pilot, Jeff Farver, Killboy.com with that FPV drone. I know we've got Ethan Denny out there on the Cowboy Cam. And who do we got on? Who's on Tower Cam? We got Jonathan Lambert on Tower Cam. Should have put my notes together before we started doing all the thank yous. And we got Stephen Newbold down there doing the interviews. And we've got Jim on the camera down there with Stephen. And they're really doing a bang-up job with this production here. We've also got all the guys on staff at AMP. I know we get around to the CKNA guys. I'll let you give a shout-out to your guys, Dave. But all the folks here at AMP, we do appreciate them as well. Lucas Arnett, our general manager back here at Kart Track. We've talked about CJ over in the parts department. She's done an awesome job, really supporting everybody. Cole over at the race team, he's great with the leadership. And we've got all our cashiers, starters, corner workers, everybody here really that puts on the show. It's a lot of work. I mean, these guys are here 6 o'clock in the morning getting ready, and they're oftentimes the last ones to go home. And that's just, so we have something to watch and cover, and you guys have something to do, and race. And so we appreciate each and every one of you guys. And I know, Dave, you've got a few people here with CKNA you probably want to give a shout-out to.
yeah, I hope I don't miss anybody, but I'm trying to think. On-site, of course, our Southern Series, CKNA South Series race promoter, of course, is Brett Spouty. Thank you very much, Brett, for everything you do for Cup Karts. We really appreciate it, and I really like coming down to the South and working for you. Over in tech, we've got Bobby and Tom and Nancy and Ann and Nathan. And I know I'm missing somebody, and I just can't think of who it is. But anyway, yeah, so that's over in tech. I guess Ann is actually working, I think, scales today, but she's usually in tech. Well, it's only her second race ever. But anyway, the whole gang, all the CKNA people, you know who you are. Thank you very much. And me and Bobby are on the road for about 2.5 weeks, and then we'll be home one day, and then I think we go back on the road again. So it's long enough to wash my dirty socks and underwear.
Right, and you're retired, right?
I'm retired from my paying job.
Yes.
Yeah. This isn't a whole lot of retirement here. Hey, I always tell everybody I got the greatest job in the world, but the commute is just a bugger.
That's for sure.
I think home to
That's
here. I think
Minnesota
I'm
to Atlanta?
1,300 miles. Yeah.
Well, are you flying or driving?
Driving.
All right.
We bring the trailer. Bobby and I
Right.
bring the trailer. So.
Okay. All right.
And
That's
I
a
will
haul.
fly to most of the Canadian events,
Hmm.
but the United States, most of them we drive.
Remind me, Dave. I've got a Minneapolis St. Paul story, aviation-wise, and I'll share you the recording with you.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
you'll get a big kick out of it. And
Weren't,
based on the
weren't
weather we
you
had the other day.
recently up in that area? Because I remember you posted something on Facebook. You were in some big construction site that was
That's Williston, North
in
Dakota.
a.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was in a big.
For oil.
You had to put or heat in there to keep the ground.
Yeah.
It was a big tent.
So we were building a Bitcoin mining facility in Williston, North Dakota, 720 megawatts, and the buildings we essentially built a superdome type of enclosure with positive air pressure to keep it at 50 degrees when outside it was negative 30.
Oh,
And the
so the ground's frozen.
correct.
You got to
that-
thaw it, and
so we-
people don't understand
No,
this.
yeah, exactly. It's like you even have in crematoriums, do a funeral to put a casket in the ground in the middle of the winter up there. You have to have these incredible heaters, and they can get through the frost line, and it takes 2 days
Sure.
for it to get through the frost line before you bury somebody, right? So that's why cremations are so popular up there in northern Minnesota and North Dakota. So as we say, so anyway, that building was really unique, and so you built that. You moved it to the next site because they were row buildings, one right after the other, and yeah, so that was
Plowed the
Williston-
ground there, yeah.
yeah. Williston, North Dakota is a really interesting place. It's one of the oil capitals of the country.
Yep.
And now it's kind of moved to Texas, but there's some really funny stories about Williston that I'll share with you offline. It's not G-rated.
Yeah.
So everybody up there on the balcony, why don't you give us a wave as we're sitting here waiting for our next event, the Star Spangled Banner and everything. Give us a wave out
There we
there on
go.
the deck. Everybody can hear us. We're really glad you guys are here and watching us and enthusiastic about this first-time national event here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Really do appreciate everybody being out here as a spectator and everybody that came here. I know it's a long commute for some folks, especially from Louisiana. Cameron Reed, again, we're thinking about you. You guys, did just a loop, but they were actually here the week prior racing. Yeah, so they just left their trailer right next to mine, and we were talking as they were headed back to Louisiana.
So people up on the balcony, can you not hear us? I don't see anybody waving their arms.
Yeah, I see one guy.
Yeah, there's one guy out the
Hey,
window here.
Ron. We could do the
There we
wave.
go. I see a couple
There
waving.
we
There
go.
we go. Thank you, folks. We want to make sure you can hear us and make sure you're
well,
paying attention.
We went into podcast mode, so they were probably just tuning us out.
Yeah, totally. They're not listening.
I don't blame them. Actually.
Bueller.
So Bueller Fry. Most people don't remember the second name. They remember Bueller, but the name after is Fry.
I don't even think I've ever heard it. I paid any attention.
So here in Dawsonville, Georgia, we've got a lot of history around this facility. A little piece of it, I believe the Elliots own that piece of property. And, Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, the airport that they used to own is right over the ridge here. But one of the most unique things here is the old nuclear facility that's over in Dawson Forest. And you can read online a lot about the Dawson Forest nuclear
Why a lot of
facility.
the rumors about don't drink the tap water
Right, don't drink the tap
come
water.
from.
But the funny thing, most of that actually is it's buried, and it's you can go diving in it if you want, if you don't get caught for trespassing. But do you know who owns it?
No.
You're never going to guess who owns it. If you go by the sign and look very, very closely.
I mean, this is Georgia, so probably what, Ted Turner?
Nope.
Oh.
The Atlanta Airport Authority.
Really?
Yes. And they wanted to do another airport out here, as Atlanta got bigger and bigger and bigger, and obviously the land clearing costs were going to cost too much, but the Atlanta Airport Authority owns that whole piece of property. So
Imagine they got it for a steal, Well, what's out there? Oh, just an open-air nuclear reactor.
Right.
Nothing crazy.
Was that power generating?
No, it was done during the war.
Just for testing.
Oh.
For testing.
They would
Really?
literally big open-air nuclear reactor, and they would
Yeah.
put just anything on a sled, send it through the mountain, expose it to high amounts of radiation, and then just study what happens.
See how it reacted.
Hey, Will, we're not supposed to talk about that.
Oh.
So if y'all wanted to know why Steve looks so funny,
Yeah.
Look, I'm a Lockheed employee, okay? I can't talk about that.
You guys guys are too much.
Mm.
But it's just a part of the unique history that's up here. Along with moonshining, we have the Moonshine Festival every October.
Oh, how fun.
And, the Highway 9, which runs right through the center of town and goes all the way down through Cumming, and that's the way we used to, from Dunwoody, Georgia, which was right around 285. We used to take 400 till it ended and had to take a left and then get on Highway 9 and come all the way up through Dawsonville and Dahlonega. So, yeah, it's the Moonshine guys would run down Highway 9, and there was an old guy that was probably one of the last surviving moonshine runners in his 1940 businessman's coupe, because they had the fold-down seat. They could put the shine in there and hide it. And he talked about running down Highway 9 at like 130 miles an hour and losing control and hitting a tree in front of the Fowler house, which the Fowler house is still there. And he hit this tree, and you can actually see the mark in the tree because all the bark's gone. Okay, we're about to go to our national anthem.
Can we please get everybody to stand up, remove your hats, as we play the national anthem. All right. And with that, we are going to be ready to go racing here momentarily. We were just kind of told to fill time and wait for everybody to get organized and ready to go, and I think we have got the word, so
And I was running out of content, too.
Yeah, I know. I was about to start digging into my stand-up routine. That's when I get kicked off air. About to go put the headset on our drone pilot, Jeffrey Farver, start talking conspiracy theories and Bitcoin, and actually it'd be good to talk about it with your your operation you got going.
Yep.
So I'm a little bit curious. I want to get back to that. You were talking about mining Bitcoin up there in Williston. Is that still ongoing then?
Oh,
or
yeah.
did they built it? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we built 300 megawatts. It's a long story, but we had to stop, and I've done it in other parts of the country as well. I've done it in Marble, North Carolina, which is about an hour away from here, and Butte, Montana.
Okay.
And so it's a big industry. Bitcoin's never going to go anywhere. Now that we have, let's say, our tier one investors like BlackRock and Fidelity and Vanguard, the people that you invest your money with, they are getting into the Bitcoin mining and data center side in a big way. And so, we're about to go through a big event with Bitcoin. The halving is coming up on April the 17th to the 19th. And that's when the blockchain reward for mining Bitcoin gets cut in half every 4 years. And so we hope to see a market rally, because you start losing money very quickly if you get half the income that you normally would get for the same amount of power that you're generating. So, it is what it is, but that's the way it was designed. The last Bitcoin will be mined in 2141.
Is that when it'll be done?
Yeah, it's
so
over
it'll be
100 years.
No, why do you go to those remote locations? It seems real remote. Williston, whatever. Is electricity cheaper?
Power is plentiful.
Okay.
We go to Williston's actually a depressed area as far as the oil industry. They left. They went to Texas.
Right.
And so there's lots of power that normally would be used by the oil and gas industry.
Mm-hmm.
And so Bitcoin miners, there are lots of reasons.
I think heat as well, because you're up in the cold.
Yeah. Now, granted, at -20 to -30 with 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds, that affects the mining operation because these are air cooled. So the industry is shifting. This Oh,
And look at that.
Sorry.
We're underway.
As I'm sitting there talking
Oh.
Bitcoin, we have a race that's just started with our Kid
That's
Kart
Kid
division.
Karts.
And this is their feature.
This is their feature race. We're on to the features, folks.
It'll be a 10-lap race right now as they are making their way down the back straightaway of the Jelly Bean Loop. So this is a special modified, I guess you'd call it a 5-turn course, by our cornering standards.
Yes, it would be.
Most people would call it 4 turns.
Now, once again, Spencer Height is traditionally very strong here, but he's had some great battles last year with Reed Hendry.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how this all shakes out.
I'm actually going to say this is 6 turns because that looks like 3 turns through the first half right
Yeah,
there. And then there's one bend right there. This is the 7-turn Jelly Bean Loop.
You are overthinking it, and so that's again. If you're overthinking it, you're slow.
I'm just waiting for my phone to start ringing from my boss telling me to can it. And we are watching these drivers right now. Some great coverage right now. We normally don't get this good of coverage on the kids out there because, without the drones, we really wouldn't have great camera angles since they're all the way on the far side of the track. And I know their parents are probably happy to get to watch this, and they're probably happy to go home and watch it
We
afterwards.
got some passers going here. He's going to duck right back behind. He thought twice on that one, but he did have some time. He looked like he had enough momentum, but he decided to not take the risk. And so he's trying to make a pass here, our 3rd position for 2nd. And here he goes.
And
he's
that's
gonna tuck
Reed
back in.
Hendry.
Yep. Reed Hendry normally he started in 2nd, and I believe he got past here, and he's going to try and make that up and get in there. Now he's going back for that slingshot maneuver, but he decides to get back in line there.
And that's your leader, Spencer Height, already crossing the line. He has a 3.5-second lead over Koa Dozit right now. That is that 2nd-place driver trying to fend off Reed Hendry right now.
Do you guys know if Koa Dozit is a local?
No,
you don't? Okay.
none of the drivers in here we recognize.
Okay.
I think these are all your guys.
I'm not real
traveling.
familiar with Koa either. But
And here we go. He actually is starting to make the pass. He keeps his foot in it. He's going to be able to make the challenge here into turn 1. If they have enough situational awareness, they don't turn into each other, but he backs out of it.
Looks like he might have ran out of gear there.
Yeah, he might have.
Because he had a fender and then fell back a little bit. So either he hesitated or he just ran out of gear.
Now, one of the things that the kids have to learn in these classes is situational awareness and what happens when someone gets next to you. Oh, and he makes the pass. He's going for that slingshot. And here he goes. He's going to run out of gear. He's going to be able to maintain it in turn 1. Yes, he's not going to. He's going to close the door on him. Actually, was one of the most exciting races we ever had 2 karts in it. And they were kid karts. Back and forth and back and forth. This one is starting to be quite exciting. He's going for the same maneuver again.
And he keeps taking that same line.
Yep. If he decides that he's going to get a little closer to that other cart, he cannot carry.
It's really penalizing him, though, because he has to stay to the outside.
It is. He needs to wait a little more time to get the slingshot out of the draft. And believe it or not, there is a draft here when you're this close to him. Let's see what he does here. Is he going to do the same thing, or is he going to he's going to try and get to the inside? He's really
he get on that throttle sooner.
And now he's really far ahead. He's going to be able to make it here.
No, he's going to squeeze him
he's
back out.
He's going to be able to make it, squeeze him down. And he's going to make that corner. Absolutely. Boom. There it is.
Like a surgeon.
Good job.
Oh, stayed a little wide, though.
He did, but he's got the momentum. He's kept that wide line. When you pinch it off like that, all of a sudden you see the speed just go away.
Now let's see if he runs that same line or if he starts taking it wide now.
No, he's taking it wide here. And we have 1 lap to go in our Kid Kart feature. This is the battle for 2nd, and
yeah, your leader Spencer Height already halfway around. He's 6.5 seconds ahead.
He is checked out, folks. So
he is loading the trailer up already.
Spencer is going to take first position. Let's see if we have any kind of a unofficial announcement. Well, do we have a?
We have a challenge.
You have a challenger. Oh my gosh, right here.
Is he gonna
third
get it?
place?
Ooh, just barely.
everybody gets a checkered flag.
Look at that.
And
congratulations to the kid. Now they just have to make it through weight and tech, and we're good to go.
Yes, and that will do it. 10-lap final race. Kid Kart is done. So once they pull back up the hill in the tech, hopefully we'll get a word with them. The Kid Karts are always the funnest to try and get them in for the interviews.
Unfortunately, they're sometimes quiet and intimidated.
Yeah,
Spencer's a little bit quiet.
Yeah,
He's from Pennsylvania. His dad works for NBC Sports.
We just wish everybody could be like Lincoln up here with
Right.
us.
Yeah, he's
Chatterbox.
just natural.
You know, give a good interview and then come up in the booth and
Well, here's the funny
and call
one.
the race.
I think one of the funnier ones was a kid named Riggins Barnacle.
Oh yeah.
And Riggins, you know, he got in front of the camera here, and it was his first time ever. He said, you know, how was that race? Good.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Will and I were just talking about that earlier. Yeah.
and it was just so cute. We absolutely were in stitches. He could only give one-word answers, and that's fine. But he had this look on his face. You know, he was just happy. You could tell how happy he was. He just couldn't quite articulate it. He just gave these one-word answers, so it was really funny to watch.
I've actually had adults do that to me. And
Oh, absolutely.
I was telling Will the absolute worst though is he asked him a question and he'd look you right in the face and go.
It's radio, not TV.
Yeah, and for everybody at home, I just shook my head up and down
Yes.
to let you know what I. But
Well,
I've actually.
You know, the hard thing with interviewing folks too is these guys, you know, when they're coming off track after an intense race and
the
they're
adrenaline,
exhausted,
yes.
you know, trying to ask like, you know, get done cutting your yard and then just ask questions to yourself and try and respond to them like you would on camera, you know,
Well,
like when you're tired.
And in the racing circles, when you go pro, and I went through this at Porsche, they give you specific training on how to do interviews, right? When they get you all adrenalined out and start asking you very specific questions. And, you know, things like you're upset and your adrenaline's pumping and you don't want to drop the F-bomb on national TV, you know, because you get an FCC fine for that. So, you know.
Well, not here on our stream.
No, we are FCC free at this
Kid
I still,
friendly.
Yeah,
yeah.
but
The F stands for friendly.
Yeah, or Foxtrot, one or the
Yeah.
other. Well, it was. I think our moment was the highway to heaven, you know, and so I have not been able to get Michael Landon and his long hair and the car that he drove, the sad theme song, "The Highway to Heaven," from that comment you made last week.
That was still fun. I don't know how I saw that guy giving the bird.
Oh, because it was just.
It was on the little speck on the
No,
screen.
dude, it was beyond obvious, right? I mean, you saw the hand go up and you saw the finger, and it was the.
Well,
highway
we
to
edited
heaven.
the clip. I punched in a little bit so you could see it better. But yeah, the universal
funny.
sign of peace. You know, I shared that to Reddit. Got 250,000 views on that clip.
Oh my gosh. And here we go. We're getting ready to start our LO206 Junior.
Okay, I just got a notification, everybody. After the junior class, every class is going to be shortened to 8 laps. The reason being the front gate closes at 8 p.m. and we are going to have everybody stuck in here overnight. So we're going to shorten, after the junior class, we're going to shorten every race to 8 laps.
All I hear is bonfire on track after 8.
Hey.
Yeah, there's not a big pile of scrap wood out by the dumpster. There's definitely not.
Got some good news.
Yeah, there's definitely not a bunch of tires back there either. You want to
Don't even give anybody any
smoke
ideas.
signals.
Yes. Oh, there's Stephen Niebold, and he's out there. We have an interview here with the winner of the Kid Kart LO206 Cup Karts.
Well, since they're about to go green, we're going to make this interview a little fast. Spencer, tell us how you pull off that win.
Well, I just had to get a good start and good pull off of that corner and keep that 18 behind me.
Do you have a favorite corner on the track?
I really like the first corner and I like the last corner.
Awesome. And is this your first win at AMP?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations from all of us at the AMP broadcast booth, and we'll see you in the official victory lane later on today.
And
Thank
here
you.
we go. It
Back
looks
up
like
to you
they're
guys.
going green, green, green. LO206 Junior, they are side by side
Ooh,
going
and
through
they're
turn 1.
already off.
Bumping and bamming. Wow.
Getting squirrely.
Woo.
It's the reason I came up here. Watch this race.
And they are still side by side. Look at that 3 wide coming up the hill right now. Still bumping and rubbing. They are trading paint, Al.
Alyssa Vasquez just got pushed out there in turn 4, and she looks like she went back 2 positions from her starting position there. But she'll make it up. She's a tough tiger. She's gonna.
And she fought hard to get up there into
Yeah,
4th
she
through
did.
the first 2 heat races.
Yeah, she did.
A shame to see that progress almost get lost right there on the opening laps, but that is racing. But still not out of it. She's still in that front pack, although if she doesn't work hard, they will start to pull away. As you can already see, Ryan Sakina and
Oh, wow, that hurt.
Ooh.
That was a Kerber right there. Got together with another cart in his rear and
They're still getting together. That's,
pushed in the
I was
curb
getting
there.
Patterson.
you can't do a full lap too wide.
No. Well,
not
you know
without
what?
contact.
You know what? You can if you do it right, but when you have other cars all around you, it's really difficult.
We've seen some good two wide battles for almost an entire lap, but when
Danny
you're in
May
a
and I.
when you're in a pack though, it's
No,
it's
very,
not
very
smart.
difficult. So here we go. We have our basically the first 10 are in pretty much a pack.
And they make their way past our position here in the booth, down the back hill, through the kink, as we are on lap number 2 of this 10-lap final. This will be the last 10-lap final. We're going 8 laps after this.
Ain't there some
Oh,
Karts
wow.
in the
We got a
middle
yellow
track?
out.
There's
That
a
big
local.
yellow.
We have a local.
Oh, he's on track, too. He's in the line.
I wouldn't say that's the line, but I would say he's fairly
Or is that
close
the
to
exit?
track.
Yeah.
That's more or less.
Yeah,
exit.
that's if you're too wide, you're going to run into them.
And you're not usually looking at that point of the exit because no one ever is just sitting there on
We
track.
got side-by-side action there in the top 10. That's with Alyssa Vasquez there.
Looks like there's a Kart on the
You got
inside.
another
Let's see
guy.
what he's
Another guy
doing.
who's bowing out here.
That might have been whoever made contact with the other cart that was stranded out there at the S's.
So it looks like that puts Alyssa back into 6th position.
Somebody just kind of down.
Oh, we got somebody off track now there at the in 2. Man, they're
And we've got somebody else
eating
coming
carts
off here.
alive
Yeah.
right now. Look at this.
Looks like we've got a lot
We
of
lost
mechanicals going on.
4 carts in 1 lap. Wow.
Now the top 3 here are checking out. Once again, this story is starting to come together that the 4th position is just about to lose the draft here. And they've got some swapping there with Alyssa Vasquez behind her. She is solidly in 6th position, but that pack has been clearly pulled away from by the front pack, and then position number 4 all by himself.
And that's the position you really don't want to be in, because unless the guys in front of him start making moves, he's just going to slowly lose ground.
That's exactly right.
And you can see that gap already widening right now as your leaders, Nathan Dupice and Ryan Sakina, Lucas Theck in that pack of 3 right now as we're following them up the hill at turn 2 around our position here in the booth through turns 3 and 4 around the Megatron bend or corner, whatever we want to call it. We'll come up with a name for it at some point. Then
The Mega Bend.
the Mega Bend. I like it. Down the back straightaway. And look at that. They are bumper to bumper.
Yeah. You see that hard under braking there to try and keep up with the first 2. Our 3rd position is losing a little bit there.
Yeah, Sakina is pretty much pushing Dupuis right now.
Yep.
And Theck's just sitting back, just waiting on either of them to make a mistake.
And this is strategically, that's a good option in LO206 racing is you can keep pace with these guys. You know you're a little bit faster. You can lay back, not get into the thick of things, and wait for the
As long as you don't lose the
carnage.
draft.
Right. As long as you can not lose the draft and let the carnage in front of you unfold and then take advantage of it, because they are nose to tail, absolutely just touching in the braking zones.
And we're going to have to see what happens here. When do you think they're going to start making the move, Al?
I think it's going to be the last 2 laps. They're pretty evenly matched here. And I'm telling you, our 3rd place position here is just waiting for an opportunity.
Now, Lincoln, I know you like to wait till the last minute. When would you do the same thing? Wait till second to last lap?
Oh yeah, that's what I usually either second to last lap or last lap. I wait. Now I am saying this, but so
Didn't want to divulge any speed secrets on air.
No, certainly not. He almost did that once, and I looked over, and I just went like, hand across the throat. All right, we are at the halfway mark, and I believe that Alyssa Vasquez has moved up a position.
Yes, she is now in 5th spot, so she's only down 1 from that 4th place where she started.
she's running 5/10 slower right now than the top drivers.
Yeah, her race really is for 4th at this point, and she's catching up to the 4th place driver who is all by himself.
Look at that.
Here we go. We got a
Good
challenge.
challenge.
Nope, they're
Ooh, he
running
thought about
back
it.
in.
Tried to break that draft.
Yep.
Oh, but look at that. Dupuis hitting that curb a little hard.
Yes, you saw him counter steer there, and that can really mess you up if you aren't
Well,
too
he
careful.
probably saw them, running, trying to run on the inside, and made him mess up a little bit. But nothing too detrimental because he's still in the lead right now as he leads CKNA and Thek through the final 2 turns onto the front straightaway.
And here we go, a challenge in the draft. Going into turn 1, and it looks like Sakina's going to end up going right back to 3rd.
And Thek's going to ride right behind him.
And here we got a challenge now going into turn 2. Looks like Thek made it into 1st place.
And look at that. 2 lead changes in 1 turn.
Yes. Way to go, Lucas Thek. That was a really good assist and then an attack. That was really good driving right there.
That was a 150 IQ move right there.
Sure. 100% thinking 2 turns ahead. Good job.
And look at that. Lucas Thek, your new race leader right now. Although don't count out Sakina and Dupuis.
Certainly not.
But I think he just kind of got shook a little bit. I think that little mistake just threw him off. And look at this, that gap expanding right now.
Yes.
Dupuis is going to have to be careful.
I'm wondering if he's having any kind of issues right now, like a drag and brake or something, because he really is losing pace.
Well, and this might mean good news for that mid-pack, because there might be a podium spot up for grabs if he's not able to at least keep pace for another 3 laps.
Yep, we got 3 laps to go at this point, and it's still anyone's guess because these guys are really in the first 3 positions have just completely mixed it up.
Now, Al, as you're saying there may be a brake problem with him, I think that the reason that he's falling back is because he lost the draft, and he's not able to.
Well,
as
you look,
can
he's
see,
starting
first
to.
place.
Yeah, he's starting to pull back in because
Yeah,
first pulled
Yeah,
away.
look at that, just
Caught the
absolutely
draft.
sucked up in there.
And just like that, Dupuis is back on the heels of Sakina. Now, I'm sure Thek probably wants the 2 of them to start trading blows because that'll give him some breathing room.
Yeah,
but
now they're right back on top of him again. This is how important bump drafting is in 00206. No matter what class it is and at what speed you're going, this really can make the difference. And we're going out to 2 laps to go. We'll see the double flags up and waving. And we go by the starter. He has 2 to go.
see all 3 of them heads down trying to get as much aero as they can. Practically wheeling those carts across the line right now as they make their way up the hill here out of turn 2 into turn 3.
And this is where the moves start getting made. We're going to see what happens here going down into turn 9.
This is when the practice move gets made, and then they got to commit if they don't do it this lap. Let's see if anybody tries anything. They might be content to just ride this lap out. I don't know, Al.
You never know, but it's going to get kind of crazy coming up here. I'll be willing to bet there's going to be a challenge here going up into David's Bend. You see Dupuis
looking.
He stuck his nose out just for
looking.
a second.
And
Dupuis
ran the fastest lap of the race last time.
Yep.
So he's got some speed.
Here they come. We're going to be coming up to the 1 lap to go, and it's going to get kind of crazy. Let's see where the challengers are. White flag is out. 1 lap to go.
Ooh, they
trying
both
to
go
break the draft.
defensive.
Yeah, trying to break the draft there. Now remember, you only get 1 maneuver. According to the CKNA rules, you get 1 maneuver, right? You can't zigzag back and forth trying to break the draft.
And look at this. Here comes Dupuis up the hill. He got a little bit of a run through there. Let's see if he's going to set him up for the back straightaway.
He doesn't have enough right here. There's just no way. He's got 5, 6
And he's not in draft either.
But let's see what's going to happen here between the first 2. Are we going to get a late break challenger? And here we go, a late break challenger going down into turn 9.
Sakina to the inside.
Sakina to the inside. He cannot make it hold, but he does not lose control. So he's still solidly in second. And he's going to make another maneuver coming here into turns 14, 15, and 16. Defensive line by the leader.
Go wide.
And he's going to go down to the inside, hopefully. Nope, he decides not.
Ooh,
No, he goes down
to
to
the
the inside.
There he
He's
goes.
going to do a crossover on him. Is it going to be a drag race to the finish?
Oh,
here?
it is. Look,
It's
he
gonna be a
went
drag
wide.
race to the finish, and it looks like, he can look behind
he
him.
doesn't have the
The
momentum.
number 52 wins the race.
Lucas Thek hanging on in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, Lucas stuck it and kept it. Man, wow, what a race that was.
All right, congratulations to the winner there. That's the first heat race winner. Remember, we are going down to 8 laps. Every race from now on is going to be 8 laps long, not the 10 laps published.
And if you want to go 10 laps, well, you're going to be camping here overnight.
Exactly.
And I know the hotel rooms are already paid for, so no refund. And drivers getting out of their cars, shaking hands, saying good job. Thanks for not wrecking me.
Yep. That's exactly what that was. You're right, Will.
Oh, you come here often?
Hey. Driver gives a little wave to the camera.
I will say, moving the scales out here is kind of fun now that we can just shove our cameras right in front of everybody and
That's right.
and hang out with the drone.
There
Yeah,
he is.
smile, wave. You're live. Kart Chasers YouTube.
Hey, good job, Alyssa. Way to hang on there.
And a great shot of our field right here.
Yep.
These are all junior level drivers. These are the up and coming drivers. You will see some of these guys racing on Sundays. You just don't know it yet. It's going to be a few more years till they're of age and start driving big cars out on track.
That's right.
If you have a lot of talent at this age, then you have the ability to go somewhere. Now, whether you choose to go that route or not is up to you, but we tend to lose a lot of racers after juniors. They just hit their magic age.
In oval racing, they start at 12 in Legends.
Yeah.
Wow.
In full
Well,
size.
I mean,
they're not really full size Legends, but they're.
There's one word, and this applies to both boys and girls. Is puberty.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I was racing when I was 8 in karting, and I was also doing Boy Scouts, and my dad would not let me quit, and I wanted to quit Boy Scouts because I wanted to focus on racing. But he said, you're not quitting until you get your Eagle, so I had to fast track my Eagle.
There's another good shot of the pits. There's a
It is.
balcony.
Goes away
We're
here,
right
folks.
behind those
There's
people.
Lucas Arnett, our general manager, and Aaron Putnam and his wonderful fiancee, Allie.
No, Putnam, isn't that the CEO or owner or something?
No. That's Jeremy Porter.
Porter, okay. I knew it was a P name.
Yeah.
But yeah, folks, if you're watching at home and you want to get your young ones into racing, this is the place to do it. You know, I told my parents I wanted to get in the race, and they said, go get a job.
Right.
That's why I stayed in, football,
And that's
basketball, wrestling.
Oh, here we are down trackside with our winner of LO206 Junior. Take it away, Steve.
Lucas, that was a great race, a great finish. Walk us through how you held off that driver behind you.
Not that good at this. So I stayed back for a lot of the race, figured out where I was better than him, and then I knew when I needed to defend and when I didn't. We got together, got away from third, and defended and won.
So is this your first interview?
Second.
I could tell a little bit, but it's okay. We'll have a little bit of fun. Anything you want to tell the viewers at home?
Thank you to John Seglum and Jim Lipari for helping me along the way, and thank you to my parents for everything. And it was a good race, yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and set it back up to you.
Okay, and I'm gonna help Lucas explain. John Seglum is the owner of Precision Performance Karting, and he has a whole lot of really good racers under his tent. John is from Florida, does a wonderful job, and brings them all over. He even brought Christopher McKeithen up to Canada for a number of races that we did, and got huge respect for John. Jim LePerry is the owner of Coyote Motorsports and Coyote Racing Chassis. So, and I was told Jim is on site. I haven't seen him yet, but I was told he's on site somewhere. So I'm going to try. Well, and we won't have time tonight. I probably won't see Jim at all this weekend, but it's always nice to say hi. So congratulations, Lucas.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I liked his shirt because I'm always having to explain the difference between a cart and a cart.
Right.
Isn't that the truth? That e-karting shirt, by the way. Yeah.
So just as a matter of note, Nathan Dupuis, he set the fastest lap of the race at 1:01.117.
That is cooking for those juniors.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, looks like next up we got heavy. And once again, a reminder, we're shortening everything to 8 laps. And in the heavy class, we've got Colin Aiken and Bryce Frank and Owen Lloyd. This is no particular order, by the way. I've got a scoring sheet from early this morning, and I haven't updated it. But anyway, Owen Lloyd, Ronnie Kleiss, Macon Moore, Junior Downs, Mikey Bolin, William Lessig, Rich Fallow, Nicholas Kiefer from Germany, Elmer Edmondson, that's Mo, Mo is racing. Matthew Del Sol, Matthew Lassiter, Bryce Downs, Jack Zucchina, Michael Clark, and Noah Rivers are you going to be your heavy class. And these people always put on a pretty good show, too. Colin Aiken, Owen Lloyd, Ronnie Kleiss. A whole bunch of them are very, very good and very exciting.
I mean, how much weight is Owen having to put on that cart? Got to be close to 60 or 70 pounds.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm not sure. But yeah, he's got to make weight, obviously. And Arnold, his dad, mom and dad are Christine and Arnold. Arnold is just about the busiest person in the pits you've ever seen in your life, keeping Owen rolling in every class. And he's actually almost missed a couple of our races because he just didn't have everything ready in time. And it sounds like race control is trying to make sure everything is ready and the track is clear. And that's Miss Lynn Brown on the hot grid. She's the hot grid director, and she's the official timekeeper. We go by her clock. So we're waiting for Miss Lynn to let him out. This is the heavy class. 8 laps long, 8-lap feature now.
So we just had someone sit down. We got Steve Newbold down there. What are you doing, Steve? You interviewing some more folks?
So we're switching it up a little bit. I'm actually interviewing an aunt of one of the drivers out here today. This is a little different for us. It's probably a little different from you. Have you ever been out to AMP before?
Oh, many times. Myra's been here for a few years now.
So what is your favorite thing about the facility out here?
Probably that the people here truly care about the racers. They care about their lives and racing, obviously, but they put the racer first above anything.
All right, guys. Well, since we got Karts on track, I'm going to go ahead and send it back up to y'all.
Thanks, Steve. We got our LO206 heavy group. It's on their out lap. We had a new person join us here in the booth. Our AMP general manager for the kart track is Lucas Arnett. Welcome.
Hey, glad to be here, guys. What an exciting day so far, hey?
Oh, gosh, yes. You just said A.
Are you Canadian?
I keep listening to Dave. I was like, I got to do this. I got to try it once.
See,
you go, dude.
He's an honorary Canadian.
Yes.
It's the more appropriate phrase is "Don't you know?"
Don't you know?
That's right.
Yeah, man, this has been a great turnout so far. Really, really good racing to watch.
This is stepping it up quite a few notches for the club level folks that are here, and a lot of the reasons why a lot of people are a little intimidated, and because these guys really go at it, they take this very seriously, put a lot of time and money into it, and the level of racing here and we really haven't seen anybody hard running into each other. We've had very few incidents today. We had a couple of small things. Everybody's walked away. It's been really great. So this is what the Nationals are like, folks. And we're going to go green, green, green. And there we go.
Green, go, go, go.
Green, first try.
And that's a good point. Thank you very much. Yeah, most of our races are very clean. Every once in a while you get somebody a little bit wild, but most of them are very clean. And as you can see, we go through here too wide.
Oh, yeah, a little side-by-side action there as they kind of rub wheels. And when they do, it really costs them going up the hill. We want to try and avoid rubbing each other side to side here. And as we snake through the kink, not the biggest group of karts that we've had, but wow, these guys sure do put on a show. Lots of challenges going here into turn 9 under heavy braking, and we're going to see a little bit of shuffling as they work through. It looks like our hometown Matt Lassiter there in the middle of the pack, and he's hopefully going to start working his way forward. But we have a challenger on Matt Lassiter there on the inside. Matt Lassiter's going to lose one position there, but this is just the second lap of the race, and so we'll see how it shakes out.
You can definitely tell it's a different breed because some of the areas they're passing in,
yeah,
I've never seen it before, and it's so exciting that you get to see this kind of thing, and hopefully the home track people are watching this and say, hey, I can make that move and it'll stick. But yeah, I mean, some of the talent here is just incredible to watch.
Yep. And as we wind through the treacherous turn 4, now turn 4 is a very long turn here. It actually is a double apex off camber, very long turn. So the kart has to stay wound up for quite a long time. And so you're trying to get the kart to rotate early, as straight as you possibly can through the corner, and shoot out there to the very outside at the exit going down the hill into the kink. And as usual, Owen Lloyd has set the fast lap of the day so far.
Well, him and Colin Aiken, I mean,
just
are they
killing it.
Are they out there by themselves?
Yeah.
I mean, holy cow! It's just back and forth between them. One's first in one heat, one second in the other. It's just.
It's almost like they plan it, like they flip a coin.
Is this how it is every race, Dave?
You know, everybody has an off weekend. They're very, very strong. Both of them. Colin Warren, you know, the bunch of them. Everybody occasionally has a bad weekend or a bad day anyway. So
right.
Aiken had struggled a little bit earlier this year. Now he's starting to come back. But yeah, Owen Lloyd has been ever since his brothers retired. He's got twin brothers, older twin brothers, and they just dominated. And it was like he was learning, you know, how to really good racecraft. And all of a sudden, they started a business back in Waycross, Georgia, and they're just so busy with it. So they have to be there all the time. So Owen just started racing like a madman, and did he get good in a hurry? Wow.
You can tell.
And
One on the inside in turn 8.
In 5th place, number 107, Elmer Edmondson, that's Mo. He goes by Mo. He's under the, he's Paul and April Rice, MTM. And he does a very good job all the time. But
yeah, a lot of different brands than we're used to seeing over here as well. For Mach 1. What is Mach 1?
So Mach 1 is a new chassis that's come out of Germany that really Dr. Todd is involved in that group. And very high quality from what I understand. I want to get by and take a look at one up close and personal.
What a cool name, too. Right?
Yeah, it really is.
Dr. Todd's tuner, Jeff Hudlett, is the U.S., I guess, distributor. And Dr. Todd's teammate is the U.S. Importer. And he's sitting on the balcony right out in front of us out here.
Okay.
Wow. The draft has just become so important too. You don't have a partner to work with. You have no chance here.
Yeah.
I mean, am so surprised that draft is that important.
It is. It is not normally like this. Is the wind playing a factor now? What's going on?
The wind is playing a factor into this, but you know, this is a drafting sport. I mean, you know, especially at AMP with these long stretches. The aerodynamics actually plays a part into it. You see these guys, so the heads are kind of laid back, and you're sitting kind of far back into the chassis. Yeah, it's
competition level too. I'm guessing.
Competition level is just outrageous
because you got packs of 2 everywhere you look.
Yep.
Is that how it is on the big races too, Dave?
I mean, it changes.
Yeah.
You know, whoever had the right setup, whoever figured it out ahead.
But
of
are they
time.
usually bunched up a lot closer, or are they spread out like this?
Yeah, they tend to spread out fairly quick, but you know, usually the first lap or two.
Well, and also
together.
This is the difference between the heavy group. The heavy group's number one. They're smaller, but when you start stacking weight, you go to 390 pounds. I mean, that's a lot of weight on a cart. So it's kind of separates the men from the boys, so to speak. And so if you can get a partner, you can stay in a draft, then that's great. But in the senior medium class, you see, 5, 6, 7, 8 together at a time, and they're really battling back and forth. This is just a matter of, I think, class size and weight.
Right.
And I got to tell you, Owen and Colin are just really good at maintaining that momentum no matter what weight they're at. And they also obviously have some good tuners that are working with them because it's a completely different cart when you go from 340 to 390
Well, it's got to be an
pounds.
advantage too, right? Whenever you're on the track, 90% of the day because you race every class.
Yeah.
Maybe have one bad class,
Yeah,
but
that much more experience.
You're
you
getting the
figured
track
something out, you
knowledge.
noticed something.
And I know Owen. I don't know about Colin Aiken. I think he was at the last club
He
level,
was.
but both of them came out and practiced at the club level races, and I believe they won both of those.
They did.
Well, so yeah, really cool to watch.
Yeah, I know. Owen will race anywhere at any time.
Yeah.
Mom always tells me that he wants to race here, he wants to race there. In
Great
fact,
family too.
His
Great
family. Just wonderful. He I believe it was last year, he showed up a race that really surprised me. I think a north or northeast or something, and I really didn't expect him to. And Mom said it's his birthday, and she said, "What do you want for your birthday?" And he said, "This was it." So,
Let's go racing.
Oh, Pittsburgh. I think he went to
He was at
Pitt.
Pitt.
Yeah,
right. We were talking about that earlier. And so this is the 2 to go. We just got the 2 to go notification. Owen Lloyd and Colin Aiken there, first and second place, have broken away from the rest of the pack. And they are going at it here just following directly in line with each other right now, and we're going to see if Colin Aiken is going to have something for Owen Lloyd on the last lap here.
Come the
usually
white
does.
flag.
Yeah.
We're gonna start mixing it up some. They have such a big gap right now.
Yeah, they
I'm
can
getting
really start to
excited.
play. They can really start to play.
Now watch these two though, because they're absolutely clean.
Oh,
Even though
yes.
there may be some passing going on, they're very, very clean. They're very professional.
And here we have the white flag is out, folks.
They both just look back.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna let it all hang out. They both look back. They know they're about 8 seconds in front of the next cart, and so we're gonna see some good driving here.
Owen getting a better run up too.
Yep, he is, but we might get a crossover. He gives a little check over his shoulder going into turn 4. Colin Aiken right on his tail. Is he going to wait in the draft and try and make a run down here into turn 9? This is going to be really exciting if he does.
Owen's holding.
Owen's holding him off right now.
Keeping the regular race line.
That's right. You see they turn in, they just start hopping just a little bit. This is a really long
He's going to
double
set it up for
left-hander.
turn 8
Yeah,
up the
I
hill.
think so. I think he's going to try
Here
up
we
the
go.
hill.
Yep.
Yep. And here he comes on the inside. He gives him a little kiss. Yep, there's a little kiss there. He let him know that he was there. They are side by side going through David's Bend, and they're going to hold their lines here.
Beautiful racing.
Oh, wow. This is really great. We're going to go hard braking.
Who's going to break
try?
last?
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep. And
crossover.
Crossover on him. It's going to be a drag race
Here
to
we
the
go.
finish, folks.
Oh.
And who's it going to be? Is it going to be?
Oh, my
Colin
goodness.
Aiken. That was Colin
got
Aiken.
it.
Got
What
it.
a race.
Wow.
Is that
It
official?
was Colin.
Okay.
Looking by my calibrated eye.
Yeah. I don't know. Who got it?
Hey, I
Do
think
we
it's
know?
Colin. I think Colin was ahead of him.
Was it a tie? First
No.
ever? First
No.
ever? Do we get another lap if it is?
Boys in
Yeah.
the booth.
What we need to do is we just set up a boxing ring.
You
if
got
we get
it?
a tie. Let's take a look here. No, it's Colin Aiken.
Colin Aiken.
was Colin,
How
okay.
much?
Yep.
What was the gap?
The gap.
0.009.
Yeah, 9,000ths of a second difference.
What? Look at
this.
this.
Just a
No,
nose. Beat him by a nose.
man.
Literally a bumper.
What a finish.
Even the flag
Yeah, look at
man-
the next group, too.
Yeah.
The next group is, third and fourth are side by side.
Here they come.
Fifth and sixth are side by side. What a photo finish.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's Colin.
It's like the movie where he's sticking his tongue out in front to
right.
get the green.
Hey,
Or the
Will, I don't
checker.
know if you can hear me down here in Victory Lane, but I'm going to need you to do your Photoshop magic and put the Lightning McQueen tongue on that.
Yeah,
Yes.
we
We
definitely
need
gonna
some
need
promos
that.
for that.
That was 009.
So we're going to say that was a photo finish there at the end. We did not have a black flag, so this is the official result.
Good.
Oh, man, that was a barn burner. Way to go, Owen Lloyd and Colin Aiken.
Great race, guys.
And what I always tell people is that LO206, horsepower matters everywhere. But with these engines, they're just so low powered. The only time horsepower really shows up is right there. After they get off the corner, even if you see there how their momentum just kind of fell off, and then one of them just eked ahead of the other.
Barely.
That's where the horsepower showed up. And we're talking tenths of a horsepower, not 1 or 2, anything like that. It is minute. So that was just a master class in close racing.
Oh.
Way to go.
Beautiful to watch.
Congratulations, Colin Aiken.
Great job, buddy. So, Dave, what are you feeling about the facility, the racing here so far?
The racing is, what we have everywhere we go. I mean,
Yeah.
it's always very close, very exciting, very interesting. We usually have more involved in that win than just 2. But yeah, that could be anywhere. But facility is to die for. Without a doubt, I was half hour, 45 minutes on site, and I said, I think this is my favorite place of all. My favorite racetrack. It used to be Whiteland. I know I had some TV news station or something interview me one time, and they asked me what was my favorite. Well, maybe it's Bushnell Motorsports Park. But you know what? Bushnell is the most unique racetrack I've ever seen because it's got a tunnel and a bridge. Yeah,
I finally saw it talking to Brett, and I saw the tunnel. I was like, oh,
Let's go
this
to
is
our
awesome.
interview here with Stephen Newbold with our Victory Lane first place, Colin Aiken. Take it away, Steve.
Colin, what a finish. I have no clue how timing and scoring figured that out that quickly. Walk us through that, because apparently I'm being told last weekend was kind of the same result, except Owen beat you by the same margin of time.
Yeah, it was basically the same thing last weekend. Yeah, what you said. And the race was pretty good. Me and Owen again, pulled away. At the beginning, we didn't really stretch that far of a gap. I don't know who the third place driver was, but he was pretty close. And then finally mid-race, we kind of started to pull a really big gap. So I just kind of sat behind him till the last lap like I did last time. Passed him in the same spot, and then I kind of held it on the outside, braked early, it over-undered him, and it worked. So I'm happy. I didn't know who won.
So we always hear about never look over your shoulder. That's what Al Edwards teaches to his drivers. Were you looking over your shoulder at all trying to find out where he was?
I mean, not really. He was right next to me. I was looking at the drivers behind, just making sure they weren't catching us, and they weren't. So I was just sitting there waiting, and, yeah, it worked out for me, so I'm happy.
Well, congratulations on your win today. Looks like we've got Karts on track, so back up to the guys in the booth.
Did you stick your tongue out?
Thank you.
Did you stick your tongue out?
Excuse me?
They're asking, did you stick your tongue out?
No.
Did you give it a little ugga-dugga, when he crossed?
I definitely did that.
Yeah,
I think that's what won me the race, to be honest. I was like, oh.
All right, guys, back up to y'all.
Oh, man, we like to have some fun up here in the booth, that's for sure.
Okay, so you guys help me real quick. We're in Georgia right now. What's the name of the University of Georgia mascot?
Ugga.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Ugga the Bulldog.
I prefer the Bumblebee, but
Me too. My dad and grandpa went there. Now for sports, it's hard to watch, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
Help me out. What is the Bumblebee?
Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech.
Oh, the Rambling Wreck.
Yeah.
Oh,
sir.
yes.
The smart guys.
We accidentally, Steve Vermeer and I were going to a race somewhere, and it was during hurricane season, and we were going downtown Atlanta, and the underpass, the interstate
Had
was
flooded?
flooded. Yeah. So we had to detour like a block
Went on
over.
Spring Street.
We went right.
Right
Is that
by
what
the
it?
Ramblin' Wreck of the hotel.
Yep.
Yep.
We were in Georgia Tech. We were
Yeah.
in the campus. We went
Yeah.
by the fraternities, sororities, the field house, all. I couldn't believe it. I had no idea where I was in the state.
Well, I believe we've got a green flag
Yep,
here.
and
in-
Ruben
Oh, did
got
we
a
start already?
great
Okay.
start.
And
A
we're just
great
flapping
start.
our lips here.
Look at them,
Ruben,
3 wide.
Ruben Greer's got a really
He just
good
took
start
off
here.
out of there.
Yeah, he is. Now he was first place in the last race. So
Local guy.
But here's the thing. He's out there, kind of by himself. And
Yeah,
he's got
and
someone
looks
chasing
like
him down.
Third
So-
place has a little bit of a run, and hopefully see if they start working together. Now, I believe this is the race on the pre-final that somebody took a white flag thinking it was the checkered. So watch the back of the pack because I think we have one of our top drivers in the back on this race. I think he's taking a pass. He started in the back, and now he's already up to 4th.
Yeah. Ryder Thompson back in 6th place, number 904. I know is traditionally fairly strong.
Yeah,
Well,
he
it's a
was
number
really
of-
great last week. He was here last week at the club race, and he did really well on 2 of the races.
Yeah, I think Jackson Brewster won the race with a white flag, but he didn't. He pulled off 1 lap early.
Oops.
It happens.
Yeah, it does. Hey, it's happened at our club level too.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Marcus Stowers.
Yeah.
He's become one of my best friends ever since. But yeah, he was not happy with me that day.
No. We actually ran a race that went over by 2 laps.
Yeah.
Or 3 laps or something like that.
I think it was like 4 laps. It wasn't even close.
And on lap 16.
And then he spun on like lap 18.
Yes.
So, sorry, Bo. Still love you.
Mean it. And here we go. This is Ruben Greer. He's pulled away with quite the commanding lead at this point. So we're talking going live here on my phone. He's just about a second behind first to second place.
Yep.
Third place is 1.446 seconds behind, and only a half second behind Silas in second place.
Shade starting to hit the track.
Yes, making
Gonna
a
have
big
to
difference.
adjust some tire pressures.
That's for sure. Now look at this challenge going here into turn 6. Turn 9.
Oh, what a
That's
great
a
run.
double pass. Wow. That was a good run, and they managed to make it stick there. That was clean.
And when that outside person just leaves theirself out to dry, it's just a freight train. Luckily enough, it was only 2 in this class, but I've seen it so many
Who
times.
knows? We might have a challenger here. Almost ran off the track there.
So Jackson's going to end up being up in 4th after starting in 6th.
Oh, wow. And look at Ruben Greer. Let's see what the spacing is now.
What a
That's
drive.
that's almost 3 seconds.
Yeah, Ruben's definitely running away.
He sure is. Ruben with the fastest lap of the day so far, 103.572. Silas Root in second place, 1.67 seconds behind Ruben Greer. And Tyler Morroweek with 1.902 seconds behind the leader and only 0.2 seconds behind the guy in front of him. So it's anybody's race really for, second and third. Fourth, fifth, and sixth are getting pretty close together. And Ruben Greer looks like he's out for a Sunday drive. I think the only thing that's going to get him is a mechanical. Or if this group right here
start working together, and he just gave him the sign, start bumping me.
Come on, Cletus.
Let's work together.
And I saw that Silas Root was asking for some help there.
Yeah.
He's tapping his helmet.
Yep.
He's looking for some help
Last
from
bump
Tyler.
draft,
Butt
don't
draft.
race me. This is the only way they'll catch Ruben is if they
Yeah.
stop racing each other.
Very
and
hard
help.
in the cadet classes
It
not
is.
to just get in front of somebody,
No,
though,
I
right?
think- yeah.
As much as we tell them,
Yep.
work together, gets the leader, they just start passing each other.
That's quite frankly the way it was. That's the way it was with what's his name? Yeah, Lincoln. Lincoln likes to run his own race.
Yeah, Lincoln likes to be up front.
Yeah.
He does not like to be behind.
No. And but he also is very
Oh,
strategic. Here we
here
go.
we
We
go.
got a challenge going into turn 9. This is going to be for second place. Hard braking. Wow, this really
Oh,
wow,
overage,
a big
overshot
bobble.
it.
Wow, over the curbing. We've had a double shift in positions here behind Ruben Greer. So that looks like Silas Root is now like 5th.
And he was just begging for help, and they both just passed him.
Yeah.
It's not a happy camper.
Yeah.
Can't even see Ruben in the shot.
Yeah, Ruben's seconds ahead at this point. Let's take a look at where that's gone to. So Ruben Greer crossing the stripe at this point. That's Ryder Thompson now in second place. He's just at 3 seconds behind Ruben Greer.
So just a reminder, everybody, to charge your transponders tonight. Make sure they're fully charged for tomorrow. Charge your transponders tonight.
Yeah, if you're running the MyLapse transponders, each green flash is how many days it thinks it has, and it's always wrong. Oh wow, that was a little bit of a
Brake check.
A brake check
Yeah,
there.
for sure.
He got a little sideways.
Again, your leader, Ruben Greer, followed by Ryder Thompson, Tyler Morowick, Jackson Brewster, Silas Root, and Blaze Hendry.
Silas Root has really fallen off here. I think there's something wrong with his cart.
And 2 laps to go.
So do we normally do 10-lap finals? And we just went to 8?
Depends on the track.
Okay.
Sometimes 12, sometimes 16,
Yeah, if you did a Barnesville, you do 16, something really short, like quarter of a mile, like Barnesville. 'Cause remember, they did 20.
Oh, I
And-
remember.
And you got worn
I'm
out.
still
You're-
sore.
First time ever in a cart nearly podium.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, it's really great. Not only is he a good general manager, but he's also a decent kart driver.
No, I don't know
Lucas
about that.
Arnett. And Ruben Greer being chased now, bump drafted by the drone. See how close you can get to him. Just don't upset him.
Don't challenge his drone pilot. I think he's going to do it.
Yeah. They're like
He'll
those-
land that thing
those-
right on his
Right,
helmet.
exactly.
Drift events where they're in the car window, you know?
Yeah. And we are going to, the white
White
flag is
flag.
out. Let's take a look and see what our spread is between first and second place. It's going to be over 3 seconds. Well, no, it's actually come down a little bit. 2.5 seconds first to second. 3.4 seconds first to third. So really starting to spread out here. So it looks like this race, for the most part, is really locked up because everybody is over a second apart from each other. So everyone just needs to remain on their Sunday drive, and you're going to finish where you finish at this point. Ruben Greer really taking it to him, been running away here.
See if he can take it home.
Just don't get excited. This is, you don't even care. Slow down a little bit. Yeah, checks behind him there.
Toast.
You know, just take it easy, enjoy savor the finish. And into turn 16-17 complex, it's Ruben Greer trying to lock up this win for Saturday's event here at CKNA
Coasting
South.
it to the final.
And there's your race winner.
Great job, Ruben. What a great race. Happy to see you win at the home track, Ruben. And it looked like Ryder Thompson finished in second. Tyler Morwick finished in third. Jackson Brewster finished in fourth. Salas Root in fifth. And Blaze Hindustry, oh, I messed that one up. Hendry finished in sixth.
Looks like someone's begging you for money there, Luke.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, I think somebody needs me. I'm going to hop off.
All right.
I'll probably hop back on for a few more of the last races, and we'll see where it goes. But thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Next up, Legends once again. Always like the Legends. They're a little bit older guys, a little bit calmer. And they're not so aggressive because it hurts when they crash.
That's for
and
sure.
it gets expensive when they got to fix it.
You don't want to make jokes or any of that stuff. I remember at the Rock Cup 2 years ago, right when Kart Chaser got started, that someone said that the 206 class was just glorified lawnmower engines.
Oh, yeah. We've heard it all, believe me.
Someone got a little upset. And, you know, just for our viewers that are coming here for the first time and looking at a national race or anybody, these engines are not just lawnmower engines. They come from a long lineage of research and development by Briggs & Stratton. They have dedicated builders. These things are all hand-built in Wisconsin, and the quality control is extremely high. They've got a great seal program. We're talking about the longest-running sealed engine program in karting ever, and some people have tried to copy and never have been able to surpass. So we are really, really happy to be involved in this Briggs series.
Yeah, it's I mean, we bring the show all over, you know, multiple countries, and it's just a huge hit everywhere we go. And the funny thing is, when Steve Vermeer first got the idea, he came to my track in Wisconsin, and Steve and Greg Jasperson came to my track in Wisconsin, and I was racing two-stroke. I was racing a Tag, a Leopard at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And that was where it's at. Oh, I think we got an interview here.
We do. Stephen Niebold there with Ruben Greer, first place winner in LO206 Cadet. Take it away, Steve.
All right, guys, I'm here with Ruben Greer. Ruben, you pulled out to a commanding lead to start that race. How did you manage to maintain that?
Well, this is my home track, so I know a lot. So I know like when to hit the gas, when to fiddle the brake, and everything.
All right. So step this way just a little bit. We're going to get into traffic. We don't need that. Luke is going to run us over. He's pumping his fist at us. But anyways, good job, buddy. We're going to go ahead and hand it back off to the guys in the booth because it sounds like a green flag is coming our way.
And let's take a look at our next class, LO206. I believe this is Legends.
Yeah.
There we go. We're up on the screen.
What it looks like. Let's see.
LO206 Legends getting gridded up, ready here to go. It looks like it's pretty tight. So we are going to go green racing.
We got Ellie Yanko leading the field. Gave a very spirited post-race interview last time, so maybe we'll get to talk to him again. But we're going to see as your pack slowly making their way out of turn 17 onto the front straightaway. Green, 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 green. We are underway. 8-lap final race.
Oh,
LO206
right
Legends.
over the curb and hopping and grinding.
Already bumping and rubbing through turn 1. Ooh, it looked like sixth place getting a little squirrely there coming through the bottom of 2. Able to keep that underway as it goes back up the hill. But out of position on the outside, he's going to lose a couple more spots as he wisely puts that back in on single file as they make their way down the back straightaway through the kink. And you can really hear those LO engines wide open as they make their way down that back straightaway into turn 9. Right now, Ellie Yanko, your leader, Todd Barron in second, Robert Davis in third, although we're going to have to see how those positions hold up as they get past the stripe.
And here's Todd Barron going for a pass into the front that he is going to think twice about it and get back and just start bump drafting. Let's get a little bit of a gap going.
He thought about it for a second.
Sure did.
But quickly decided not to. And look, some action in the back for fourth. Oh, we got a local yellow out. Looks like we got somebody in the wall over there at turn 16. Couldn't quite see him on camera. Might have been in the shadows over there. We'll have to see if that yellow flag's still waving when they make their way back around.
Ellie Yanko and Todd Barron up front again, huh? What a shock. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, I can tell you that was maybe one of my guys. Now, Brant Estes is not racing, but I believe I'm going to watch these guys go around one more time. I believe that might have been Chuck Teasley in the wall there.
Hope he is okay. You know, I was just talking to Brant actually in the parking lot just now. He seemed he was in pretty good spirits despite how his day was going.
Yeah, you know, the OTK chassis, when they crack in that particular place, that when you don't run the seat struts, that happens. So let's take a look here.
And looked like he thought about it there for a second.
Yep.
Little too wide action, but everybody's still content to kind of keep it single file right now. Although these laps will take off real quick now that we had to shave 2 laps to keep the day under time. So we are only racing to lap 8. We've got 2 in the books, so we are already a quarter of the way through this race. As your field of leaders make their way down the back straightaway. Ellie Yanko still your race leader. Todd Barron in second. Robert Davis in third. Timothy Clark running the fastest lap last time in fourth. Tyson Swan just behind him in fifth. James Insco in sixth. Drew Galloway in seventh. Jim Fry in eighth. Fletcher Quarles in ninth. And Paul McCleary in 10th.
Yeah, James Insco is always one that I always get a kick out of watching him race. He'll just come out of nowhere and sneak up, and all of a sudden he's in third or second place or something. Well, probably third because it's pretty tough to get ahead of Todd Barron or Ellie Yanko.
And they are definitely making themselves hard to pass right now.
Yeah, it looks like Chuck Teasley was out of the race there. And that means I'm going to head out for just a few minutes. I'll be back.
As always, appreciate having you up here, Al.
And it looks like Todd Barron is going to put a move on Ellie.
He was trying to challenge for the lead there, but
he backed off, yeah.
He had to yield a little bit. See, when you're coming into turn 9 like that, when you get that fender out, the problem is it's real easy to cross over when they do that because it puts you offline. You have to be on the outside. And if you're not on the outside and you're going to the inside to make the pass, the outside guy can just cross you over. And unless you get him to mess up his line, you know, it's kind of hard to make that stick sometimes.
Here we go. Todd Barron taking the inside of that corner.
And he's going to be in position coming up to turn 1.
Yes, and it's a halfway point to the race. And Todd Barron does take the spot.
Your new
Dr.
race
Todd.
leader. And he got the run coming down turn 2.
Did he ever?
Look at
He's
how much of that gap he's got already.
1.5, 2 kart lengths ahead, 3 maybe. Wow.
Yeah, he found some speed there. Yeah, he took the slingshot out of turn 17 and just caught him on the front straightaway.
He's actually pulling away.
Well, let's see how long he can maintain this.
Yeah. Yeah, Ellie's catching him now. Okay.
Because the draft's going to catch up to him.
And that Davis, who was it, Todd Davis or something in third? He's
he's making moves right now. Look at
Robert
this to
Davis,
the inside.
yeah.
That was Robert Davis thinking about it. But unless you can get at least halfway up on him and they know you're there, you're just going to get pinched in that turn.
Yeah.
And you'll see these guys thinking better of it. We see it a lot more in the 2 strokes because those guys, it's easier to get those runs going.
Yes.
But the 4 strokes, though, if they're battling side by side through turn 9 and they hang it on all the way through to 14, that is some really exciting passing when that happens. Almost make you hold your breath a little bit because that was one of the scariest parts on track to make a pass.
Oh.
Need to get you out here in a rail cart so you can see that turn at speed. It's
you know,
quite something.
My racing days are so far in my rearview mirror, you can't even imagine. And I was never any good in the first place, even when I was racing.
One thing I've noticed about most announcers is we all have short and very
unsuccessful careers.
I was going to say spectacular, but yes.
Yeah. Yes, I absolutely, in my case anyway, absolutely agree. And 2 sticks up.
We are 2 laps to go as lap number 6 gets counted off as they pass the stripe. And I expect to see these guys starting to trade some blows here.
Oh, absolutely.
They've been fairly respectful so far this race.
Dr. Todd does a hop there. Ellie's looking on the inside just a little bit.
Do you think Ellie's going to sit back, let it go one more lap, or do you think he's going to try something this time?
He usually does it as soon as possible, so I'm going to say this lap. And I'm about 95% wrong most of the time. But
I usually just say the opposite of what I want to happen.
There you go. Boy, that Robert Davis is right there in the mix.
There is still 6 karts in this pack.
Yeah.
And I would say up to 5th probably might have a chance if anyone gets into it with each other.
It should be, yeah, white flag. So I was wrong, obviously, on which lap. And oh, look at Davis is looking.
Third
yeah,
place
Ellie's
darted
looking.
out.
Yeah.
You see, that's still dangerous to do because that puts you out of position going into turn 1.
Right. He came back into the spot.
Yeah, because you have to go all the way back to the outside to set up that line proper, or else you're off the throttle.
Yeah, and that allowed the front 2 to pull away a little bit. Robert Davis may have made a slight mistake there.
It definitely didn't work in his favor
No.
as everybody's breaking the draft right now. They're all jockeying because they know this is it. Last lap of the race.
Again, your current leader, Dr. Todd Barron, followed by Ellie Yanko. Dr. Todd currently lives in North Carolina.
Ellie looking to the inside a little bit. Not able to make it happen. Let's see, coming through David's bin here. Still nothing.
And Davis caught
Yeah,
him
I'll say
again.
watch out for
that.
Robert Davis.
I can't believe he did that.
He might dip it. No, they all 3 take that defensive line, and
This went another lap. I'd have to be looking real close at Davis. But your winner is Dr. Todd Barron, followed by Ellie Yanko.
and it is a double flag, so
We got the black one in addition to the checkers.
these will be unofficial results until they get officialized.
Yep.
And these are the important ones to make sure it's official because this is for the points.
Under review. Yeah, this is for the win, yeah.
I
Okay.
keep saying points. Y'all don't do points.
No.
Y'all just do wins.
No.
Or
Well,
positions.
in nationals we do points. So,
Oh.
yeah. Hey, just a reminder to everybody in the pits: make sure you charge your transponder tonight. You do not want to have that fail on you tomorrow.
No.
Or Angie is going to say, "I don't know who that is. They don't exist. They're not here." Go back to Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, because you aren't in. Where are we? Dawsonville, Georgia. Yeah.
See, we always get the driver unknown if you don't charge your transponder. And then we usually make fools of ourselves trying to guess who it is.
I sat next to Angie so many times, and we're trying to figure out who somebody is. And then you start looking at the suit and the cart and saying, I think it looks like so and such. Well, we're usually wrong.
But usually somebody's parent will come up here saying, did you get my son's transponder?
Yeah.
Oh, found the driver. We know who it is now.
My all-time favorite is one of our workers was somewhere. I can't even remember if it was a corner worker or something. And a parent came up and just started reaming him and said, "You did." It was a flagman. That's right. It was our old flagman. And the parent came up and said, "You did this to my kid. You did that to my kid. You did this to my kid." He looks at him. He says, "I don't have any idea who you or your kid is." What do you mean I did?
Yeah, it's easy sometimes to, get in your own head and, center of the world, but there's, 30 other drivers on track with you.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what it is. And You know, we're just human too. Any officials, any whatever, we're human too. We make mistakes. We try to correct them. But yeah, we're
Well, that's the beautiful thing about motorsports is it does inspire that kind of passion in everybody that competes, and I think that's why we're all here, why we love doing this, why we like being a part of it, and you know, because of that passion, though, you definitely get fired up, and you know, at other tracks, you know, fortunately we don't see it here too often. You know, folks will get into it down in the paddocks. You know, tempers will spill over, and
well, my all-time favorite is we're sitting at a racetrack. We're set up, and you know, people start coming in, and these massive motorhomes and massive trailers and massive. I'm thinking, how much are we paying? You know, for the winning purse? We must be giving away a lot of money because these people obviously aren't hurting too bad. You know.
yeah, you'll see guys, you know, in full stackers showing up to some of these events.
Here's Dr. Todd.
Guys, we got Mr. Todd Barron down here. Not the pilot, but the kart driver. Not the pizza man, but the kart driver. We're going to make this interview quick because we've already got karts on track. Tell us how you pulled that off.
Well, I could tell right away we had the speed because I could push Ellie pretty much around the entire track. And I was waiting for the signal from my coach. He kept saying, push, 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 and then he goes, go. And so I was able to make the pass and hold him off. Yeah, I think we had the kart and the power, so that's what it was, really.
Are you running tomorrow as well?
I am, and I still have Masters to run today, although we've had some tough luck, but we'll see.
He's pulling the Ironman Danny May, guys.
All right, thank you. Oh, I'd like to say thank you to my wife and my family who are back home. My brother, Dwayne Craver, my engine builder, B, and Allison. Thank you.
Congrats. Back up to you guys.
Congrats, Doc.
All right, thank you, Steve.
And I recognize that card up front. Red number, some form of
Yes.
19119. Yes. Young gentleman from Waycross, Georgia. And let's see, is that Colin Warren on the pole? I suppose I couldn't look at my
It's
lineup.
Colin Aiken is
Oh,
what
Aiken, okay.
is
I
what
had
I'm
the wrong
seeing
column.
on here, and that was definitely Owen Lloyd there in the 119.
There.
That red cart in front. Looks like, yeah, they got the whole grid stopped in front of our cameraman there on the back straightaway.
So a VLR against the MGM on the front row. And I'd say Art and Miranda and everybody out back in California, if you're listening in right now, you got to be pretty happy with your VLRs today. Oh, there's Colin Warren right behind
Yep.
Owen.
Yep, and there's Reagan Seville right
Yep,
there.
Yep. In a different kart brand. So 3 of the front 4 are all different. And somebody's looking down like they have trouble with their clutch, maybe. Hopefully not.
Yeah, I don't know if they're making sure they're something's not sticking. I know there's not really many carb adjustments on here. Because we'll see the guys in the 2-strokes doing that, constantly tweaking their carbs when they race.
Yeah.
Or pulling, duct tape off their radiators.
Radiator, yep.
They're going to get these guys nice and woed down as they make their way through turns 16 and 17.
They've been really good about starts today. I'm very, very happy about that. Yeah, they're mowing way down. And I would imagine your speedometer, you got a digital speedometer over the track. I would
Yeah,
imagine that helps.
there's a readout, and that's why we put it up there, to be able to tell them to slow down.
Do you know if the drivers were told they got to maintain a minimum or maximum speed or anything? I am not aware. So
Yeah, I'm not either, but whatever they did, the starter liked it, and we are underway. And look at that, almost 3 wide, 4 wide action coming through turn 2 right now. Still 3 wide at the top of the hill as they pass our position here in the booth and make their way back down the back straightaway. And look at this, some more 2 wide action. That's the battle for 7th and 8th right now. They are side by side heading into that braking zone. Something's got to give right now.
Yes, unfortunately.
And they are still 2 by 2 going through the S's. You can't hold that for too long or you're going to get shuffled all the way back.
Owen Lloyd is leading right now.
And it looks like Colin Warren is just behind him as they make their way through turns 14 and 15 into the final 2 turns. And they are starting to pull out on a little bit of a breakaway. We'll see what that gap is as we tick off lap number 1 So Owen Lloyd is your leader. Colin Aiken in second. They have put about a half-second gap now over second and third, although right now it's still anybody's game. They haven't quite pulled off yet. You know, so the accordion effect still could happen. Everybody sucked right back up to them.
Sure.
But it looks like back at about 8th or 9th position, it is starting to open up a little bit, and you got that 2-pack right there. And if those guys aren't careful, that front pack will get away from them as everybody goes heading through the S's right now. Still keeping it fairly tame right now. I was expecting there to be some more punches getting thrown early in this one. You know, this light division, these guys are real feisty. Been some of the best action all day watching these guys race.
Hey, we're about to come up to the stripe again. We'll get the official update on the running order. Owen Lloyd is your leader. Aiken, Warren, then 4th.
And Josie Chambers.
Oh, wow.
9th place, turning the fastest lap that last time with a 59.806. Whoa! And we got another Carter over.
Looks like we.
And we'll wait and see.
Flippy floppy.
Right now, everybody's heading down the back straightaway.
I'm not hearing anything. Did you see how far back that was? I'm not sure who that was. Or what.
That was about middle of that
Okay.
big pack. We'll have to see who falls down when everybody comes back across the line to see who that driver was. And we got confirmation that driver is up.
Good. And this time by the stripe.
Green flag's still out. So they got the driver out of the way.
So last time by the stripe is Owen Lloyd, Colin Aiken, Colin Warren, Reagan Seville.
And that was that was the 115 of Austin Johnson.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That flip, you're saying. Yeah, okay.
And so a tough break for him. He lost 9 positions, so yeah, he was pretty firmly in that mid-pack.
Christopher McKeithen is not having a super good weekend for some reason.
He is, although he's up 4 positions this race, so he must have had some trouble during the first and second heat races. But it looks like he is kind of hard charging right now, although he's got a bunch of traffic ahead of him. William Lawler, Colin Warren, Reagan Seville, and Owen Lloyd all stand between him and getting up to the front right now, or at least to be able to challenge Colin Aiken for that lead. But your 2 leaders still struggling to pull away right now. They can't quite get away from the rest of the field. And when you got that gaggle of karts behind you, you always got to be cautious with, you know, when do you want to make the move? And we are over halfway. They got the sticks the last time.
I think our drone's crashing or something.
Yeah, no, it's right on the edge, right out there. So sometimes it looks great, and then sometimes it hits the geofence. And fortunately, it's all on GPS. So if it runs out of range, it'll just fly back to home.
And I believe there's 2 of them in the air right now. 2
yes,
drones.
Yeah,
in the air,
we
so
fly multiple drones.
They're just doing a great job. I
Which,
really like
which
it.
also helps if one does have an unplanned or rapid landing.
Rapid. That's what you refer to it as. Okay. You don't say the C word. You call it
no,
rapid landing.
An unscheduled.
Okay. Rapid landing. I like that. Oh.
And Owen Lloyd is keeping the pressure on Colin Aiken right now. And as you can see, those front 4 are really starting to pull out a little bit.
Yeah.
Reagan Seville, Colin Warren running their own race for 3rd and 4th right now.
Christopher McKeithen in 5th, like you say. Yeah, Gaffra.
And he's up another spot into 5th. So he's gained 5 positions this race, started in 10th.
Oh, he's the name that really caught my interest on the registration, because I knew he's a big 2-stroke driver and quite successful.
And there they go. They get the 2 to go this time by We got to start seeing things shaking up here. These guys have been way too respectful this race.
Exactly. Oh,
I don't know if we're racing or going to church right now because these guys are all playing nice.
Go.
And we got to see. We got less than 2 laps to go right now.
So once again, up front, Colin Aiken, followed by Owen Lloyd. Owen Lloyd has not really, just like you were saying, Will, he hasn't made any kind of move on Aiken at all.
I think he's being patient because what we've seen with some of these more veteran drivers out here, even Lincoln Massey, talking to him up in the booth, they know when to make the move.
Yeah.
And rather try it on the last lap and fail, still get second, than try it on the second to last lap, make it, and then just get passed again.
Right. And how many times have we seen that?
Yeah. Oh, just today.
Yeah.
And I feel like there would be no worse feeling than, I would rather try and not get it than get it and then get passed and then lose it. But that's also why I'm up here in the booth and not out there racing.
You and me both, Will. Yeah, I'm thinking Owen Lloyd's got to try to make a move pretty soon.
He's going to have to. We are last lap. The white flag is out. So they are about halfway through this as they come barreling down the back straightaway into turn 9.
He's really being patient. And he does
and
an
he
awful
just
lot of looking over his shoulder.
Well, he should know he's got nobody behind him or close enough. So we might see it here. Let's see. No, I think he's going to race into the braking zone. This is his last opportunity. Let's see what happens. Owen Lloyd.
And no.
No. And they are going to
That's
happily.
Gonna do it.
Yeah.
He's going to be happy with second place. Okay.
1-2, shake and bake.
Congratulations, Colin Aiken again. Colin Aiken, Owen Lloyd, Reagan Seville, Colin Warren, Caleb Gaffer. And I do see the black flags being displayed with the checkered, so these results are unofficial. This race is under review.
Yeah, and it looks like Josie Chambers got around McKeithen.
Oh, sure.
So
Chambers
he finished in
in
second.
sixth,
Yeah, he
McKeithen
finished in
seventh.
6th. Yeah, McKeithen in 7th.
Kelvin Zing, 8th. William Lawler, Ronnie Clydes. Ronnie's not having a super good weekend so far.
No, and he did real well last weekend here during our local race.
Yeah, he's usually real strong, both him and his dad. I think I'm hearing something from race control about a pickup, so I think
Yeah, I think there's going to be there'll be a couple recoveries that need to get made.
Once again, a reminder to everybody on site, make sure you plug in that transponder tonight and get that fully charged so it's working tomorrow. Make sure you take it off the charger tomorrow and put it back on the cart. Otherwise, you'll be feeling really bad tomorrow. There's another nice shot of the facility here. This is the top of the hill. They have the AMP kart racing building, I guess.
Yeah, the karting center is what we call
Karting
it.
center, okay. And that whole bottom, you can see a garage door facing us. The opposite end of the garage, along them windows there, is another garage door. And that's where all the rental carts are stored, and they drive them in and then drive them out the next day and whatever. So, and that whole
we
upstairs-
used to do the race grid up there, too, for race days, but
Oh.
it was starting the series got so big that it was getting so congested up here that we had to move it back down to where you see it for this event.
Okay.
And I believe that's where they're going to keep it moving forward because we just tried that out last week, and it went really well. We also moved the scales you can see down there where the line is. We did that for the first time last week as well.
Where were the scales before?
They used to be, you see in that building in your lower right-hand corner, there's a bunch of garages, and then the pro shop is right there.
Yep.
And you see that little awning off to the right side.
Yes.
Underneath there is where we had the scales.
Oh, gotcha.
And so you see where all those cars and the tent are parked in between the two garages right there?
Yes.
We basically would just make a big corral line, and the guys would just make a big horseshoe and come back through that awning, get their weight, and go back.
Oh, and that's why there's a depression under the.
Yes.
Okay, that's where the scale was. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and we used to have the pre-grid was right there right outside that fence, and it just became too much of a traffic nightmare with, once we started getting grids of 30-plus carts, and it just, now that we have them separated, it's a little bit easier to keep the traffic in different areas, because now you can have pre-grid all the way back by the exit of turn 17 and keep all those carts out of the way of the guys trying to leave the track.
Okay. Now, what in the dead center of the picture? There's a tower, and it's a fairly narrow tower. It's right by the pickup truck.
So that is that's one of the corner marshal stands.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes, depending on which class is on track, the race director will go hang out. That's pretty much his personal crow's nest up there.
Just for a better view. So you can
Yes,
see most
well,
of the track.
or call penalties on everybody going 4 off in turn 2.
Huh. And you saw the rescue trailer just pull into the center of the track there, and it can hold 3 carts at one time, which is very nice. And we have needed all 3 spots.
That was a nice pickup. We used to have an old F-150. You just stack them all up in the bed and haul them off track. The racers don't like that too much. But
no, they don't. Yeah,
got to get them cleared so we keep the program going. But yeah, we got that special built trailer now, so we can recover up to 3 at a time. And the nice thing is the drivers can just hop in there and ride back on the trailer.
Well, yeah, there's actually wheel.
There's locks in there.
Yeah. So the cart isn't going anywhere. I saw that. I was very impressed with that.
Yeah, it looked like a hayride one time. They had 3 carts in there and 3 drivers all just sitting in the back.
Well, I mean, we see that everywhere. You can't even imagine. Now, there's a couple of our racers. That's Colin Aiken on your right hand side.
Looks like Owen Lloyd.
And Owen Lloyd, on the left hand side.
All right, Steve, we'll send it down to you.
I've got our top 2 here with us. These guys have been going back and forth all day. You guys are good friends. You guys have been battling, I don't know exactly for how long, but today has been an awesome display of driving skills between both of you. So, Owen, we'll start with you. Let's walk through that last race.
Yeah, it was clean. I saw 2 of them behind us, and the last lap I knew we just had to go. And if I would try and make a pass, I could have got passed by them. So just take this position and go with it.
So, Colin, how did you fend him off?
Basically, he just told me he just went like that, and I was like, all right. So I just kept my line, didn't block, and ended up getting the win. So I'm happy about it.
So both of you just keep it friendly between the both of you. Is there ever going to be a time when y'all are going to just beat the poo out of each other?
Definitely not. I mean, I like working with him. We're always fast together, so definitely not.
100% agree. Don't plan on it anytime.
Just one time, just for the viewers at home. I mean, we'll set up a boxing ring right here, and we'll let y'all duke it out. I mean, I'm willing to pay whatever fee we got to pay YouTube for live fighting. But anyways, guys, great race to both of you. Hopefully we'll see you out here again tomorrow. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, we'll bring the boxing gloves with us out tomorrow, right?
That's seriously 2 of the best in the business right there. And my hat's off to you, Steve, because I know that Owen Lloyd is a tough interview. I've tried to do it a number of times. So good on you, man.
And good timing, too, is we are now underway. Sportsman Division final race, 8 laps. Here we go. Isaac Carvalho, Aston Wyatt leading the field to green right now. And that looks like Wyatt getting the edge over Carvalho on that race start. So Carvalho was scored in first, Wyatt in second. And we'll need to see, because I'm pretty sure Massey won the Massey won the heat race, but he started in third, so that must have been a penalty knocking him back.
And there's been so many black flags today, checkered and black, that I wouldn't be
Maybe that's why
surprised
he
at
didn't
all.
have ice cream when he came up to the booth last time.
Ooh, maybe.
Or maybe he just ate it really fast. I don't know.
We got a total of 7. It looks like all 7 started.
And we're going to have to – oh, we got a yellow flag. Oh, we're not green.
We're not green.
Looked like we were green.
It sure did. Oh, okay. Somebody hadn't caught the pack yet.
Oh, well, their tires are going to be extra warm. Hope they put enough gas in there. About 3 extra laps at pace. Yeah, they put the
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's only 6 running there. There's got to be a 7th one somewhere.
Yeah, it looked like he was waving the red flag to try and catch their attention. I think they still think they're under.
It looks like it. They think
He's
they're
going
racing.
for the move.
Yeah.
On the pace lap, down the back straightaway.
Aren't they going to be disappointed?
Yeah, that's the most exciting warm-up laps.
Sure. Okay, I'm waiting to see a corner worker, the chief starter, flag man, something to see how they're going to catch them.
Oh, so they are keeping it going.
Oh, so they are under green. Okay.
So I'm assuming those last 2 laps didn't count, so we are now on lap 2 officially.
Okay.
So the first lap counted, the second one was extracurricular. At least if I'm reading my my score sheet correctly here.
No, I see 6 carts on your screen, but I'm showing times for 7, so I'm really confused.
Yeah,
There we go.
and Lincoln Massey's fallen back to 4th position.
Oh, I wonder what happened to Lincoln.
Or if he just saw the flags and slowed down. And that looks like Lincoln right there in the back of that pack right now. Or no, he's the 4th place card, so he's the one in the middle. He's the meat in the sandwich.
Oh, sure. And because it's a darker cart. Yep.
But right now, Aston Wyatt and Bowen Green, look at this. Running 1-2 right now. I bet they're happy to not have Lincoln Massey breathing down their neck.
Can you imagine? He's had a good day.
Yes, he has, and it looks like he did just get around Isaac Carvalho, so it's only a matter of time. He is hard charging right now, and he's got 5 laps to make up this gap. We're looking at that 3rd place Lincoln Massey. He's been the guy hanging with us up here in the booth. If it sounds like we have had a 10-year-old co-announcer up here with us, it's because we have. This kid is...
He's pretty awesome.
He is awesome, yeah. He is well-spoken, knows exactly what he's talking about, and he's a great racer, too.
And he's right from around here? This is home track,
Yes,
but
yeah.
he lives right around here
Yes.
somewhere? Okay, good.
Yeah, he's hanging with us all the time. That's why he just walked in and sat down.
Yeah.
Tried to explain to folks this isn't Amp's show today. This
Yeah.
is CKNA's show, and all the regulars just coming out and hanging out with us.
Well, the beauty of this place, it really is a nice facility, but one of the beauties of it is they've got a locking door with a security code on it that you have to know the security code to get in here, and all kinds of signs saying don't talk and be quiet, and they've got the windows covered and whatever. So,
And I'm just getting word too that Bowen Green is was actually playing baseball today. Just got done, got to the track, and this is his first race out here today. Started dead last for the final, made his way up to 2nd place.
They told me that
on the
yesterday
first
that he was
lap.
going to, and I completely forgot. So thanks to Dad for coming.
And I
up
think he does that too with football in the fall as well. He'll sometimes miss qualifying or the pre-finals, and
somebody spins off the track.
Ooh, that might have been Aston Wyatt. That's that red card. That was our race leader, and that's going to put Bowen Green to the lead.
Wow, what a change of events!
Yeah.
Can you imagine missing the entire day just making the feature
Well,
and possibly winning it?
and-
and it is. 221. You're absolutely right. It's Aston
And
Wyatt.
here's the other problem. That means Bowen Green doesn't have a drafting buddy. So Lincoln Massey, we just crossed over halfway. That was lap 5 that ticked off the board. So 3 laps to go. He may have the
Enough to catch
opportunity.
him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We're going to have to see. It is a 2.5-second mountain that Lincoln Massey is going to have to climb here in 3 laps. But he's got drafting help, and Bowen Green doesn't. But how about that? Bowen Green starting dead last, didn't even make it for qualifying or the first 2 heat races. Was out playing another sport, shows up, gets in his cart, and just like that, he is your race leader.
A number of years ago, we had a young lady named Emily DeMaster, and she had won the season championship. So she got to start in the top, I think, in 10th place or something at our Grand National Championships. And she also was busy, couldn't make it or whatever, and showed up and said, "No, I don't need your charity. I'm not going to start, in 10th place." Started in the back of the field and ended up about 10th place
Oh, wow.
in a field of 50, 60, 70.
Well, this is going to tell us something. So that gap was 2.6. It is now 1.8.
Oh,
They
yeah,
are
you're right.
hard charging.
They're catching 'em.
But there is only 2 laps to go. So he's going to have to find almost a second each lap and then get around them. So let's see as they make their way down the back straightaway. And that incident happened on the last lap, so this will be the first complete lap he's done without drafting help up front. And look at that as they are hard charging their way up there. They might be able to catch them. I don't know. This is going to be close. And we are following. That is second and third at the bottom of your screen. That is first all the way at the top. Second and third have drafting help right now, so they are hard charging trying to catch Bowling Green.
And we're coming up close to the stripe again, so it's going to be your leader is still Bowling Green. The white flag is out.
He takes the white flag. Let's see what
And
that
here
gap
comes
is.
Massey, real close.
1.2. He shaved another 0.6 seconds off of that, although he's going to have to do double the work.
Yeah, it won't be enough at that rate.
But anything
you
can
make it
happen.
up.
I mean, the leader 3 laps ago spun without any assistance, so not trying to put that juju out there because I really love to see Bowling Green get a win under his belt, especially with that kind of story coming out here today. And look at this. Third place, Isaac Carvalho. This is 3 locals we have right now duking it out in the front. So they are all no strangers to racing with each other.
Now, second and third started battling each other, and it's going to slow them down.
Yes, and I think that's going to hold up Lincoln. And look at that. Bowling Green is just going to happily cruise off and let them duke it out behind him. Look at that. Carvalho.
He's all over
Thought
the track.
about it to the outside, to the inside. Let's see. Is he going to make a move this final turn?
He wants one higher step on the podium today.
Yeah, he wants it. Let's see. He shoots it all the way inside, but no, he's not going to have enough momentum.
But look at Bowling Green.
Bowling Green takes the checkered flag. Lincoln Massey takes second. Isaac Carvalho third. Brian Perez just hit the stripe in fourth, which will mean Evan Frey will take fifth. Aston Wyatt is off track, so he will finish in sixth.
And I see the black flag was out with the checkered. I didn't notice it before, but yeah. So this race is also unofficial and under review.
So we will need to get confirmation about Bowling Green being the victor. But, man, if he gets scored the win here, that is going to be quite the story to go home.
Oh, he'll keep that one the rest of his life.
I didn't ask his dad because his dad was just in here letting us know. I didn't ask him if he won his baseball game or not. That'd be quite the day.
I'll try to find out at the podiums.
Yeah, we'll need to get Steve to ask him if he won his baseball game.
Oh, there you go.
Run down stats with him, see what his stats were for the end of the day.
Yeah, tell me he batted the cycle.
Yeah, exactly.
Batted the cycle, hit a grand slam, stole 4 bases, Great day.
Came in, got the hat trick.
Struck out 36. Top it all off, he comes back and win the race.
And apparently it sounds like one of the drivers lost a tire that last race. Is that what y'all are talking about over there?
Oh.
Oh, dang. Which driver?
The driver that
the
was
leader
in front, he lost his wheel.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Because he was way ahead all by himself. I was wondering what was going on. Okay.
Yeah, they were having a philosophical debate up here in race control on the broadcast team about whether or not Kart should have 6 tires or not. Like the old F1 cars, because, if you lose one.
I remember that, yes. Was that an Alpha? I don't remember what that was, but yeah, something.
Kind of a running joke. We had a broadcast a couple years ago, and I was down to my third string announcers, so I put my producer and my drone pilot, put the headset on them and let them go.
Oh.
And they just started having the meme broadcast, and it was really funny.
It was by far the best broadcast we've ever had.
And we are ready to go with our race winner, Ruben Green, down there with Stephen Newbold, or Bowling Green. Stephen Newbold, take it away.
I was about to say this is Bowman, but anyways, first off, you win your game today?
Yes, we did. We won both of them.
Yay!
So you're 3 for 3. That's pretty good for the day. All right, Bowman. Tell us about starting from the rear and coming up and winning the race.
I was able to get attached to Ashton, and we were moving. But at about the halfway point, Ashton lost his tire, and I was all alone. And I was just trying to put down consistent lap times, and I was able to take home the win.
So being a dual athlete, how does that work for you? Is it challenging?
Yeah, it's pretty challenging.
So do you prefer baseball more, football, or racing?
Football and racing for sure.
All right, so you got anybody you want to say hi to?
My mom. Hey, Mom.
Hey, what positions does he play? We don't find out.
Yeah.
Shortstop.
Jeter? Question mark. Who's your favorite shortstop?
Probably Derek Jeter.
Okay, this kid's okay. I'm a Yankees fan too. On top of being a Bruins fan, I get a lot
We're
of
about to
flack
kick
for
you out of
that.
the state of
Yeah,
Georgia, Steve.
what the heck?
They could take you on back up to Canada. When they
I'll go. As long as I can boo the Maple Leafs, we're cool. But I think he's got one more plug to make, and then we're gonna send it back up to you guys.
Yeah, we got to hear it.
I'd like to thank Timmy Tech and Howard Stewart for giving me a great engine, and Timmy Tech for helping me along the way.
Howard Stewart, just walk behind you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna send it back up to y'all.
Congratulations, Bowen.
That was an impressive victory.
Yes.
Always fun to see that. You know, when a hard charger is unfortunately in the back, it makes it for some exciting racing. And we didn't even see him back there because we were watching the leaders, and he went from last all the way up to second.
Yeah.
We're like, oh wait, player 3's entered the fight, you know. And then his dad stepped in up here and told us about the baseball, and that's quite impressive.
He had a doubleheader today, apparently.
Yeah, a triple header after that race.
Yeah, exactly.
Man,
I wonder if he's going to race with us all day tomorrow, or just a feature, just a last.
Hopefully, it's not a weekend tournament of baseball. Although that'd be quite the story. You win your race, go back, play 2 more games on Sunday.
From personal experience, I don't know how people do that anymore. We had to do that when I was a kid, and it was brutal.
A doubleheader?
A doubleheader, weekend tournament, a race, and then back to the tournament.
Oh.
It was a very long, long weekend. I took Monday off of school.
See, I always had long weekends because my dad was the announcer, so I'd be there for my game and then have to stay for him to announce all the other games.
Oh, no. And I don't know. I think, are we still removing carts? Or?
I think they're still doing some recovery work. I saw that trailer go past, or the cart hauler went past our screen a couple minutes ago, so they're probably getting him back in place.
We've got 2 carts that are about to come off grid. It looks like one of them is actually missing a wheel. I believe that's what we were talking about in the S's.
But was it the leader? Okay,
yeah, that was Aston Wyatt.
The 221.
Yep.
Oh, shoot. Maybe see if you can get a word with him real quick.
Give me just a second, guys, and I will get back with you.
Awesome.
And we just got word up here from Race Control that they are ready to go ahead and send the next group. So it should be any minute now. We should see these guys start pulling on track. And that's that new grid area we were talking about earlier in the show down there by turn 17. Because you can imagine having 2 full grids, a grid coming off the track and a grid waiting to go on track, all getting bunched up there by the kart shop. And that's where that big traffic jam. It really was a ballet these last few events before we made that change with all the drivers coming and going. It is definitely a lot nicer to walk around the paddock in the upper parts now, not having to worry about the shin cutters driving around, you know, people running late to grid.
Oh, yeah, good shot of the facility there.
Yeah, nice big 360 panning shot by drone pilot Jeffrey Farver. Shout out to our producer for queuing that movement up. Doing a great job right now. Really, the whole broadcast team is crushing it today. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. I hope you guys at home all right, now I'm getting yelled at in the headset. Can only passive aggressively be the executive producer so much on air.
Look at her.
It looks like we've got Wyatt down there. Quickly before this race gets going, Steve.
All right, buddy, let's talk about what happened out in the S's. Did you lose a wheel, tire? What exactly happened?
Well, it's coming right to the at the end of the straight, and the axle just like split, and the tire just flew.
So it just got sent down the backstretch somewhere. You guys have no clue where that's at?
Yeah.
That's got to be a tough day. You were leading the race the entire time. You're having a great race, and that just kind of ended your day prematurely. Anybody you want to thank while we got a second?
Yeah, I would thank Trackside Karting Services, my dad, my coach, Austin, and then my team owner. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Sorry your day had to end like that. Hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow.
Are you gonna? Yeah, is it gonna be? Think you'll be able to get it fixed and be back out here tomorrow?
Yeah. I think yeah, if we get our tire, I think we'll be fine.
Well, hopefully we see you back out here tomorrow. I'm going to send it back up to you guys because it sounds like we're about to go green.
And
Yes,
we
we
are.
are.
Green, green, green. Go, go, go. Hammer down, boys and girls.
Good timing, Steve.
Perfect.
And we are underway right now with the LO 206 Masters right now. And look at that. Danny May is scored as your, he was your winner for Heat 1, Heat 2. Oh, we got Kart off over there on the hill. That was weird. He kind of came off towards the top and rolled back down. Didn't quite see what happened there. And we got another guy off doing some off-roading there at the kink. Leading a dirt trail with him as he made his way back on the track. And we're going to have to see where everybody is when they come past the stripe. Danny May was your leader at the start, but as we've seen, these race starts are very hectic. You can quickly get shuffled from first on back to, you know, sky's the limit as far as how back. Yeah, you can go all the way to the back sometimes with these LO races. And right now, your leaders making their way through turns 16 and 17 onto the front straightaway to complete lap number 1, and that is Ron Kliss, your race leader. Danny May in second place, Elienko in third, Jorge Ruiz in fourth. And those were names we were calling all the first 2 heat races, so I don't expect any of that to change. These 4 are going to be duking it up the entire 8 laps. And we are already 1 down, 7 to go. Danny said he is going to talk to us this time if he pulls out the W. I was down there in the pits heckling him because we were talking to him last week. We said, you know, we want to interview you, Danny. He said, you're going to interview me. And then he didn't make the interview, so – you know, the first 2 heats he won, we're ready to interview him, but he had to be in the next race, so he just immediately split to his cart so he could hop in the next race.
Well, I'm going to make it happen. I'll just have to follow him if he pulls it off.
Well, you just need to hop in one of them double carts and just
you know what? Can we do a side-by-side race interview? Can we make that happen?
Do a in-race interview.
Side-by-side, yeah.
We're going to key up Danny May on the radio.
I think we tried doing that one time at a drift event. We put the announcer in the car with the mic.
That was yeah, I remember that.
That was our friend Muscle Car Jr. at the Lanier event we did last year.
So Ron Kleiss is your leader. Ron Kleiss, that's the dad of Ronnie.
Look
oh,
at
Danny
that.
May. It looks like Danny May.
Oh, looks like Ron Kleiss got left out because that's his helmet right there. Oh, no, he got shuffled back from first to fourth. He got out of position. I think Danny might have made the move and just really rattled his cage there.
Yeah, you're absolutely
because he
right.
tried to maintain it, but you can't do that coming through 3 and 4. And that definitely is Danny May up there.
Up front, yep.
And that Blazers number 999 cart. He makes his way through turns 13 up and over the hill back into sight for all the spectators there on the fence through 14. And he is leading that pack of 4 carts right now. He is a man on a mission right now. Danny May, always a force of nature, a factor to have to deal with here at the track.
He's having a good day.
He is having a real good day. And Danny, one of the things he is really good at is being able to use his body to help position that cart through the turns. He's got a little extra height over most of the drivers, so he really uses that to his advantage when he's muscling that cart. And right now, there go your leaders underneath us and the booth through the kink, still staying single file. And, man, tough break for Ron Kliss. Falling to the back of that pack. So he is going to have some work to do if he wants to catch back up and try and challenge Danny.
Is that Elienko in second? No.
Looks like, yes, it is Elienko.
But
we'll have to see. I'm seeing Ron Kliss is third on the scoring sheet, but that is Kleiss. I keep butchering that. I'm telling you, next year I'll get it right.
Yeah. Jorge in fourth.
But yeah, Jorge. Well, no, that's Jorge and Ron right there. There is a driver in between them that is not scoring. You have a driver name? Yeah, we're getting word from race control that there is a driver that is not picking up the 721 cart. Going to try and get a name for you.
I think 721 is showing him 5th place. It's James Brancati.
Ah, okay.
But that 2nd place cart says something 2-1.
Yeah, that's him in
That's 2nd, but he's showing up on 5th place.
Yeah, that's him in 2nd right now. So that's Elienko behind him.
Okay. And Ron Clyde.
And then Ron, because I know that American flag helmet, you can spot that.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right.
And look at this, some side-by-side action just as soon as we're talking about him. Ron Kleiss trying to make the move, although can't make it stick. And don't trust your scoring power if you are watching it at home or on your phone right now. Because now I'm seeing James Brancati in 1st on my screen. But he is your 2nd place driver right now, just behind Danny May. And this race is running out of laps here real quick. They're going to be 2 to go next time by.
That went really fast.
And these drivers, they got to figure something out. Someone's got to make a move, but I don't think anybody wants to be the first one because whoever that is, they're going to be the one that gets left out to dry. So nobody wants to be first to act. And look at that, Ron Kliss. He says, you know what, I ain't got much to lose because he's in the back of that. Whoa!
Ooh.
And he got way out of position there and really forced a shuffle up there. That looked like Jorge Ruiz. That
2 sticks up, representing 2 laps to go.
And that looks like he forced Ruiz out of position. It was either Ruiz or Brancati, because now I'm seeing Elienko scored again in 2nd. But your leader is still Danny May right now as he leads that pack down the back straightaway. Look at that.
Getting pressure from 2nd place.
Getting the bump draft.
That's the 721.
And that's
okay.
Brancati, yeah. He was sucking up real fast to him. He got caught up in the draft, but he hasn't made a move yet. And there's only 1 lap to go, so we're going to have to see when that will be. I don't think he's going to do it in these final 2 turns. It's going to happen sometime on the last lap. But you know Danny May is expecting it, and he is a master of defense here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. He is real good at sticking his elbows out, making that cart as wide as possible.
And he just did. I noticed that. He went way out of the track to make sure there was no chance somebody's going to get around him.
And right now you were seeing a master class in defense. Look at this. Ron Kliss getting around 3rd place. And I believe that was Yanko. But he is going to have a mountain to climb if he's going to try and elevate his position any further than where he's at right now, because your leaders, Danny May and James Brancati, have a pretty decent gap right now. Not one that those guys are going to make up in half a lap, but, oh, here he goes. Here goes Brancati to the outside.
721.
Oh, he's going to have to go full send here through David's Bend. Oh, this is the sketchiest part to pass, and he's still holding it side by side. And he's in position. He's going to have to shoot the brake. Oh, look at Kliss here to the inside. Kliss is going to push Danny May out of position, and look at that. Danny's going to have to back off. Danny goes to the inside, but he is not going to have the momentum. Wow.
Looks like Danny May then, right?
It's scoring him, but also Brancati was not picking up, so I don't know how they can actually score that. Yeah, I don't want to be race control for that because his transponder wasn't picking up half that race. And, I mean, visually it looked like he was in the lead, but, I mean, that was less than half a cart separating the 2 of them. Did he? So we are getting confirmation that Brancati is going to be your race winner. Wow. And there are no penalties on that race. And that was, man, that was a hard-fought battle. We saw Danny May pull that same move on Ron during the race number 1.
Look at these drivers. They're so happy. I mean, they're just really
look at that.
Each other and,
you stick it to the outside of 14, you deserve to win that race. That is wow.
Wild.
That is one of the sketchiest places to pass on track. It is a completely blind turn. You just have to know where you are at. And Danny almost came back. He almost hit him with the crossover coming back. He had a little bit of a run, but look at that. Arm extended. He knew he had it.
Yep.
And, wow, that was an incredible race. That was probably the most thrilling one so far. Although y'all had that was it 3 or 9 1,000ths of a second one when I was out of the booth.
Sure.
But, wow. That was some driving. So we're going to have to I heard upstairs no penalties, so this should be fairly quick to get these guys across the scales, which means Steven Newbold should be down there.
The race winner.
With our race winner, James Brancati, should be getting there shortly. Definitely want to hear a word from him, and probably should want to talk to Danny May anyways and see what was going on. Grab both of them. And it looks like we are down there ready to go with our trackside reporter, Steven Newbold, there with race winner, James Brancati. Steven, take it away.
James, what a race. I'm not going to say what I'm thinking, but I'm just going to say they're big. That's it. That I wouldn't have never done that in my racing career at all. That is one of the most difficult, most technical corners at this track. Walk us through how you did that.
Yeah, I knew that if I didn't work with him the whole race, we'd just get dropped or have to battle the whole time. And I kept seeing I was better than him coming up the hill, and I knew he was going to move over to defend, and I knew I'd get a good enough run to get beside him. And I knew if I could just hang the outside and he didn't push me off, I'd be able to get there and just defend that last corner and make it happen.
So is this your first victory here at AMP?
This is only my second green flag in 25 years.
Oh,
Danny, you just got beat by a guy that's been retired for a little while. How's that make you feel?
Yeah, I literally called Gary Lawson right after Spring Nats. That was the first attempt, and said, man, I need a bullet, and he hooked it up. And that thing was just monster fast. Those smoker gears, there's nothing like those things. That car rolls so free, so good. Ryan Perry Motorsports, Tony Kart, man, that thing was on rails all day.
We're going to try to get Danny over here real fast if he's got a second. Danny, come here. So I'll go in the middle. So he was just telling me he's been retired for a hot minute.
I know.
How's that make you feel?
Not very good. I was walking over here. I heard that. I was like, oh, no.
So talk a little bit about your driving. You're kind of a veteran out here racing in this series. How does that make you feel? You in the top 2?
I'm pretty proud of it. I wish the race would have gone different. I'm a better pusher than I am a leader. But I tried the over-under in the last, and somebody tagged my rear and kind of got me loose, so it messed up my exit, and he got me at the line, so congrats.
It was a great race to both of y'all. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see both of you back here again. Maybe the roles reverse, him in first, you in second. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, that was definitely an exciting race to watch, and we have only got one more race to go. We have knocked out 26 races here today.
Yep, senior medium.
And this will be the final race of the day. 8 laps left in the racing program.
And we're running out of time rapidly,
Yes.
so that's a good thing because we got to have time to do podiums. I don't know. We'll see. I may have to run through them really fast. So anybody who's getting a trophy, make sure you're ready. And
I'm just happy you're the one running through them because I'm normally the one up there hollering on the podiums. And we were live for about 7 hours last week. And I tell you, doing the podiums after announcing for 7 hours and keeping that energy without losing your voice, oh, man, more power to you. But you'll probably get a kick. I don't know if you saw the podium out there or not. We got that.
In fact, I walked over there and actually looked really close. It
got
is
that Le
very
Mans podium.
impressive, yeah. It's nothing but I'm here to tell everybody back home, nothing but a Class A
Look at that nice
experience here.
slow-mo handshake for all you guys at home. That is what sportsmanship looks like.
Only his second green flag in his. I don't think I like you, dude. No, I'm kidding.
I'm surprised the handshake's all he got.
When he told me that, I was rather surprised because I saw Danny's reaction live before he got over here, and he just had that look of defeat.
I mean, shoot, if he can do it, I might go put a suit on and head down there.
Exactly.
Will, I know we talked about the Toyota Corolla last time on the last broadcast. Is it time that me and you dust off the LO206s and get out here and party?
I would drive my Corolla out here on the kart track.
AMP Corolla Challenge.
I
You
would.
in?
I would. Well, we had Adam LZ out here drifting the track during 4th of July, drifting the go-kart track. That was
funny.
Yeah, that was quite the sight to see. I know we could probably get out there in our Corollas and do that, Steve.
I'm in. Let's make a whole race series out of it.
Yeah, we get kicked out of every track. Me and Steve announce that because we always talk about racing our Corollas by the end of the day.
The best part about that is we're still here. We've been here for a while. They're not kicking us out anytime soon, buddy.
And it looks like a really big field in your senior medium for your final.
And this should be one of your biggest grids of the day. I believe it is our biggest grid of the day. I see 29 karts on the score sheet right now.
Usually is, yep. 28 starting. We just got official word from track control, race control.
This will be another exciting battle. Owen Lloyd back in this one. Colin Warren.
Same cast of
Colin
characters.
Aiken, yeah. That's the best thing about these multi-class. These guys just get out of one class, get in the next, so we get to see the same battles over and over. And you know these guys have got to be getting exhausted.
You know,
because Danny May's in this one too. He hopped in his cart.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, he's back in the 16th position.
I know Owen Lloyd, Colin Aiken are fairly young. They full of energy yet. Danny May didn't appear to be all that terribly young, though.
Well, imagine one of these older guys, if they managed to break up front and beat some of these younger guys. It's kind of the same, second green flag in 25 years. Let's see if they take the green. Yes.
Is that a green? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Green. Go, go, go.
We are underway.
We have a Juan Pablo Garcia. I always think of Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yes, and he is a local, races with us a lot. Oh, look at that. A couple of guys locking up, coming down the hill, forcing three wide as they go back up. And there's still 3 wide coming through turn 3 into turn 4. Look at that. Multiple drivers making contact in front of us.
Somebody spins out.
Oh, there's a big pile up right in front of the building. And that turn has been treacherous today.
That's been a tough one today. You're absolutely right.
Normally we get a couple of spinouts, but nothing of this level here today. This is wild. These guys are racing hard right now.
Yeah. Definitely giving it their all.
And we are still under green right now. So it looks like
somebody's
one driver.
Start numbers in. So somebody's on.
And that looked like the 111 of Tommy Burkle. And you can hear everybody on the balcony yelling down there.
Yes.
That's right where our trackside mic is. And, yeah, they still got that standing yellow at the bottom of the hill, so no passing as they make their way up here. They're going to have to get around here very delicately as corner workers are quickly getting all those karts off track. So hopefully that standing yellow will be lifted next time by. And look at that, some action heating out up front. Oh, second place just got hung out to dry. That was Owen Lloyd and Christopher Metkin getting around. Yeah, I got to work on that one too. Getting around Colin Aiken. And that's a shame because Colin just ran the fastest lap of the race that last time. And these guys are still duking it out for second place. Looks like Owen Lloyd in second right now, that red cart, but we'll have to see if we can get a cart number on that. Yeah, that's the 119 in second.
Oh, yep. Okay, absolutely. Owen Lloyd down. And is at the 211 of Aiken. Colin Warren. 211, Colin Warren, then Owen Lloyd. Christopher McKeithen's in third, Colin Aiken fourth, Junior Downs fifth. Noah Rivers sixth, Sam Evretsky seventh.
We'll have to see as they cross the stripe here as they tick off lap number 3. Yep, that was Colin Aiken, Christopher Metkin, and Junior Downs, all 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Colin Warren still your race leader. Owen Lloyd in 2nd. And it looks like there was a swap for the lead that last time. It looks like Lloyd's got a little bit taller of a gear because you can see him getting up to speed a lot quicker coming down that back straightaway. They will. Oh, looks like a driver just cut the turn right there. He's
hand signal, so
yeah, he's wagging the finger.
Else.
And right now they are making their way
halfway.
Yep, out of the final turn, getting the halfway to go. So 4 down, 4 to go. They go diving into turn 2. Good shot there, so you can really see the elevation change of these guys as they go diving into that turn. I mean, you can see how they disappear out of view from the on-track cam down there. As they make their way down that back hill, picking up all that speed. Looks like your leaders, Colin Warren and Owen Lloyd, are starting to get a little bit of a gap right now. Colin turned the fastest lap of the race that last time with a minute flat.
Colin Aiken back in 3rd, 4 or 5 kart lengths back from 2nd. And I believe that's Christopher McKeith in 4th place. Junior Downs in 5th.
You can see Owen Lloyd shoving Colin Warren through turn 14. He is not going to let him forget that he is back there.
Oh, no.
The knock, knock.
Yeah.
Not even going to wait for him to say hello. As they go over turn 2, or over the hill into turn 2, back up the hill. And really things have kind of spread out behind them. Not too much action going on. I mean, there is a gaggle of carts, but right now the closest action is your leaders. Colin Warren doing everything he can to fend off Owen Lloyd right now. They go through turn 9 and through the S's.
I'll tell you, Colin Warren is a wily old veteran. He's a fair amount older than these younger kids. And he, I think he's like 25, 26, something like that. And he absolutely, if Owen Lloyd gets around him, he'll get back around Owen Lloyd right at the end. So, yeah.
And 25 in karting years is ancient.
It really is, yeah.
And
no
in F1 years,
Colin
you're pretty
Warren,
much retired.
Yeah.
You know, by that point, if you haven't made it. But that is awesome to see him out there putting a whipping on these younger drivers. And look at that, Owen Lloyd giving him another love tap coming up the hill. These laps are winding down. They got the 2 to go last time. It's going to be the white flag on the next pass. So time is running out. This is our last race of the day. These are our final 2 laps of racing action here. But it is not our last day of racing. We got a whole nother program coming up tomorrow, folks.
Yep. Same thing all over again. One less heat race, but longer, more laps in each race.
And there they go, both drivers looking back at the same time just to make sure they had some clear track. And I think now that they both know there's no one immediately behind them, we're about to see the gloves come off. You're going to see some haymakers coming out. We have 1 lap to go.
Here comes Owen Lloyd looking on the inside, the left side.
Oh, and he's pulling up beside him. He's going to be in position coming through turn 1, and he makes the pass.
Now here comes Warren to come back.
Let's see if he hits him with the crossover coming through turn 2. Warren swings wide. Not able to do it, so he is going to be on the bumper of Owen Lloyd as they come through turn 4. They are halfway through this final lap. Does Colin Ward have what it takes? Is he going to be able to get back around him? Are we going to see another turn 14 pass? Let's see as they make their way through the S's. They make their way up the hill into 14. Here he goes to the inside.
Corners, yep.
To the inside. He's got a little bit of a run. And can he close the door? No. And he's going to get him with the crossover. It's going to be another drag race. to the finish
Side by
there, side by
I
side.
mean, literally side by side.
Oh, look at that. Colin Warren gets it done at the
Colin
line.
Warren, wow.
Wow.
And once again, we have a black
And
with
that,
the checker.
that was .015. So we had a 15 1,000ths of a second margin of victory and a 9 1,000ths margin of victory today.
Good racing.
That is some real good racing
Very
here.
competitive.
And here's that replay of that final. Nope. There we go. Here's that replay of that final lap.
So Lloyd goes just a little bit wide trying to block, and Warren comes on the inside.
And, man, what a great way to respond under pressure, under adversity, leading all race, get past on the last lap, and you know you've only got 4 turns to make it happen, and he made it happen.
Yeah. The pressure's on, definitely. Do or die.
Wow. That is that is some really good racing today. That is a great way to close out the show here today.
A lot of fun.
And we will hopefully get a word out. Hopefully we get a word with both those guys. And we're waiting to see what the official results are, though, from race control.
Yeah, they've got to go through all the penalties and all the protests and all the whatnot.
That wasn't as clean as the Masters race we had prior, but doesn't mean it wasn't exciting. Had that huge pile up on turn 1. I'm surprised at lap 1. I'm surprised they kept that thing going.
That's Owen Lloyd in the blue T-shirt there on your left. Colin Aiken close to you, and Colin Warren away from you with the blonde hair. And Christopher McKeithen behind him.
But I will say this, hats off to all the corner workers, all the staff, everybody here that got that wreck cleared and got it cleared in a hurry.
Yeah.
They were only under standing yellow for 1 lap through that turn. And, I mean, that looked like 4 or 5 carts got together. It looked like one of them was upside down.
I thought I saw that too, but I'm not sure.
But all those drivers were able to get up, get out of the way, and they were able to get that cleared. So hats off to the staff here, to all you guys with CKNA. You guys run a real good show. It's my first time working with y'all, and, it was a great first day of racing. I'm excited to come back tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have fun everywhere we go. We have a lot of fun, without a doubt.
But we will have the man himself, John Matthews, up here in the booth with us tomorrow. He thought he might have been able to make it here today because he's the main announcer down at Sonoya Raceway, the house of Bubba Pollard down there south of I-20. And they had a bunch of rain on Thursday, and they weren't quite able he wasn't sure if they were going to be able to get the track ready or not, but they did, and they're out racing right now. But John told me he would definitely be here bright and early tomorrow because he did not want to miss 177 carts out on track.
Now, Will, we're just standing here waiting for the official word from the officials. Speaking of Bubba Pollard, he's actually running a race tonight in Montgomery.
Oh. Didn't he get a ride?
Well, he got a ride in the Xfinity Series, driving for Junior Motorsports. For those at home that do not know, my team, the LRR team, writes the race reports for Atlanta Motorsports Park, and we also dabble in short track racing. That's what we do best. So that's more of our forte. But I've had karting in my life for a long time. So
we used to work out here, Steve. So
yeah,
don't be shy about it.
Yeah, I've been either working in karting or racing in karting since I was about 5 or 6 years old.
Wow.
So it's been a long ride. Now I'm announcing, so it's a little different. Like Will said, our careers were very short, but we somehow ended up in the broadcast booth.
Well, who knows? The career might come back. We've still got that Corolla race we got to run.
First Corolla race tomorrow, Formula One.
We're gonna create a new class. It'll be the 1700cc Masters.
And it's just gonna be me and you.
Yes.
So if I door you in turn 3, it's okay, right? Rubbin's racing. I'll rattle your cage.
I don't know if my extended warranty is going to cover any of that.
Just say it happened in downtown Atlanta on 285. They'll cover it.
Well, I'm not saying it hasn't happened before, but there have been some guys that do damage during open track days up at the big track, and you'll conveniently see their car in the ditch out front afterwards.
Oh, no.
And they're on the phone
can't
with their
believe that
insurance guy.
happened.
Yeah.
we're still waiting to hear final word from the officials down here before we.
Well, that's how you ran off the road. You were in slicks, and it was raining.
At 135, according to your OnStar.
You know, I saw a video, and I'm sure we've all seen the same video, but there was a couple of open top sports cars, maybe a Mazda Miata or something like that. And the driver on the right, two cars were next to each other on a road course, and the driver on the right reached over and grabbed the other guy's mirror and folded it in. At speed, at full speed.
That's one way to do it.
I mean, we don't have anything quite like that in our MX-5 series out here, but I mean, our Miata series is pretty entertaining.
Oh my God, I thought that
You
was
have
so
seen, I mean,
funny.
there are the guys that do the pro moto, the bike racing will do that sometimes. So grab the brake lever.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think it's allowed.
Probably not. It sounds dangerous. That is that? Yeah, that's Owen
the
Lloyd
119.
right there. Colin.
It looks like
Warren
him and
back
him
to
and
us.
Colin are across the line. We'll see if we get.
There's Christopher McKeithen pushing.
And I see Steve walking over there to the.
Yeah, it looks to me like a really tight turn coming off the scale and trying to make that hard right-hander. And Karts bind up, of course, really bad when you turn the wheel like that.
I think the main reason for that is they got the tent there so that the person reading the scales doesn't get cooked all day, and I think that's what's creating that sharp angle. But I know the other issue is the readout on that scale. If you don't have good shade over it, you can't see it in broad daylight because it was all set up. You see where that awning is in the top left part of your screen.
Yep,
that's where it used to be. So nice shaded area. And then we moved it out here to make it easier for getting everybody and not congesting the walkway there. But we are figuring this out as we go along, so always trying to improve and make the experience better here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Oh, absolutely.
I think we are almost ready to go with our trackside interview.
Colin Warren.
All right, Colin, we're trying to make sure you don't get blinded by that bright Dawsonville sun. Speaking of bright, that was a great race. Walk us through how you pulled that off.
I started second place on the outside. Has a pretty good start here, so I was able to come out in first out of turn 2 and just kind of tried to stay up front as much as I could. And Owen started pushing me, and then we just kind of pulled away.
Are you looking forward to come out here tomorrow?
Yeah, hoping we can work on a few things, but I think we'll be good tomorrow.
Well, you know, you're the last interview of the day. We're going to make it kind of a little bit longer than usual, but short at the same time. What is one thing you're going to be changing with your kart?
I think there's a few. I mean, setup stuff. I feel like the track kind of has changed a little bit this last 2 sessions, so I feel like we can work on that for tomorrow, make it just a little bit better. We're always looking for that little bit extra, no matter what. I mean, you have to. So I know everyone else is, so we have to as well.
Well, congratulations on your win. I'm going to send it back up to the guys right after you plug some people.
Want to thank TS Racing and RLV for helping me out here, and Dave for being great mechanic. I think that's it.
All right, guys. Well, that's it for me down here. That's it from our drivers. We'll be right back at it again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's an understatement there, Colin. Dave is a pretty good mechanic. Yeah, yes, he is. We've all got massive respect for Dave. Oh, they had a little issue. We were staying at the same hotel. They pulled in with a big TS Racing trailer with all the tires in it, you know, a massive trailer. Motel wasn't big enough. That parking lot wasn't big enough for them.
No.
They had to go to a different motel, and it turned out okay, but, you know, how disappointing when you drive, you know, as far they come from, well, TS, of course, is
pulling in thinking you're ready to hit the hay.
Yeah. So I kind of felt bad for them.
Well, speaking of hitting the hay, we have been at it for almost, I think, just over 7 hours right now. So this is going to probably do it for us up here in the booth. That was an exciting finish to day number 1 of the 2 days of racing we've got here. So we'll be back at it tomorrow. We've got, is it a 10-lap heat race into or is it 8-lap heat race into a 10-lap final, or is it the opposite? I know you got the schedule right here.
I just grabbed my schedule.
Oh, 12 and 16 is what I'm hearing.
12
so
and 16, yeah.
We are gonna have some endurance races by today's standards,
So
adding 4 more laps on the heat and doubling the length of the final.
So hot lap qualifying starts at 9:30 a.m. of course, and heat races are 12 laps, like Angie just said, and the final is 16. So, and we have all 9 classes. We hope to have awards around 5:30 p.m. We'll see. We'll see how that works, but we hope to. And let's see, is there any other information? I don't think so. Hey, just a huge reminder, everybody, make sure you charge those transponders. Don't fool around with that. Charge those transponders, and don't forget to put it back on the cart tomorrow. But yeah, 1 heat race tomorrow, by the way, just in case anybody has never raced with
we
CKNA.
should be hitting the air around 11 o'clock tomorrow, assuming everything is on schedule. We should be going live, I believe, at 11 o'clock for that heat race.
Yes, it says 11 o'clock, yeah. And I believe we're going to reverse the kid kart and the juniors again, start with kid kart and then juniors. So, even though the schedule says differently. So, yeah, 11 o'clock, 12-lap heat races.
Cool. Well,
and same cast of characters.
Yes, we will be up here. And, you know, for myself, Will Rigdon, Dave Mack, everybody here in the booth, we appreciate all of you. Thank you for tuning in, and we will be back at it again tomorrow with some more racing. And don't go away trackside. We've got a podium ceremony coming up, but that's going to do it for us on the live stream. Thank you for tuning in, and we will see you guys tomorrow. So long, everybody.
So long.